Okay, so my traditional Catholic iceberg has finally been released, and it greatly surpassed my expectations for its popularity on Twitter and elsewhere. And to anyone that liked it and shared it, I just want to say thank you. But now comes the great task, which I gotta do, which is explain the iceberg. But before explaining it, I wanted to say a few things first. The first thing is that yes, this iceberg was made as a response to the video and the iceberg within it the Gen Z Catholic made. And I don't have any animosity towards Gen Z Catholic. In fact, I think his channel is really good. I don't want to dunk on him or make fun of him in any way. The video he did is great. I can't compete with his editing skills. And I really think his Sedevacantism refuted video is wonderful. You should definitely watch that if you're watching my video. But the iceberg he had is it has almost no lore. It portrays it as like a very skin deep topic that there's not an unbelievable amount of backstory, lore, and just interesting things that are connected to the traditionalist movement. So I knew that I had to make my own, and so this is what you're looking at now. And the second thing I wanted to cover is that controversy is impossible to avoid in making this. To some extent, or in some sense, scandal is just going to happen when you're talking about this. And that's because I'm talking about controversies within the church at large. I'm covering misconducts which have occurred in the church and the traditionalist movement. I'm talking about rumors that are, best left forgotten in some cases. I'm talking about conspiracies. I'm bringing to light obscure things that are best left forgotten. With some of these like offshoots and cults, I guess to a certain extent, you could say it's wrong for me to try and bring knowledge to some very obscure cults, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast. I'm not trying to push anything that will hurt anybody, and I talked to some friends about the whole chart and video thing and everything, and it seems that they think it's a good thing to make this because, in a sense, it indirectly says that the crazies are wrong by pointing to how crazy they are, and it boisters the truth. And so, before getting in this iceberg, I want to say I believe that Francis is the Pope, and I attend the Novus Ordo Mass. I used to be a Sedevacantist in the past, and I attended Sedevacantist chapels for a period. Eventually, though, I returned to the mainstream Catholic Church. I appeared on Classical Theist channel and on other podcasts, and I talked about that past. I know to some extent that history is going to taint my discussion of these topics, and I understand that that's the way it has to be. When I talk about Sedevacantism, I don't want to be very pejorative or polemical. I want to talk about the history of it and the movement and various other groups you could say are schismatic from the main body of the Catholic Church in more of a matter which would be academic and fair in this video or this series of videos it will very, very, very likely become. But I know that a lot of Sedevacantists are going to become offended no matter what I do if I talk about them. It's really impossible to cover everything in this iceberg. And yes, I'm not the most tech savvy person. I did make this iceberg myself on Paint, and it has typos. I struggle with typos. I struggle with spelling. I struggle with I scramble words and stuff like that. There were a lot of people that did help me. These people have some kind of internet presence. I'm going to list Trillian, Argent, Classical Theist, Nice Meme Friar. They commented on it and they've helped me and they helped me share it. And they gave suggestions. But the reality is that this is almost entirely the work of one man. That's me. And while I've been exposed to a lot of trad deep lore, it is clearly evidenced by the chart itself. I don't know everything. It's basically impossible for me to know everything. And so I appreciate anybody who's making any comments of things I left out. Maybe I'll make an addendum, or maybe months down the line I'll make some kind of updated version with things I left out. I will say I have some blank spots that are in my knowledge. Sedevacantism outside of the English-speaking world and the Anglosphere, do not know that much about. Do not know, because it started out in Mexico and Trento, to a large extent. So there's at least a whole Spanish speaking world of Sedevacantism that I have a very tenuous grasp of. I don't know that much about Old Catholicism or various non Sedevacantist independent Catholic movements. I don't know that much about the Society of St. Pius X's resistance movement. And I feel that is probably the biggest thing that's missing from this iceberg, because some of the shenanigans that have gone on after Williamson's left and after a lot of priests left or were kicked out, some of that stuff is truly just as interesting as the stuff that's happened in Sedevacantism. And I don't know that much about apparition chasing or never, how would you put this? Never confirmed apparitions. So I talk about apparitions on here, but my knowledge of them is nowhere near as great as the rest of Sedevacantism, or as it is with Sedevacantism, or just kind of like controversy since Vatican II. Getting into these blind spots a little bit more deeply, Sedevacantism, it's fringe, and because it's so fringe, and because some of these groups are so small, same thing with Old Catholics. If it's not in English for me to read about or to know about their lore, it's just not available to me. Personally, I think with Old Catholics, their lore is just as fascinating as traditional Catholicism. But the thing is, I was never an Old Catholic. I'm not obviously a super liberal Catholic that would have left the church for something else. So all these Old Catholic and Old Catholic adjacent movements, I feel like we should give them a new tag, Independent Catholic. And I think that's because the Catholic identity remains within these various offshoot groups. And so that identity, to a certain extent, is bigger than the identity of people that follow Pope Francis. And I think it's a lot more descriptive of calling them Catholics still, although not Roman Catholics, than calling them Protestant or Orthodox. And I know that it's an oxymoron to say independent Catholic, but the truth is that independent Catholic is the best title for that general group of people who call themselves Catholics, who are not Protestants and who are not Orthodox, but do not follow Pope Francis or the succeeding popes that will come after him. And I do think Sedevacantist and Conclavist groups like the Palmarians, they absolutely would fit under that umbrella. And just like I said before, I don't know that much about the SSPX resistance movement. There's a lot of deep lore there. And apparition chasers, that's not exclusive to traditional Catholicism. That is a phenomenon which is occurring across the whole of Catholicism. And I think that there, to some extent, it is occurring within both Eastern Orthodoxy and Oriental Orthodoxy. And so there are many questionable apparitions, many of which the Church has condemned, some of which are connected to the Traditionalist movement, and a lot of which are not connected to the Traditionalist movement. And the charismatic Catholic movement, which I definitely do not have a background in, cannot speak very well about, that is deeply tied into a lot of apparition chasing as well. I wish that I knew enough, because I feel, again, like the Old Catholics, that an apparition chasing iceberg, that would be maybe even deeper than a traditionalist iceberg. There's so much backstory with stuff like Medjugorje, Our Lady of Naju, Bayside apparitions, the whole 9 yards. It's very interesting, a lot of deep stuff there. But I just don't know enough about that culture. and thank the Lord I never got wrapped into it. But now that I got all those things out of the way, let's start on the first tier. The first tier I made is basically, these are people that call themselves Catholics, but are they Catholic in a meaningful sense? And so I put things here that are people that call themselves Catholic and never go to church might believe. So let's start off with Pope Francis. Obviously, he's the current pontiff of the church. Everybody obviously is going to know who Pope Francis is. Next up, we have quotation marks, "Love is love." That's just a common slogan of people that support homosexual marriage. Obviously, a lot of people that call themselves Catholics but don't attend church are not theologically orthodox. They're going to support gay marriage, and if you look in like the United States, you have a very sad state of affairs where it's like probably 50-60% of Catholics or something like that or people that call themselves Catholics are going to support gay marriage. So here's a very common one that a lot of liberal Catholics or cultural Catholics will say: people don't have to go to confession anymore. And of course it's in quotes. Obviously, confession's still a thing. After Vatican II, a lot of people stopped going to confession regularly. Priests that became more liberal, or they didn't want to do it because it's uncomfortable to the priest. It's uncomfortable to the layperson, but it's a sacrament and you have to do it. But after Vatican II, a lot of lay people stopped going to confession. And so you'll hear this thrown around. I know that my dad goes back and forth between being more serious Catholic, calling himself Catholic, not going to church, being a liberal Catholic who goes to church. And so depending on what phase he is in, sometimes he would say stuff like that to me or to other people. It's just a thing you're going to get a lot from kind of like liberal Catholic people. And so next up we have Christmas and Easter Catholic. It's just kind of a meme within Catholicism of Christmas and Easter Catholics. These are people that only attend church on Christmas or Christmas Eve and only attend church on Easter. Ironically, I've heard priests say that that might even be Ash Wednesday. Ash Wednesday in the United States isn't a holy day of obligation, but it seems like a lot of people will go on that day that don't go to Mass all year as well. I don't understand the whole logic behind Christmas and Easter Catholics. I just know it's a thing. I know that when people become adults, they try to mimic the things that they would have done when they were with their parents, either for the benefit of their own kids and try to make them for a tradition or just for themselves. And so I think what ended up happening is secularization isn't a very straight arrow. It's kind of like the stair-step kind of thing. And so a lot of people just kind of added in when they were little kids going to Christmas Mass as part of, setting up the tree and making their ham dinner and all these things, these Christmas trapments. And same thing with Easter. And then they only do that because that makes them feel like a little kid again. And so that's why they only go to Mass once or twice a year. It just is kind of caught up in what they find to be their traditions as a person for, even to secular people, extremely important holidays. Next up we have Cafeteria Catholic. Cafeteria Catholic is a meme term. It basically means it's somebody who's a liberal Catholic who picks and chooses what the church believes. I think sometimes liberal Catholics also try to turn it on like conservatives, and so a Cafeteria Catholic would be somebody that is, I believe in what the church says about abortion is wrong and that Jesus is God and stuff like that, but I also believe that gay people can get married. And so you have this kind of like picking and choosing thing, and then liberals will throw it back on conservatives and they'll be like, well, I'm a Catholic and I believe in helping the poor, and I believe that abortion is wrong, and I believe Jesus is God, and various theological things. But I also don't believe in papal infallibility. But you conservative, you don't believe in helping the poor, so you are a Cafeteria Catholic, right? And it's kind of a meme, but I do think it's helpful in kind of like defining what is meant by liberal Catholicism and how people identify as being Catholic but don't hold to the teachings of the church. Okay, next one we have The Church Needs to Ordain a Lady. This is a terrible meme song that was put on YouTube advocating for women ordination. Women's ordination is, of course, infallibly condemned and declared impossible by Pope John Paul II. It is, one of those things which has just spread like wildfire throughout Protestantism. And now Anglicans have it, Methodists have it, various like Lutheran denominations have it, Presbyterians, these various kind of established Protestant groups will have women's ordination. Of course, it's not only infallibly condemned by John Paul II, but if you're a Protestant, it's condemned by Paul very, very clearly within the New Testament. And every time it happens, the church goes into spiraling decline. It collapses the church. It's ironic because women in the work, I'm not some screaming men's rights activist, but it's ironic because when women enter into the workplace and become managers and presidents and everything, it's not some kind of like the end of the world happens. But within Christianity, whenever you have women become ordained ministry, that denomination falls apart. But a lot of liberal Catholics really push for it, and obviously some of the more liberal bishop synods, Germany or Scandinavia or Belgium, they push for it, but it has been infallibly condemned. And Pope Francis agrees that it's been infallibly condemned. Okay, moving on. So, going to something very sad right now. We have the sex abuse scandals. These are a series of scandals which has broken out across the world, saying that there was priests or other bishops, in some cases cardinals and archbishops, that are either sexually abused children or teenagers, or have been alleged to. Most often, though, it is alleged. There's far more alleged child abuse or sexual impropriety between adults and teenagers than is ever proven. But we'll get into more of it. It is a very sad thing, and it's very upsetting that it's occurred, definitely. I don't want to be insensitive to any victims, but it is definitely a bludgeon that is used against the church by people who are often hypocritical themselves. Okay, next up, I probably said it 10,000 times, cultural Catholicism. Cultural Catholicism is the idea that Christianity, and Catholicism in specific, has an intense effect upon the culture and people that are grown up within it. And so a lot of people who do not practice Catholicism anymore identify as being Catholic, and in a sense they are culturally Catholic. They deeply identify with it without ever actively practicing it as an adult. And some of this has to do with the idea that Catholicism, in the United States at least, or in other countries, is more liberal than Protestant denominations. Because when you have a mass survey of the populace and you ask them, what religion are you? All these cultural Catholics will put down, I am Catholic, and then say a bunch of, they'll say they support abortion, and they'll say the church needs to ordain a lady, and then they support gay marriage and stuff. So it gives this interpretation, or this sense that Catholicism is a lot more liberal than it really is. But that's because these people aren't actively going to church but calling themselves Catholics. While at the same time, Protestants, that there's not as strong cultural Protestantism as there would be with Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, Judaism, Islam, Hinduism. Protestantism, because it has a much lesser extent of things like sacraments and sacramentals, and it's just focused on, especially lower church or Protestantism, of just preaching and just reading the Bible, and that's it. So there's a lot less cultural backswing. And so you'll see this is that people that leave low church Protestantism, they become atheist and become Protestant, anti-Christian, while people will leave Catholicism and then still identify with it. And so I think that that's the whole reason where you have the liberal Catholic who never goes to church. Next up, we have ignorance of the real presence. Unfortunately, again, with a lot of people that don't go to church or poorly catechized or educated, a lot of people will not understand or ignore the real presence of Jesus Christ within the Eucharist and his body and blood. Next up, we have the Spirit of Vatican II. The Spirit of Vatican II is this catchphrase used by liberal Catholics to try and justify increasing liberalism within the church. And I mean liberalism in the sense that Redeemed Zoomer means, as taking Catholicism or your religion less seriously and taking the claims of the secular world more seriously. So when the talk about, say, gay marriage or abortion is brought up, or the church does not allow women to become priests is brought up, these people will say, well, it's the spirit of Vatican II. We need to push forward into a more open church, right, in their perspective of getting rid of Catholicism and pushing towards what the secular world wants for the church. And here's another one. This is kind of one I put in. I'm still a Catholic. I just like going to this megachurch. There's a lot of course, I don't know if it's as big a deal anymore because America's declining overall, but there's a lot of Catholics that were poorly catechized who end up converting to evangelicalism, low church evangelicalism, and going to things like megachurches as adults. And sometimes they'll say, I'm a Catholic still, or I believe in the theology of Catholicism. I just like the atmosphere or the consumerism, actually, sometimes, of these megachurches. They just like being in the club in the megachurches. And so there's a lot of politicians that will say, I'm Catholic, but I go to a megachurch. Really unfortunate. Okay, John Paul II was a reactionary. This is something I grew up with a lot of liberal Catholics saying, that John Paul II is a dinosaur. John Paul II, of course, he was second to last pope. He was pope from 1978 to 2005. And so as a millennial, he casts a huge shadow over the Catholicism I was catechized in as a child. The image of Catholicism in the minds of a lot of Gen X and millennials. And so a lot of people would say that he's a reactionary, because keep in mind, he's the one that condemned women priests. He condemned abortions, that Catholics can never believe in it. And he definitely was a champion amongst Christianity in general for his moral teachings, especially in concern of human sexuality, reproduction. Just casts a huge shadow, and so a lot of people that are anti-Catholic really hated him. Okay, Martin Scorsese is a Catholic. So Martin Scorsese is one of the biggest directors in America. He's, of course, made several movies that touch upon religion, including Catholicism, which he was raised in. Martin Scorsese has been divorced numerous times. I don't think he's Orthodox, especially if you watch his movies. He made the movie Last Temptation of Christ, a highly controversial movie, which has kind of an adoptionist theology. And then he also recently made a second movie which details Christianity or Catholicism, Silence, which he drastically I've read the book, but I haven't watched the movie because I've heard bad things about it, so I guess this makes me a hypocrite for talking about it. But from what I heard is he changes the story of the book in the movie and makes it a lot less nuanced and tries to make the apostate priest in Japan a hero. Anyway, moving on, blessings for gay couples. Again, we talked about the church condemning gay marriage. It condemns homosexuality, calls homosexual actions and the homosexual inclination intrinsically disordered. And so a lot of priests try to covertly bless gay couples if they secretly support gay marriage, if they're heretical priests. Benedict XVI was in the Hitler Youth. All German boys in World War II were forced to join the Hitler Youth because Benedict XVI, or his birth name, Joseph Ratzinger, was German, and a teenager in World War II. He was forcefully enrolled in the Hitler Youth. His family was anti-Nazi. His cousin was killed, who had Down syndrome, was killed via euthanasia by the German state. And eventually he was forced, or I should say drafted, to serve within the German army, and he served in the last 2 years of World War II for the German army. Obviously, if you know anything about Benedict XVI, he's clearly not a Nazi. It is very controversial, but a video I've made recently, which is becoming one of my bigger videos, I condemn Nazism. I think in that video I make it pretty clear that Nazism and Catholicism are not compatible. I know that there's going to be some commenters at the bottom, but that's my position. I do not believe that they're compatible. Next one up, quotation, Catholics are Christians too. This was just something that I grew up with. So a lot of this iceberg is going to be personal, some revelations or things that people said when I was growing up as a Catholic within the United States as a minority, especially in the 2000s and 90s when evangelicals still had some kind of presence. Of course, that religion has declined even more than Catholicism has, perhaps much faster than Catholicism has throughout my lifetime. But low church evangelicals, they don't identify with whatever they are. They'll say things like they're non-denominational Christians or just Christian. And so all these kids that knew nothing about Christianity, the history of Christianity, or the various branches of Christianity, when I was growing up, they would say, I'm a Christian. And they would talk to Catholics, because I went to public school, and say, are you a Catholic? You're not a Christian. And when I was growing up in public school and going to sports and stuff outside of, public school, just like normal things, not with close friends, people would say Catholics aren't Christians. And so this was something I would say reflexively, Catholics are Christians too. Obviously, as we get deeper into this iceberg, we're going to go into, no, I'm a Catholic, a Christian. Do you want, because it would be like, I'm a Christian, you're a Catholic, you should become a Christian like me. And so I reflexively say Catholics are Christians too, or Catholics are the first Christians, maybe be a little harder. Maybe now I should say, I'm a Christian, Catholics are Christians. Do you want to be a Christian? Back to evangelicals. Okay, next up, I went to Catholic school, so I'm an expert, quotation marks. This is just, again, something that just comes up. It's just like a recycled meme saying that you think it would be a meme, and then people say it in real life constantly. And whenever somebody's incorrect or says something terrible that's not true about Catholicism, then they'll reflexively say, I just know what's my source because I went to Catholic school. And again, I grew up in an area, I went to public school, and the Catholic school I went to was pretty not the best, and so a lot of the people that went to Catholic school would know less than the Catholics who went to public school. And a large majority, probably like 50% of the Catholic school I went to in the town wasn't Catholic. And so, a lot of faithful Catholics wouldn't send their kids to school, like legitly like faithful, more than my family, because it was just not seen as the best school to teach Catholicism. It might even water down Catholicism or damage it in people's eyes. Anyway, so next up we have Synodal Way. Synodal Way is, of course, what the German church is doing right now, and trying to push very liberal things upon their church and say, this is our way as a synod. We can choose to have women priests, we can choose to have gay marriage, so on and so forth, to Rome. And that's their argument, and that's a controversy because somebody who is chosen by God, who has an office chosen by God, needs to stomp on them and tell them that that's not the way it is, and he's not. Next up, we have air quotes, everyone goes to heaven. Of course, a lot of people that aren't very well read in Christianity, that are culturally Christian or sometimes go to church, are half-hearted. They'll say things like everyone goes to heaven, or God loves everybody, so they believe in universal salvation in the end. Technically, we'll get to this later down in the next tier, but you could say that if God willed all people, he could, if he really wanted to, he could save all people. But the reality is, the vast majority of the saints, which are that wrote, and the theologians, and these people are always more saintly, almost to a man. I'm sure maybe there is a saintly person who isn't well read that believes in universal salvation, but the people that believe that people go to hell usually are a lot more pious and a lot more orthodox than anyone who suggests that everyone can go to heaven. Next up, we have Satan as a metaphor. That's a common liberal Christian thing within liberal Catholicism itself, to say that demons don't exist, that Satan and his minions don't exist, that they're not attacking the faithful, that there's not a war between heaven and hell that's going on. And so they just say Satan is a metaphor for evil in your life, for personal evil that humans do. Obviously, Satan and demons are real. Guitar masses. There's something that's become very common within a lot of Novus Ordo liturgy, especially within the West and Latin America. Of course, a lot of traditionalists have a pretty negative opinion of guitar masses. Think that it doesn't put you within the right frame of mind to truly respect God. So very disdained and hated amongst traditionalists, right? Next up, we have Father James Martin. Father James Martin is, of course, the publisher or prime editor of America, which is a Jesuit magazine in the United States. James Martin is a very smart person, a very smart priest, who is trying to push an agenda to accept gay people, for the church to accept gay people as they are, rather than telling them to abandon that lifestyle and be good Christians and either stop being gay and try to follow through a heterosexual lifestyle, or be celibate. And again, obviously God wants everyone to be saved. Obviously there are gay people that are compelled to do their actions, but God, through his grace, asks that these people abandon that. And that is not meant to hate them, denigrate them, destroy them, or anything like that. Catholics, good Catholics, faithful Catholics, want gay people, people that have a same-sex attraction, and it doesn't matter if it's inborn or it's develops or a combination of both. They want those people to be saved and to accept Christianity. But we do not believe that they can be in a state of mortal sin and keep doing mortal sin and be good with God. James Martin is a priest who is trying to force the idea that we need to allow people of a homosexual inclination to maintain an actively gay lifestyle and be going to church and be accepted by the church. And he's very, very sneaky in the way that he does it. And it's very sad that he does it the way he does. And it's very sad that he's not condemned for doing what he does. But I put him up there in that higher iceberg as these sad things that we have to deal with. Finally, it's too hard for lay people to read the Bible. And of course, this is something, again, growing up, again, brushing shoulders with a lot of evangelicals, a lot of Protestants. The common talking point is Catholics don't read the Bible. Catholics are not aware, they're not literate, they do not know the Bible. And that's why they're not true Christians. It's just something I grew up with a lot. And even my parents would actually say positively for Catholicism is that Catholics don't have to read the Bible because Protestants are a bunch of idiots and they do not know how to interpret the Bible, and we need priests to interpret the Bible for us. And maybe the way that my parents said it was not exactly the best way to say it, because what they're getting at is, you are a layperson, you're not educated, it's not up to you to guide everyone theologically. You as a layperson have to submit to the church. And so that's good. But obviously it's also good to read. It's also good to know about your faith. And so that's the end of tier 1. And now we get into tier 2. Tier 2 is normal mainstream Catholicism within the Anglosphere, within North America. This is what is pushed by the diocese, in my point of view, or just things that if you know Catholicism, you're just an Orthodox Catholic. And I really like using this term now, lowercase o Orthodox Catholic, as opposed to Traditionalist Catholics or Novus Ordo Catholics or Charismatic Catholics. If you believe in the creed, there are plenty of good traditionalists. Obviously. There is a great deal of people that go to the Novus Ordo who are faithful and who are knowledgeable. And so this second tier, this is kind of the mainstream of Catholicism. And as we go down in the rest of these tiers, it's just going to keep up being busy. So the first one I have was published in the 1990s during, of course, John Paul II's Catechism. It's just known as like this catechism because to them it's a word salad. It is so verbose in what it says, especially compared to the Baltimore Catechism, the Catechism of St. Bellarmine, and numerous catechisms, right? And from the point of very verbose, it's very word salady, and so it's not reliable in their eyes, especially compared to older catechisms. Of course, the Catechism of the Catholic Church is one of the most published books in human history. It's in numerous languages. The Vatican has it on its website. I'm pretty sure if you go to any used bookstore in the world, you can find 10 copies of it. I think if you go to any Catholic church and say, I want a Catechism of the Catholic Church, they'll just give it to you right off the bat. And if you go into any basement where there's an RCIA or any kind of like teaching kids the faith, there's going to be an entire shelf of JP2 catechisms. Next up we have Bishop Barron. Bishop Barron is, of course, the leader of Word on Fire media. He is one of the most popular presenters or televangelists or whatever you want to say, speakers within Catholicism right now. And in the minds of a lot of traditionalists, Bishop Barron is a liberal. And that's because of his points of view on humanism, and he doesn't really push the idea of there's no salvation outside the church very hard, and he will say things like, we have a reasonable hope that all people can be saved, so he's seen as a soft universalist. At the same time, Bishop Barron also believes Catholicism is the one true church, also holds a pretty good moral theory, and so he's just kind of seen as the basic mainstream within Catholicism right now. And so Bishop Barron gets talked about a lot, and Michael Voris, before he quit becoming, I guess you could call him a Catholic influencer or something, Bishop Barron was the person he picked on day after day on and tried to attack all the time. Anyway, next up we have the greatest council in history, which I should have put in quotes, but I didn't. This is actually a saying of Bishop Barron. Generally, this whole thing comes up, and obviously this whole chart deals with the controversies of Vatican II, the reaction to it known as the Traditionalist movement. And so Vatican II is of extreme controversy, right, to the entire Traditionalist movement. But the whole idea of Vatican II as the greatest council in history is because the way that the church acts a lot of the times, or when you talk to somebody, all that they talk about is the documents of Vatican II and what the documents the popes have written since Vatican II. They never talk about prior teachings, and even if it's something that's very orthodox that agrees 110% with everything that came before Vatican II, they just quote Vatican II. Even if it's like the Nicene Creed and it's, the most rock solid, infallible declaration or whatever in theology, they just go to Vatican II. And that's why I put that there. Next up, we have EWTN. EWTN is Eternal World Television. It's a tongue twister, but it is the biggest televangelist station and radio station as well in the world. And it is primarily English language, but I think it has offshoots in other languages like Spanish as well, because obviously America and Mexico have a lot of overlap. But it is a huge thing, something my parents would watch when I was growing up. It's on basic cable, every basic cable program in America, basically. It is the largest network of televangelists, I think, bigger than any one single Protestant televangelist network. And it just had a huge influence prior to people switching to the internet in the 80s and 90s and into the early 2000s. Generally, they would be considered maybe more conservative than the bishops. And as time has gone on, say the general Council of Catholic Bishops, kind of like the norm, slightly more conservative, but definitely not traditionalist or out of the ordinary, orthodox, faithful. But as time has gone on and the crisis of Francis's papacy has continued, EWTN has actually moved further and further closer to traditionalism. Now we have the Amoris Laetitia controversy. This is, of course, probably the greatest, or maybe now the second greatest controversy within Pope Francis's pontificate. In Amoris Laetitia, which is an apostolic exhortation by Pope Francis, or at least issued in his name or ghostwritten in his name, it was suggested that the divorced and remarried Catholics, civilly remarried that is, because as we'll get into further down here, divorce is a mortal sin and impossible within the Catholic Church, can go to reconciliation or confession and receive the Eucharist. And still have conjugal relations with their spouse. And so this is a firestorm which has ignited one of the greatest controversies in the history of the Catholic Church. Next up, we have the same exact thing, and I'm going to mispronounce it. Vidosia supplicans. I know I'm mispronouncing it. So this literally came in the middle of writing this Iceberg, and this is, again, a writing that came out from Francis recently, that is. And it is a firestorm that has been ignited because a lot of people have read this document and they believe it allows priests to bless same-sex marriage. And so right now there's a firestorm of controversy which are surrounding this document. Okay, and I already touched on this. Next up we have reasonable hope all can be saved, in quotes. This is the idea pushed by Bishop Barron and a lot of other kind of like middle-of-the-road Catholics, priests and prelates, that we can't believe in concrete universalism, but we can kind of believe in this soft universalism, the idea that maybe all are saved, or, just the very worst serial killers, rapists, pedophiles, and mass dictators, they're the ones that go to hell. Hell's just kind of like, you're left out of the party. There's it's like a convention center where, Hitler and Ted Bundy sit at the end and they just get left out and they're just sad because they don't get to have heaven. And that's it. They don't get tortured or anything, right? So, pretty mainstream-ish, kind of like soft universalism. Traditionalists, of course, hate it. Next up, we have ecumenism. Ecumenism is the idea of different religious groups or different religious bodies working together and trying to have some kind of dialogue for unity. Maybe this dialogue for unity is only understanding. Maybe it is full reconciliation of trying to reform the one true church. And so ecumenism, at least the modern ecumenist movement, was banned basically up until Vatican II. And so this is an extremely controversial thing within traditional Catholicism, is that the modern style of ecumenism, especially under John Paul II, and not as much as Paul VI, ironically, John Paul II, to a lesser extent Benedict XVI, and then under Francis, has been exaggerated, and it kind of leads to this indifferentism, and there's a lot of controversies that have occurred within the Catholic Church since Vatican II, which are connected to out-of-control ecumenism. I think that the majority of Orthodox Catholics think that ecumenism within other denominations are trying to work together with other denominations as long as Catholics don't stop believing in Catholicism and believe that it's the true church is good. It's good to be charitable towards Eastern Orthodox or Protestants. And ultimately, ecumenism, which its goal isn't just dialogue or understanding, but full reconciliation of those church bodies within the Catholic Church, that is the goal, and that would be positive. Now, the idea that you should just have dialogue endlessly without getting anywhere, and that you're basically throwing under the bus your own beliefs, that's where traditionalists would be very upset and condemn ecumenism, as in their minds it leads to an indifferentism. Next up, we have Ultramontism. Ultramontism is, let's just read off the Wikipedia article verbatim. Ultramontism is the clerical political conception within the Catholic Church which places a strong emphasis on the prerogatives and powers of the Pope, in contrast with Gallicanism, an historical position, my own aside, the belief that popular civil authority, often represented by the monarchy or the state authority over the Church, is comparable to the Pope. So Ultramontists, they tend to really, really like the Pope and really want to follow his powers and be very interested in the activities of the Pope and his direct teachings when it comes to their daily lives and the influence of the Pope, or at least the current Pope, throughout the Church. We have divorce as a mortal sin, which I talked about before, as the Bible teaches. Divorce is immoral. It is a mortal sin. The Catholic Church doesn't allow that. The Anglican Church, ironically, was founded by Henry VIII trying to get a divorce and martyring Catholics for it. And so, very important thing in Catholicism, very much condemned by non-Catholics or people that leave the church so they can get a divorce or at least go to a church within good standing and be able to maintain their conjugal acts. Next up, we have lay people consuming both species. Since Vatican II, lay people within the Western Rite are allowed to consume both the wine and the bread of the Eucharist. Prior to Vatican II, in the Latin Mass or the Trinitine Rite, the lay people only consumed the bread. Okay, next up we have two different Bible translations into English. Again, because I wrote this and I'm an English speaker, this is biased towards the English-speaking world. So we have the New American Bible, which is the official Bible translation used by the American Catholic Church. And if you go into any Catholic church, I'm sure they'll give you, in the United States that is, they'll give you a free NAB, New American Bible, right off the bat. It's the Bible that is used within the Mass for the scripture sections. The NAB is kind of like the Protestant, similar is the NIV. And so it's kind of this paraphrased Bible. The problem is that it's not necessarily a terrible translation. I don't want to call it the best translation. The problem is that it has all these notes in it, and these notes are super liberal, higher criticism notes, and if you try to read them, especially if you're not that well catechized, it will really undermine your faith. Next up, we have the Revised Standard Version, Catholic Edition, RSVCE. This is a more, even though generally the Revised Standard Version is actually considered a liberal translation, Catholics, when they took it in the early 60s and made it their own as part of an ecumenical translation, they actually made the RSV much more conservative from a textual standpoint. And so this is what's often used by a lot of the mainstream Orthodox theologians and a lot of different groups. And it will, even though the NAB is used within the liturgy, the RSV Catholic edition is very common to be used throughout the Catholic Church in the English-speaking world. Next up, we have in air quotes, John Paul the Great, John Paul II being called John Paul the Great. And so, again, like I said before, John Paul II, he was Pope for 27 odd years or something like that. And he had this huge influence over a lot of Gen X, over a lot of millennials, and a lot of Orthodox people liked him. He's a very charismatic Pope, very charismatic sportsman. And so there's been this tendency to make John Paul II into the greatest Pope of all time after he's died. And so a lot of people that are well-meaning will call him John Paul the Great. Of course, trads have a pretty negative opinion of him if we get along here further into this iceberg chart. Next, we have pro-life. The Catholic Church is, of course, pro-life. That means that they oppose abortion, and they believe it's immoral and the murder of children. Lay people should regularly read the Bible. Of course, this just echoes. It's hard for lay people to read the Bible above in the last tier because educated Catholics, of course, think it's a good thing for lay people to read the Bible. Next up, we have pronatalism. I'm just going to straight up read Wikipedia again. Natalism is called pronatalism, or the pro-birth position, an ideology which promotes the reproduction of human life as an important objective of being human and advocates having a high birth rate. Natalism promotes childbearing and parenthood as desirable for social reasons to ensure the continuance of humanity. Natalism in public policy typically seeks to create financial and social incentives for populations to reproduce, such as providing tax incentives for them that reward having or supporting children. Those who adhere to more strict interpretations of natalism want to limit access to abortion and contraception as well. The opposite of pronatalism or natalism is antinatalism. The Catholic Church is seen as being very pronatalist. Marriage is a sacrament within Catholicism. You are told that marriage is very positively promoted within Catholicism, and for there to be a valid marriage, it must be open to the parents wanting to have children, and the primary purpose of marriage is the procreation of children. So Catholicism rightly is seen as a very pro-natalist ideology or religion. Okay, next up we have piano music at Mass. Piano music is, of course, in a lot of people that go to church, they rather hear piano music. They find it more respectful than a guitar mass, a piano mass. Of course, trads don't like piano mass. Next up, I have 1 Timothy 2:12. 1 Timothy 2:12 is a very important Bible passage which condemns female ordination, female priesthood. And let's read the Dewey Rames translation. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to use authority over the man, but to be in silence. This condemns, if you read the further context of it, women to be leaders within the church, and thus to be both bishops and priests. And this is, of course, St. Paul. And so it's a pretty lock and closed argument that there's an all-male priesthood. And of course, Catholicism believes in an all-male priesthood. So the 2011 liturgical reform, this was in the, at least within the English language, where they changed the Novus Ordo Mass translation to be closer to the Latin of the Novus Ordo, and this is where you change and with you to and with your spirit, and you have all kinds of things which are longer in English, but arguably prettier, that came into the Novus Ordo Mass within the United States. And because it was believed to be both more theologically correct, these translations, and closer to the original Latin that the 1969 Missal was published with. Next up, God saves unbaptized babies somehow. I put this in air quotes. And we're going to get down further lower. Catholicism believes in original sin. If you die with original sin never forgiven, you will be damned within Catholicism. So, original sin is taken away through baptism. And so, if children that are ignorant and have not done actual sin yet die, they will not be in a state of grace and cannot be saved because they are never baptized. And so, this is one of the most controversial aspects of Catholicism and Christianity in general. What happens to ignorant children who are innocent, who have not been baptized? And of course, I think that right now at the moment, the majority of, I guess, middle-of-the-road Orthodox Christians, Catholics, same thing, right? They're going to say, we don't know. Of course, we don't know because it's not in Scriptures. But that God somehow saves them, we don't know yet. And so that's kind of like a reprise that we get. And of course, that's not the traditionalist position. Next up, we have Our Lady of Medjugorje. Our Lady of Medjugorje is an ongoing Marian apparition, extremely controversial. Many traditionalist elements of the church believe it's highly dubious. It has been condemned by the local bishop, but still there are thousands of people who go to Medjugorje every year. And Medjugorje, this is in Bosnia, the seers in Medjugorje have been seeing Mary basically daily for the last 40 years. And it has not really, even though it's been condemned multiple times by the local bishop in Bosnia, the Catholic Church hierarchy and the Pope has not really condemned it harshly enough for it to end yet. And there's been many scandals with Our Lady of Medjugorje involving the clergy that are connected to it. Next up, we have Mother Angelica. Mother Angelica was a nun in the Poor Clares, and she founded EWTN. She ran EWTN until about 2000, 2001 when she suffered strokes and she stopped. She was a televangelist and her show was Mother Angelica Live. She was very orthodox, and although she wasn't exactly a traditionalist, she was combative with the more liberal members of the American episcopate. Okay. The problem is disloyal priests. This is another thing of the problem of the crisis with the Catholic Church after Vatican II. More mainstream, Orthodox, middle-of-the-road people that are represented within Tier 2. They'll say that the problem that's going on with the Church is disloyal priests or liberal priests rather than maybe confused teaching or popes not being harsh enough to condemn things, or that the Novus Ordo and the way that it is implemented and done in most churches undermines people's belief in the real presence. Okay, next up we have Pope Francis is misunderstood. This was, I don't know if this is still going on, this was a common refrain during Pope Francis's various scandals, that he was misunderstood and that he's really just as orthodox, or just as, I don't like using the word conservative, but in this sense, just as conservative as John Paul II or Benedict XVI, but he's just misunderstood by the media, and people are getting confused by what the media is saying, and if you really listen to what he's saying, he falls just in line with all the post-Vatican II popes. Not eating meat on Fridays during Lent. The majority of church-going Catholics will eat meat on Fridays normally, but they will abstain from eating meat on Fridays in Lent. Jesuits are liberal. The Jesuit order is, of course, kind of fallen into decline after World War II, and especially after Vatican II. It's seen as very theologically liberal and modernist, and so a lot of Orthodox, church-believing Catholics, church-going Catholics, they have a very dismal view of the Jesuits. Next up, we have Catholic Answers. Catholic Answers is an outreach ministry of Catholic apologetics. Generally, it's kind of like middle of the road, kind of, again, with a lot of this tier 2 stuff, stuff that you'll get in your normal church. Normal priest will push it, not fairly traditional, but Orthodox gives you good answers. More ecumenist than trying to push outside the church there is no salvation and things like that. For a period, though, when Web 2.0 was just beginning, Catholic Answers was really the most popular Catholic website in the English-speaking world. And so for a period of time, they really influenced kind of like the public perception of what was Orthodox or what was the mainstream church for a time. I think that time has definitely ended now, though. And so, again, we have kind of like this ecumenist phrase. I think it actually comes from Vatican II itself. The next one is Orthodox and Protestants are separated brethren. Just like this very ecumenist phrase that's not very condemning of Orthodox or Protestants as schismatics or heretics. Next up, we have Theology of the Body. Theology of the Body is, of course, the teaching of John Paul II as it relates to marriage and human sexuality. Definitely was pushed a lot in the mainstream church since John Paul II. It remains very popular to this day. And then next up we have Humanae Vitae. Humanae Vitae is the encyclical in 1968 published by Pope Paul VI, which condemned artificial birth control after the pill came out in the 1960s. It also speaks about population control measures and the fear of overpopulation, something which became very big in the environmentalist movement in the late 1960s and early 1970s. And you had a bunch of people like Paul Ehrlich, which were pushing that the earth was overpopulated. And so a lot of these people would push up against the Catholic Church and condemn it for its pronatalist stance. And Humanae Vitae didn't just condemn artificial birth control. It really stood up to the idea of overpopulation and its threat. And of course, now birth rates are declining precipitously. Soon we will cross the 2.1 threshold. That's a TFR, or total fertility rate, of 2.1 children per woman, which is considered the minimal line for a replacement of a population. Soon the whole entire Earth is going to dip below that, and humanity's total numbers are going to start to decline. And so while Humanae Vitae was seen as kind of like this backwards, kind of like stupid thing by the world at that time, it really has become a prophetic message by Paul VI and a great deal of courage. We'll talk about Humanae Vitae and definitely Paul VI further as we go deeper into these tiers. Next up, we have Traditionalists, Custodes. I know I mispronounced that. It means, in English, that was the Latin I just said, guardians of tradition. I'm just going to read Wikipedia off here. Is a apostolic letter issued motu proprio by Pope Francis, is promulgated on the 16th of July 2021, which regards the continued use of pre-Vatican II rites, aka the Latin Mass. It restricts the celebration of the Trinity Mass of the Roman Rite, called, quote, colloquially, the Latin Mass or the traditional Latin Mass. This was accompanied by a letter to the Catholic bishops of the world. This restricted the use of the Latin Mass throughout the Western Rite of the Catholic Church after it had flourished following an earlier motu proprio by Benedict XVI, Summorum Pontificum in 2007, and it was extremely negatively reviewed by the traditionalist movement for very obvious reasons. Next up, we have the 1969 liturgical reform. That is, of course, the Novus Ordo. That's the Novus Ordo Rite. That's where the Novus Ordo becomes the main mass used throughout the Western Rite of the Church, or the Roman Rite of the Church. Next up, we have Steubenville College. This is a Franciscan university in Ohio that is very popular amongst various Orthodox Catholics throughout the United States. There are other, of course, good universities pushed forward by the Newman, Cardinal Newman Center, but Steubenville, I just kind of put it there because it has a reputation of being kind of like the bulwark of colleges for the Catholic Church in the United States. And that ends Tier 2, and so those are the first tiers. Tier 1 and Tier 2, for the most part, don't address traditionalism that much. The top is what you could call liberal Catholics, or like people that don't go to church, and then the second one, Tier 2, that's kind of like the mainstream within the Catholic Church, whether middle of the road or, more Orthodox, more conservative, more well-read than the first tier. And once we get to the next tier, that's where you start to get below the surface into traditional Catholicism, and that's what we'll be talking about next. Okay, let's do this. Let's do Tier 3 for the traditional Catholic iceberg, which I, Serp Kerp, have made. And you guys get to hear me with my beautiful voice and my beautiful stutter. First up, we got Reverend Novus Ordo, right here below the waterline. This is where traditional Catholicism starts. Reverend Novus Ordo. Novus Ordo is, of course, the new order of Mass, the 1969 liturgy following Vatican II. So Reverend Novus Ordo would be that liturgy which is done, which honors God, and which is done in line, similar to the way that the Mass was done prior to 1969 with the Latin Mass. So a lot more reverent. You're going to see things like the priest facing the tabernacle ad orientem. You're going to see communion on the tongue rather than on the hand. You're going to see altar boys rather than altar girls. You're not going to see the laity shaking each other's hands during the sign of peace. Overall, a Novus Ordo which matches the respect for the divine presence of Christ in the Eucharist like the Latin Mass would. Okay, next up we have the 1962 Missal. This is the last Missal of the Roman Rite that was published before Vatican II. It is the most commonly used Latin Mass Missal. It's used both by the Society of St. Pius X and in the Indult under both Summorum Pontificum and by the various Indult groups like the Fraternity of St. Peter. Next up, we have Pope Francis undermines evangelization. All the crises attached to Pope Francis, how he doesn't treat the Catholic Church and the Catholic faith very seriously, and in the eyes of many traditionalists and more over time, the general, you could say, small o Orthodox Catholics, he's seen as undermining the faith and serving as a disruption which causes Catholicism to be seen less seriously to Protestants, Orthodox, and non-Christians. Thus, it makes it really hard to try and evangelize to people and help to try and convert them to Catholicism when Francis is making the church into a laughingstock. Indult Mass. An indult, we're going to quote Wikipedia's page on indults here, is a thing in Catholic canon law, an indult, or a permission or privilege granted to the competent church authority by the Holy See or the diocesan bishop, as the case may be, for an exception from a particular norm of church law in an individual case. A recent indult was granted in 1984 by John Paul II, and that was the beginning of the Latin Mass indult. That is where there is an exception to the norm, the modern Missal, the post-1969 Missal, the Novus Ordo, where prior Missals are allowed, those prior Missals being the Latin Mass. So basically, indult Masses are Masses that are allowed under the structures of the normal Catholic Church. These are Latin masses permitted by the local bishop under priests that are under the local bishop, in full communion with the local bishop and thus the Holy See. Next up we have Charles Coulomb. Charles Coulomb is a Catholic writer. He often talks about history as a background in history, and he's a traditionalist author. He is very good because he is very soft-spoken, but he also talks about controversial issues, so he is a really good place to introduce, say, more normie Catholics to the world of traditional Catholicism and its worldview. Charles Coulomb is also a monarchist, and so he talks about monarchism a lot in his books. He publishes under Tumblr House, or most of his books are published under Tumblr House, and so he has a semi-regular appearance on the Tumblr House YouTube channel where he goes over various topics just within the church and within the culture at large. Next up, we have Father Malachi Martin. Now, Father Malachi Martin, he's a pretty controversial figure, to say the least. He became an author after Vatican II, and he talked about many traditionalist topics and topics which are interesting to the Catholic world at large, but also supernatural topics. His most famous book was 1976's Hostage to the Devil, which was about exorcisms. He made a lot of appearances on Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell at the time, which was one of the most infamous and interesting shows in the history of American radio, in the history of UFOs and supernatural activity. And so he would go on to Coast AM a lot, and that's where he got a lot of coverage. He wrote a lot of these strange kind of novels that are supposed to be conspiracy books that are, sort of true or almost true. There's a lot of controversy surrounding him as a person, and there's allegations that he was a homosexual or that he lived with a woman, and just a lot of odd allegations in him saying that he saw like demons attack him in person, manifesting into the flesh and attacking him. Just a lot of controversy that's attached to his person. He was actually a professor of paleography, and he wrote several books about the Dead Sea Scrolls before the council. But after the council, he was a Jesuit, and he, for the most part, left the Jesuit order. He didn't completely leave it. It's kind of odd, but he had most of his vows taken away. He didn't serve as a priest day to day or in a parish, but he was never defrocked or anything like that. He just lived as a priest and then wrote all these books. Next up, we have Michael Voris. Now, Michael Voris, again, super controversial speaker. Probably not as traditionalist as a lot more people will go down through this iceberg with, but Voris, he used to be president of St. Michael's Media. He was leader of Church Militant, which is a kind of like online TV version of EWTN, or like an online televangelist network for Catholics, which isn't run by the Catholic Church or clergy, which is run by lay people, including Michael Voris. Michael Voris recently stepped down. Michael Voris had a long history of homosexual inclinations, and he stepped down due to scandal concerning that. Michael Voris, though, was really famous because of how aggressive he would attack priests and bishops throughout the church, and he would just kind of like attack them in interviews, and just kind of like go after bishops, not really talk about theology or try to promote, say, maybe a more orthodox or even traditionalist theology. He would just be very aggressive and just list off these bad things that bishops do or are supposed to have done in some of these cases. And so he was super combative, and he burned a lot of bridges, and he made a lot of enemies. And so what ended up happening is that he got put on a lot of like Southern Poverty Center hate lists, and stuff like that, and ended up getting sued by a lot of dioceses for slander. He's resigned from Church Militant now, and it's unclear what the future of what for Church Militant what is going to be. Okay, and next up we have Summorum Pontificum. Summorum Pontificum is an apostolic letter published by Pope Benedict XVI in July of 2007. And this broadened the indult for the Latin Mass massively. And this was the 1962 Mass, which we talked about earlier, of that version of the Latin Mass. And it called the Novus Ordo the ordinary form. It made the Latin Mass into the extraordinary form, and basically allowed any diocesan priest to do it if their congregation wanted it, and to do it privately whenever they wanted. And so it led to a massive explosion in the celebration of the Latin Mass, and it led to a lot of lay people, especially Gen Xers and millennials and Zoomers, going to the Latin Mass for the first time, and just kind of spread traditionalism and throughout the church as just kind of this fertilizer. And of course, Pope Francis clamped down on it and revoked it recently in 2021 with Traditionalist Custodes. Okay, now we have Tan Books. Tan Books has been a long-time Catholic distributor and publisher of books. They're kind of seen as a more traditionalist publisher, and they've been around since 1967. They've gone through a lot of different owners. They're currently owned by St. Benedict Press. They publish a lot of good stuff. At earlier times, some of the stuff was a little bit edgier than it is today. So if you ever go to a used bookstore, you're going to see a lot of Tan Books generally within the Catholic section of a used bookstore. Next, we have NFP, which is short for Natural Family Planning. Natural Family Planning is family planning methods which are approved by the Catholic Church. Those are planning methods to either help you get pregnant or to avoid pregnancy, which do not use artificial contraception. And you try to track the woman's cycle and see when she's fertile, and you either avoid sex during the fertility window or you have sex during the fertility window to have children. It wouldn't be sinful in the minds of most Catholics because you're open to having a child if it doesn't work out, and you're not blocking or preventing pregnancy in any real way. Next up, we have not eating meat on every Friday. Now, most Catholics in the United States, or I would say the Western world that are real, weekly church followers, probably only avoid eating meat on Fridays during Lent. But from my understanding, that's technically not what you're supposed to be doing. You should technically be not eating meat every Friday. And so a lot of people that are more tradition-minded, they will be avoiding eating meat every Friday. Next up on our iceberg, we have Eastern Catholic churches or Eastern Rite churches. So there are 23 Eastern Christian particular churches of the Catholic Church which are in full communion with the Pope. So the reality is that the Pope is the Patriarch of the West, but there are several other churches in communion with what you could call the Roman Catholic Church, and each of these would be Eastern Catholic churches. And so there's something like 18 or 20 million Eastern Catholic churches within various rites, and these rites celebrate the same liturgy that is seen within Eastern Orthodoxy and Oriental Orthodoxy. A lot of traditionalists who would have grown up in the Novus Ordo, they don't want to go to the Novus Ordo. They end up going to Eastern Rite Catholic churches because the liturgy in those churches has not been touched by the reforms of Vatican II, and so in their eyes, they're a lot more reverent than the liturgy that occurs in most of the churches within the Western Rite right now. Okay, now we have Francis is not a good pope. Probably should have put this in quotes because this is a statement or an opinion, but this is just the observation that Francis's papacy has had numerous scandals theologically, morally, and even structurally, just with his very conduct. And so, with all these scandals, as I said before, with Francis's undermining evangelization, these scandals are undermining the credibility of the Catholic Church, and they're causing people to leave the Catholic Church or have a crisis of faith where they think that the Church is not the true Church of Christ because what Francis is doing seems to be a discontinuity. Next up, speaking of continuity, we have the hermeneutic of continuity. And now this was a term that was used by Benedict XVI when he was Pope, and when he was Cardinal and Prefect, I'm going to mispronounce everything, stutter boy here, Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith. And so the hermeneutic of continuity is kind of a way to read everything that comes out of Vatican II, everything that comes after Vatican II, in continuity with everything that came before Vatican II, stressing that the Catholic Church is the same church and it's teaching the same things before and after the Council. And this is in strong contrast to the idea of the spirit of Vatican II, where there's this generalizing liberal tendency to kind of drop everything that is Catholic and just liberalize the church. And of course, Benedict XVI had a term, his own term, for that kind of attitude, and that's the hermeneutic of rupture. That Vatican II is a rupture with everything, and this is a new church, right? And so, next up, after that hermeneutic of continuity, we have FSSP, or the Priestly Fraternity of St. Peter. And so that's a Traditionalist Catholic Society of Apostolic Life, where it's a society of priests, and they are traditionalist priests that are in full communion with the Catholic Church, the normal Catholic Church, I should say, or they're regular with the Catholic Church, and they offer the 1962 Missal, the Latin Mass. And so the Fraternity of St. Peter, they were really created after the Society of St. Pius X was excommunicated following the 1988 Icone consecrations. The Fraternity of St. Peter is a pretty vibrant priestly order with a lot of seminarians and a lot of priests that are rapidly being ordained. It is a pretty good society which offers the Latin Mass and is loyal to the bishops. Okay, next up we have Bishop Strickland. Now, Bishop Strickland, this only came up, the controversy surrounding him only came up in the middle of writing this Iceberg. And so he used to be the bishop of Tyler, Texas, until, I believe, in October or November, Pope Francis, that is, forcibly removed him from his diocese. And that's because Bishop Strickland was starting to become a pretty prominent opponent of Francis and would criticize him publicly. And so he called Francis something like this, an expert of producing cowards. Francis pushed aside the true pope and attempted to sit on a chair that's not his, and he's a usurper of St. Peter's chair. He proclaims the devil's voice to be the voice of the Holy Spirit. So Francis wouldn't take this open criticism and forcibly pushed him out of office. And Bishop Strickland wasn't a open traditionalist for very long. He only first began celebrating the Latin Mass in 2020 before he was forcibly dismissed from his diocese in 2023. So he kind of flared up really fast and got kicked out really fast. And it's very rare for a bishop to, because Francis asked him to resign and he refused, and Francis actually used his power as pope to forcibly resign him from the diocese. Strickland didn't go off and try to run his counter diocese yet, as far as I know. Okay, next we have air quotes, or I don't know if air quotes, but quotation, more Catholic than the Pope. And this is, of course, a slander which is commonly used against traditionalists and just faithful Catholics in general, because they will take the faith seriously, or at least more seriously than the Pope in a lot of people's eyes. And so it was kind of a slander to say in under John Paul II or Benedict XVI, and now traditionalists will just say I'm more Catholic than the Pope openly. Just kind of a sad state of affairs where everything's at right now. Next up, we have the Anglican Ordinariate, or a personal ordinariate for former Anglicans. This is an ordinariate or canonical structure within the Catholic Church which was created to enable groups of Anglicans to join the Catholic Church but preserve parts of their liturgy and parts of, I guess the word is spiritual patrimony. So they're allowed to use the Anglican, I guess I'll just call it the Anglican Mass, but fixed a little bit to be more in line with Catholic doctrine, and to use the Book of Common Prayer and even the King James Bible just fixed a little bit to be in line with Catholic doctrine. And so this was created in 2009 under Pope Benedict, as the Anglican Church globally has gone through a great crisis of liberalism. And so a lot of Anglican priests and bishops, who if they weren't married, they have to step down from bishops and just become priests, to celebrate Mass in a way which is more like that of the Anglican use. And the irony is that they're joining the Catholic Church with the Novus Ordo in wide use. So the average Anglican ordinate church has a much higher liturgy, a much more reverent liturgy than that used in most Catholic churches. So it's just kind of ironic. So a lot of traditionalists, if they're unable to go to a Latin Mass, or at least a Latin Mass, which would be an indult and regular or legal for them, licit to go for them to go to as lay people, they will go to Anglican ordinate churches. The Anglican ordinate's kind of weird though, because we talked about Eastern Catholics before. It's this weird kind of in between where it's like almost becoming like a rite of the Catholic Church. Like the Anglicans are coming back and we're coming back in communion, so they'll have their own stuff, but as long as they're loyal to the Pope and as long as they're Orthodox, they can do their Mass like the Eastern Rite does, but they're not fully given the status of an Eastern Church like the Byzantine Catholics are. So it's just kind of this weird thing, and it's just kind of in this limbo, and it's yet to be seen if in the future, if there's going to end up being another Western Rite church within the Catholic Church, an Anglican Catholic Church, if you will. Next up, we have Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson is, of course, a famous American actor and American director. He grew up as a traditionalist Catholic, and he still identifies that today. He made probably the most famous Christian movie ever, just in total of all Christian films, I would say. Passion of the Christ, which was, of course, deeply influenced by the Catholic faith and various devotionals about Christ's crucifixion and his passion, and visions of Christ's crucifixion and his passion. And it is just kind of seen as the piece of art which is made since Vatican II, which best exemplifies the traditional Catholic worldview. Next up, we have the Baltimore Catechism. The Baltimore Catechism has now fallen into public domain, so you can find it online. But this was the national catechism used by the Catholic Church in the United States for education of children and adults from something like 1885 till the late 1960s, early 1970s. And so a lot of traditional Catholics will keep using this catechism and point to it as a much better catechism than the John Paul II Catechism, or simply called the Catechism of the Catholic Church. And so while the mainstream Catholic Church, for the most part in the United States, uses the Catechism of the Catholic Church, or actually the United States Catholic Catechism for Adults, which is based off the Catechism of the Catholic Church, a lot of traditionalists and just faithful Catholics in general prefer the Baltimore Catechism, because the Baltimore Catechism is very clear, and it's short and it's sweet, and it's very orthodox. So if you use the Catechism of the Catholic Church or the John Paul II Catechism, it has very long, verbose explanations where a person that's not very well read on theology is going to get lost. While the Baltimore Catechism, each one, there's Baltimore Catechism 1 for younger children, Baltimore Catechism 2 for like middle schoolers, Baltimore Catechism 3 for adults, and Baltimore Catechism 4 for catechism teachers. It's a lot simpler and just directly will tell you theology or doctrine. Okay, next up we have Reform of the Reform. This is the movement which is trying to take the Novus Ordo and make it more reverent. We talked about the reverent Novus Ordo, and make it try and match the Latin Mass. And so this was kind of a movement of people that viewed the Novus Ordo as this disruption that's undermining Catholic faith, and it's undermining belief in the real presence. And so we don't want to I guess a lot of people that were pushing Reform of the Reform probably would go to the Latin Mass if it was available, but a lot of people, there wasn't the indult, they didn't have that available, so they were just trying to reform the Novus Ordo to make it more in line with the real presence, belief in the real presence, and that there wouldn't be liturgical abuse. Ultimately, it seems that the movement just has been swallowed up by traditionalism as traditionalism has grown in strength. Next, we have Bishop Athanasius Schneider. He is a, what would you call it? A Volga or Black Sea German. So it's an ethnic German settler who moved into the Russian Empire and then the Soviet Union, who is a bishop in Kazakhstan. You see, after World War II, there were ethnic Germans that were in the Soviet Union, and Stalin punished them because he believed that they were loyal to the Nazis in World War II by forcibly deporting them into Kazakhstan. And so there is a community of Catholics in that very large but arguably pretty obscure and population-wise small nation. And Athanasius Schneider is a bishop there. His priest growing up is actually a blessed, I'm going to say his name wrong, Oleski Zarikli, and he was a Ukrainian priest who was martyred in 1963, and that was one of the priests that catechized him. And so he ended up moving to East Germany and then West Germany with his family in the 1970s. He would end up becoming ordained and consecrated and became a bishop there in Kazakhstan. Since then, since I guess really Francis's papacy, he's kind of become the most open bishop that has a diocese or is regular with the church in promoting traditional Catholicism, and then over time directly criticizing Pope Francis. His criticisms have been nowhere near as sharp as Bishop Strickland's, so he has not been kicked out of his diocese yet. I feel like something like that could happen before this Iceberg videos are even finished getting made. But just a pretty interesting figure. He also will do things like speak out against mass immigration from the third world into Europe of Muslims. He recently published his own catechism, which is interesting. I believe it's called Credo. Next, we have organ music at Mass. So in the first tier, we had guitar Mass. Second tier, we have piano Mass. And now getting down to a more reverent liturgy, we have the organ Mass. Organs were used a lot more commonly prior to Vatican II than guitars and even pianos, right? So in the minds of a lot of traditionalists, if you're going to have accompaniment, musical accompaniment that is by an instrument at Mass, it ought to be an organ. Then we have communion on the tongue, right? Communion on the tongue is how the Eucharist was traditionally received prior to the reforms of the Second Vatican Council in the liturgy. And so most traditionalists believe you ought to receive communion on the tongue, and it's extremely important. And the reason for that is if you receive communion on the hand, it's a lot more likely for parts of the host to break off, and the host, the entire thing, is the body and blood of our Lord through transubstantiation. So if any piece of it were to fall off when it's placed in the hand, it could fall on the floor and be stepped on and desecrated by people. So a lot of traditionalists think that the way that the Eucharist is received by most lay people throughout the world is a liturgical abuse. Next up, we have Gregorian chant. Gregorian chant is a chant which is, deeply entrenched within the history of the Catholic Church. It's usually done in Latin, and it's done without any musical accompaniment. People chanting slowly in Latin all at the same time. A lot of people find it very calming, and it helps them center on meditation during Mass. You need a lot of men to do it. It's traditionally done by men or boys. So it wasn't like before Vatican II, it would have been in every chapel in the countryside. It usually would have been, say, at higher masses or pontifical masses, and usually probably a cathedral or a bigger, more important church. But of course, this fell away after Vatican II, and now it's kind of rarely seen. Sadly, I think most people are more familiar with Gregorian chants, not from the church, but from the theme song for the video game Halo. And there's, of course, the infamous meme that, how do you know which church is the true church, the Protestant church or the Catholic church? Well, obviously it's the Catholic church, because Protestant music sucks because it sounds like Coldplay, and Catholic music is awesome because it sounds like Halo. Next up, we have Michael Lofton. Michael Lofton is a theologian and apologist who's had a very interesting background. So he has been Jewish and Presbyterian and Baptist, Catholic, then Orthodox, then Catholic again. And recently he has his channel called Reason and Theology, and he originally started out as actually pretty hard traditionalist, and now has become the poster child for the Pope-splainers, and we'll get to Pope-splaining further along here. But he's an apologist, and what he ends up doing, though, during his Pope-splaining, or his lengthy defenses of Pope Francis, is he attacks not just traditionalists as his opponents in what might not be seen as the most charitable fashion, but just plain small o Orthodox Catholics across the board. And so he's burned a lot of bridges and made a lot of enemies with his style. But as they say, loft dog is top dog. And as Michael Lofton himself says, Pope Francis is the Vatican glue. Now we have LifeSite News. LifeSite News is a Canadian conservative, Catholic, anti-abortion website. It's just kind of a news website. The problem is that LifeSite News posts a lot of news which I don't consider to be the most valid, or at least their headlines are written to not be the most valid, and it kind of ends up being yellow journalism in my opinion. And I feel like LifeSite's news basically kind of like black pills a lot of Catholics that tell them that the Catholic Church is about to explode at any second, and it's just kind of like, for lack of a better term, fear porn, and it kind of sells itself through clickbait in trying to get Catholics to look at it and think that the Catholic Church is about to defect at any second. And so I think it's not very reliable, and it can be pretty toxic. Next up, I have a Bible quotation here, a pretty important Bible quotation, 1 Corinthians 11, 2 through 16, and I'm going to read it out of the Douay-Rheims. Now I praise you, brethren, that in all things you are mindful of me, and keep my ordinances as I have delivered them to you. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. Every man praying or prophesying with head covered disgraceth his head. But every woman praying or prophesying with her head not covered disgrace her head. For it is all one as if she were shaven. For if a woman be not covered, let her be shorn. But if it be a shame to a woman to be shorn or made bald, let her cover her head. The man indeed ought not to cover his head, because he is the image and glory of God. but the woman is the glory of the man. For the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man. For the man is not created for the woman, but the woman for the man. Therefore ought the woman to have power over her head because of the angels. But yet neither is the man without the woman, nor the woman without the man in the Lord. For as the woman is of the man, so also is the man by the woman, but all things of God. You yourselves judge, doth it become a woman to pray unto God uncovered? Doth not even nature itself teach you that a man indeed, if he nourish his hair, it is a shame unto him, but a woman nourish her hair, it is a glory to her, for her hair is given to her for a covering. But if any man seem to be contentious, we have no such custom, nor the church of God. So this is just saying that, well, there's more here, but it's primarily saying that men don't wear hats in church, something which is done pretty much by all men in all churches throughout Christianity. But it's also saying that women need to have head coverings in church. And so it's advocating that women wear hats, or what they traditionally wore, veils in church to cover their hair, because that's what they need to do to be modest. Of course, in the Western world and throughout a lot of Christianity in general, head covering for women has declined. A lot of traditionalists, women still wear veils. The other thing that this Bible quote is saying is that the man is the head of the household. Next up, we got Pachamama. Pachamama is probably one of the worst scandals in the entirety of Pope Francis's papacy. So Pachamama is actually a pagan god of the Amazon and in the Incan Empire religion. It's a fertility goddess in Incan mythology, kind of like an earth mother. And so, during the Amazon Synod, Pope Francis allowed the worship of an idol to this pagan god, Pachamama, to be done in Catholic churches and Catholic worship spaces. And so it was a grievous scandal. And the Pachamamas ended up being stolen, I think, maybe even twice, dumped into the Tiber. It was a big deal. Just terrible, allowing an idol to be placed within an area of Christian worship. Truly one of the most scandalous things that's happened in his papacy. Next up, we have extra ecclesiam nulla salus, a Latin phrase meaning outside the church there is no salvation. And so, this is the doctrine held by the Catholic Church that you cannot be saved if you're not a Catholic. You can only be saved by the Catholic faith, and if you are a member of the Catholic Church. If you are a member of a schismatic church, so an Eastern Orthodox, or a member of a heretical church, Eastern Orthodox also have heresies, and Protestants are also schismatics, so say something like the Protestants, you are outside of the body of the church, and though you may worship Jesus and you may be validly baptized, you cannot be saved by Protestantism and Eastern Orthodoxy. You can only be saved by the true Church of Jesus Christ and the true religion, the Catholic Church. And this has been defined numerous times, and it is probably the most controversial teaching of the Catholic Church, which a lot of prelates are very fearful and do not want to preach. And so it is a very feared saying that a lot of bishops and priests will not say out loud. And so another thing, I talked about ecumenism earlier. A lot of traditionalists would say that ecumenism undermines, perhaps even grievously, the teaching of extra ecclesiam nulla salus. Okay, next up we have the Douay-Rheims Bible. The Douay-Rheims Bible is, of course, an English translation which was published beginning in 1582. I think the entire Bible was finally published in 1610. It is the traditional English Catholic translation. This was the Bible used by Catholics basically for the greater part of 350 years. And this Bible, unlike the King James Version or the Geneva Bible, which were its main competitors, was not translated from Greek and Hebrew or Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic. It was translated directly from the Latin Vulgate, that is, the Latin translation translated and compiled by St. Jerome, which for the most part, until 1943, was basically the official, infallible Bible of the Catholic Church following Trent. And so a lot of Protestants and a lot of modern scriptural scholars will turn up their noses on the Douay-Rheims because it wasn't translated directly from the Greek and directly from the Hebrew. Of course, the scholars were looking over the Textus Receptus at the time, the Greek text, and they would have known about the Hebrew text. They would have known about the Septuagint, the Greek version of the Old Testament, when they were translating it, and they would have kept that in mind. And in fact, ironically, the Douay-Rheims is a lot closer to the Hebrew and Greek than most modern translations because it's fairly literal. So a lot like the NAV, which is based off of, the most up-to-date and best Greek, it's a lot more distant than the original tongue than the Douay-Rheims is. The Douay-Rheims also doesn't water down doctrine in an ecumenical way like the NAB or the RSV, the Revised Standard Version, even the Catholic edition does. So I've been reading it in all the Bible translations here. A lot of people don't like the Douay-Rheims. I mean, even in comparison to the King James Version, because it's just, they think that it's just clunky because of how literal it is. But, I like it. A lot of people like it. Technically, the Douay-Rheims that most Catholics use isn't actually the original Douay-Rheims, and it has a lot of revisions in it. So it's technically the Douay-Rheims Challoner version, named after the head of the Catholic Church in the 1750s in England. And so that's the revision that most people use. I think for a long period after the New American Bible came out and after Revised Standard Version and the Jerusalem Bible and all that stuff came out, the Douay-Rheims kind of fell into a decline. But I think now with the whole King James only movement, kind of like within Protestantism, and Catholics looking over and seeing that and looking their criticisms of higher criticism and how that's undermined a lot of translations, they're turning back to the Douay-Rheims. And it seems every year more and more people are using the Douay-Rheims, and it's just kind of spreading throughout Catholicism, both within the Traditionalist movement and, as I would say, just the general small o Orthodox Catholics. Okay, next up we have the Dubia. Now the Dubia was a document, a list of questions which were sent to Pope Francis as a way to try and clarify the controversies connected to Amoris Laetitia. It was published by some pretty well-esteemed, high-ranking cardinals, these 5 cardinals, including Cardinal Brandmüller and Cardinal Burke. It seems, I would say, Francis replied to it somewhat, but he's never fully replied to it and clarified the whole controversy concerning civilly divorced and remarried Catholics being allowed to receive communion. And so it just kind of stands out as this controversy which Francis has not addressed, and he's been told to address by the people which are the most able to force him to address it. Next up, we have a very strong controversy and a very big conspiracy, and that is the third secret of Fatima. Fatima was an apparition that took place in Fatima, Portugal in 1917 in a series of visions, and there were three secrets which were part of those visions given to the seer children. Fatima, by the way, is probably the greatest public miracle in recorded history. A lot of the miracles in the Old Testament technically aren't recorded history because recorded history kind of starts with kind of like the Greek Golden Age and the Roman Empire. That's where we get to recorded history. So the miracles are technically of the Bible are Bronze Age and Iron Age, but even compared to the crossing of the Red Sea, the miracle of the sun, where you have tens of thousands, maybe over 100,000 people seeing the sun do a little dance in the sky. It was a pretty dramatic miracle. And so Fatima and the message of Fatima to pray the rosary, that is key to the heart of a lot of Orthodox, small o Orthodox Catholics, but also traditional Catholics throughout the world. So Sister Lucia of the Seer Children was the longest surviving one, and she wrote down the 3 secrets. And the first secret was released, and the second secret, which predicted World War II, was released and called for the consecration of Russia. And that's a controversy in and of itself if the Pope has ever actually correctly consecrated Russia. And so all these popes have tried to consecrate Russia and the world, or consecrate Russia and Ukraine. And is it done in accordance with the way that Mary did it? And so there's all this stuff. Is it been consecrated? Has it been sort of consecrated? And so that's a controversy in and of to itself. But the biggest controversy concerning Fatima is that Sister Lucia said that the third secret of Fatima ought to be released around 1960. And she said it needs to be released because it will appear clearer at that time. And John the 23rd refused to release it at that time. He was Pope. The way that I think even Archbishop Lefebvre said this, or he was outside the room when it was revealed to John the 23rd. He said, John the 23rd was extremely dismissive of it and said, this is irrelevant to my pontificate. And because of that, it wasn't the version, I should say, of the third secret was released was only in 2000. And it's pretty obscure. I can read an English translation here. The third part of the secret revealed at Cova di Ira Fatima on the 13th of July 1917. I will write in obedience to you, my God, who command me to do so through His Excellency the Bishop of Leiria, and through your most holy mother and mine, after 2 parts which I have already explained. At the left of Our Lady and a little above, we saw an angel with a flaming sword in his left hand. Flashing, it gave out flames and looked as though they would set the world on fire, but they died out in contact with the splendor that Our Lady radiated towards him from her right hand. Pointing to the earth with his right hand, the angel cried out in a loud voice, penance, 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 and we saw an immense light that God, something similar to how people appear in a mirror when they pass in front of it. A bishop dressed in white. We had the impression that it was the Holy Father, other bishops, priests, men and women, religious, going up to a steep mountain, and at the top of which there was a big cross of rough-hewn trunks as of a cork tree with a bark. Before reaching there, the Holy Father passed through a big city, half in ruins and half trembling, with halting steep. Afflicted with pain and sorrow, he prayed for the souls of the corpses he met along the way. Having reached the top of the mountain on his knees at the foot of the big cross, he was killed by a group of soldiers who fired bullets and arrows at him. And in the same way, there died one after another the other bishops, priests, men, and other women, religious women, and various lay people of the different ranks and positions. Beneath the 2 arms of the cross, there were 2 angels, each with a crystal astorium in his hand, in which they gathered the blood of the martyrs, and with it sprinkled the souls that were making their way to God. Okay, so pretty obscure. It seems to talk about a martyrdom of a lot of religious, including a pope. So I think the Vatican, or a lot of people kind of more regular with the church as opposed to lay people criticizing the church, or maybe dissidents in the traditionalist movement, interpret it to be the assassination of John Paul II. Some people think that it's either heavily edited or it's just an outright forgery, and that the third secret has been covered up to this day, because it was said that this needs to be not released until 1960. It was believed that this was a direct warning by some traditionalists about Vatican II and the consequences of the council for the church. Next, we have most people go to hell. So if you looked up in the higher tiers, we had reasonable hope that all may be saved, and we had everyone goes to heaven. Now, most people go to hell. That's the more theologically correct, more common teaching you're going to get. It's from the saints, from theologians throughout the history of the church. And it makes sense because you can't be saved unless you're in a state of sanctifying grace. That means that you have not committed a mortal sin. And because there's no salvation outside of the church, only Catholics can be saved. So even if every single Catholic were saved, that would still be a minority of humanity, because there's only, it's always a billion or so, right? But there's 8 billion people in the world, and if every single Catholic was fully in a state of sanctifying grace, that would be only 1 in 8 human beings. That would mean most people go to hell. And as we talked about earlier, most people that are baptized Catholic, they don't go to Mass every Sunday. They aren't regularly going to communion. They're doing mortal sins, and they're not being forgiven of them. So it would make sense that the vast majority of people would ultimately be damned. And there are numerous Bible quotes, both from St. Paul and directly in the Gospels from our Lord, saying that there will be many which will be damned. Okay, now we have the church has fallen into decline since Vatican II. This is, I don't think it's really debatable that since the 1960s and the 1970s, that the Catholic Church on numerous indicators has substantially declined in terms of adherence, in terms of church attendance, in terms of ordinations, in terms of catechesis of the laity. Across the board, there's just been a general malaise which has taken over the church and pushed it into what could be seen as a stark decline in the piety of both the laity and the clergy. At the same time, a lot of laity and clergy have been picking up heresies, and the church hierarchy has not acted to try and clarify, in many cases, these heresies, or if they do clarify them, they don't try to prevent them or have people drop the heresies. They kind of just say it's wrong and then move on. There's been an apostasy of many people leaving the church. The church is just generally seen as weaker and less capable and charismatic, and proving its extraordinary claims as the one true ark of salvation for the human race. Next up, we have young earth creationism. Young earth creationism is, of course, the belief that God directly created the world as it is described in a very literal fashion at the beginning of the book of Genesis. Young earth creationists believe that the earth is 6,000 to 10,000 years old, depending on which version of the Old Testament they have, the Septuagint if they're using it, or if they're using the Masoretic Hebrew text. While pious Catholics probably are the group of Christians that are most accepting of evolution or an old earth compared to, say, pious Eastern Orthodox or pious Protestant fundamentalists, there is a contingency of young earth creationists within the Catholic Church, and they do trend on average to be more towards a traditionalist bent. Next, we have Pope Francis flip-flops, and that's just something that seems to be across the board. He does not give straight answers. He flip-flops. He tells one group of people what they want to hear, another group of people what they want to hear. He tells small O Orthodox, or you could say faithful Catholics, faithful theologically correct things, and then he tells vague things that liberals want to hear what they want to hear. And so a lot of the controversies which surround his papacy the Amoris Laetitia controversy. I'm going to mispronounce it. The whole blessing the gays controversy. Those come up from this kind of flip-floppy attitude that he has. Next up, we have Institute of Christ, the King, Sovereign Priest. This is a society of apostolic life of pontifical right, which is in full communion to the Holy See, and which does the traditional Latin Mass liturgy. While not as big as the Fraternity of St. Peter, it is definitely a pretty big group of priests which offer the traditional Mass that are in full communion with the Holy See, and they are growing. Next up, we have the Pope Francis death penalty controversy. And this is something I feel that gets kind of glanced over and doesn't get put into the level of direness or scandal that the whole Amoris Laetitia or the blessing of gays recently has kicked up, that dirt that those have kicked up. But Pope Francis modified the Catechism of the Catholic Church, again, what I call the John Paul II Catechism, to say that the death penalty or capital punishment is inadmissible in light of the gospel, and in, I'm going to mispronounce it here, Fratelli Tutti, which is his encyclical in 2020, he also says that the death penalty is inadmissible and that there is no stepping back from this position, which is in extreme contradiction to the historical teachings of the Church. The Bible directly gives the death penalty as a punishment numerous times for crimes in Leviticus, in Numbers, in Exodus, throughout the Torah or Pentateuch. God absolutely approves of the use of capital punishment biblically, and that the Church has routinely said that capital punishment is admissible. Now, John Paul II kind of moved into this direction, and a lot of more liberal and more middle of the road bishops tried to tack on opposition to the death penalty to the pro-life position. But the Papal States executed numerous people. It's absurd to say otherwise. It is very, very clear that throughout the history of the Catholic Church has supported the death penalty or capital punishment. And this is a grievous controversy, which I feel is just kind of being swept under the rug. Next up, we have a pretty big scandal, pretty big controversy going back to the whole sex abuse crisis or the sex abuse scandal we talked about before. We have the John Jay Report, or the nature and scope of the problem of sexual abuse of minors by Catholic priests and deacons within the United States. And that was done as a 2004 report by the John Jay College of Criminal Justice on behalf of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, done by surveys completed by the diocese within the United States. And this is the statistical backswing to the whole sex abuse scandal or sex abuse crisis. If you look into it, pretty negative, sad numbers. It says that about 4% of all ordained clergy from 1950 to 2002 were accused of sexual abuse. Now, keep in mind, I want to say this, though. A lot of priests that are accused of sexual abuse are dead and can't defend themselves. And that the United States has a long history of after-the-fact accusations of sexual abuse. This is most well-known with the Satanic Panic of the 1980s, where numerous people were accused of satanic ritual abuse and nothing came of it. And so, in my mind, as a historian, I know that sexual abuse definitely occurred, and that in the John Jay Report there is a lot of data that points to the reality of that, and that there clearly were victims. But I do also see that there seems to be a lot of similarities with these accusations of sexual abuse by Catholic clergy and with the satanic ritual abuse. Now, of course, the mainstream media will not see that connection, and they will say that the satanic panic, if you will, and the ritual abuse that occurred there had no validity, while all the sexual abuse that would have occurred within the Catholic Church to children and minors, absolutely covered up, absolutely valid every single case. And again, I know if you're a victim, that may sound like I'm doubting the validity of your story. I'm not. But this is just something I have to get it out of the way. In the John Jay report, it says 0.1% of clergy were convicted, or 5.7% of those accused. Now, I know that it is very difficult, if it does occur, any kind of sexual abuse is very difficult to prove, and it is very rare as well that somebody will be convicted. But once you look into the data of the John Jay report, some striking things happen. The number of alleged abuses increased in the 1960s, peaked in the 1970s, started to decline throughout the 80s, and by the 1990s had returned to the levels of the 1950s. Which means that the spike and the decline mirror the implementation of Vatican II, which is kind of interesting. And if you look into the nature of the abuse, the profile is that it was largely teenage or pubescent boys. And so that it is male on male sexual abuse. Of course, there were children that were prepubescent girls that were abused, but the majority of abuse occurred to pubescent and teenage boys. And this matches a common form of sexual abuse that occurs within the gay community, which is known as pederasty. This type of abuse is ubiquitous between all homosexual groups, male homosexual groups, that is, throughout the globe. It is a very common thing. Now, of course, I'm not saying that every single man that is afflicted with homosexual desire is a pederast, but there is a strong history of pederasty within every homosexual subculture throughout humanity. Before I move on, it is also worth noting that the John Jay report, that its writing does not match its data. It does not ever talk about the homosexual inclination and the homosexual data registered within the nature of the data. It whitewashes its own data. It does, what is so common within a lot of scientific papers. It supports the status quo ideology, even if the data aggressively disagrees with what the status quo says. Moving on, now we're going to talk about Archbishop Vigano. Archbishop Vigano is an Italian archbishop. He was Apostolic Nuncio to the United States from 2011 to 2016, and he served as Secretary General of the Government of the Vatican State from 2009 to 2011. He is now in hiding after he revealed two big scandals. He revealed financial corruption within the Vatican, and he accused Pope Francis of covering up the sexual abuse that Francis's close confidant, Cardinal Theodore McCarrick, had done as Cardinal of Washington, D.C. Following these revelations, Vigano went into hiding, and since then he has joined the Traditionalist camp and has become increasingly radical. There are now rumors that he has been conditionally reconsecrated as a bishop, into the old rite because he was consecrated in the post-Vatican II ordination rite, and now he has been consecrated, according to rumors, by Bishop Williamson in the pre-Vatican II, pre-1968 rite. And according to Bishop Sanborn theorizes that Archbishop Vigano, take this with a grain of salt, is also a SETI privationist. So Archbishop Vigano, living in hiding, revealed a lot of scandals, which came true. Very interesting figure in the church. Next up, we have 1 Peter 5. 1 Peter 5 is a kind of like a Catholic news site, a traditional Catholic news site. And historically, I haven't read their articles that much recently. Historically, they're kind of similar to LifeSite News. They're kind of like fear mongers or a fear porn site, which would say that at any point in time, the Catholic Church is right about to defect, it's right about to fall apart, everything is collapsing. And it would kind of invoke a lot of fear. It was definitely what you could call a black pilling website. Part of that had to do with its former leader, Steve Skojak. I probably mispronounced his name. I think it's Skojak, maybe. He apostatized from Catholicism. And so prior to that, he kept posting more and more negative things about the Catholic Church and how it's run. And now he's apostatized and openly anti-Catholic. And so I think that kind of influenced 1 Peter 5. Since he's left, my understanding is it's improved. Next up, Pope-splaining. Pope-splaining is apologetics done by Catholics, apologists or theologians, where they try to explain away any controversies that Pope Francis has done within his pontificate. To a lesser extent, this existed within Benedict XVI or John Paul II or Paul VI. But the controversies that occurred under those papacies probably could have all occurred within a year and then of a single year of Francis's papacy and been overshadowed. So it really has to do at this point with Pope Francis. And so Pope-splaining is kind of like this idea of the hermeneutic of continuity, which we talked about earlier, applied before and after Francis's papacy and trying to minimize the damage and the incoherency of Francis's teachings and his various controversies. As Francis undermines the Catholic faith, a lot of Pope-splaining is seen as kind of grasping at straws and is uncredible by a lot of people that see it, including Orthodox Catholics. And that concludes the third tier of the traditional Catholic iceberg. Now that we're getting further along, it's time to get to the fourth tier of the iceberg. And this is where we kind of get into a lot more controversial parts of traditional Catholicism. First off, we have the Society of St. Pius X. The Society of St. Pius X is the largest order of priests in the world which practices the Latin Mass exclusively, thus the largest traditionalist group, or I should say group of traditionalist priests in the world. It's very controversial because in 1988, Archbishop Lefebvre and the 4 bishops he consecrated at that time were excommunicated. And it actually hadn't been in full communion, or I should say regularly incarnated in the church since 1976. During Benedict XVI's reign, there was kind of both sides, the Vatican and the Society of St. Pius X are trying to get into full communion, but that hasn't happened yet. There's a lot of controversies which surround the Society of St. Pius X, and many of the various other traditionalist Catholic orders throughout the world point back towards the Society of St. Pius X as where they came from. Next up we have the Roman Catechism. The Roman Catechism, or the Catechism of the Council of Trent. This is a compendium of Catholic doctrine which was published or commissioned after the Council of Trent, is kind of an answer to all the Reformation catechisms, most famously published by Martin Luther. to defend the Catholic faith, teach it to the faithful, and most importantly, teach it to priests. It's a pretty high-level catechism that a lot of people point to. It is usually seen as the best Catholic catechism. Michael Davies. Michael Davies was a traditionalist Catholic author that was pretty popular after the council. He was, of course, English. He wrote several books in defense of Archbishop Lefebvre. He was a leader of Una Voice, and he wrote a lot of books criticizing the Novus Ordo liturgy and the changes. He would compare the changes in the Novus Ordo liturgy following Vatican II often to the changes that occurred within the English Church during the English Reformation and the transition from English Catholicism to English Anglicanism under Cranmer. Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre. Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre was a French archbishop who passed away in 1991. He was probably the most famous and influential person throughout the entire history of the traditional Catholic movement. He was the founder and first superior general of the Society of St. Pius X. He ordained numerous priests in that order and consecrated 4 bishops, earning excommunication in 1988. Before that, he had a pretty colorful and distinguished career as a missionary, archbishop. He was actually a council father during Vatican II, and he was the leader and superior general of the Holy Ghost Fathers for a period. Archbishop Lefebvre was known for a high level of personal piety, but ultimately, as I said before, he would end up being excommunicated following the very controversial consecrations of bishops in 1988, and he was excommunicated by John Paul II then. There's a great deal of information about Archbishop Lefebvre, and the thing about it is, I'm going to end up talking about him, if I already haven't, numerous times throughout this iceberg. Fisheaters.com. Fisheaters.com is a Catholic website in the Traditionalist bent, which offers a lot of resources and commentary upon the church and everyday life from a traditional Catholic perspective. It used to, I don't know if it still does, have forums, and there was a lot of shenanigans that occurred on those forums. The post-Vatican II annulment crisis. So, as I said before, the Catholic Church does not recognize civil divorce. It does not believe in divorce because, as our Lord said, marriage is permanent between a wife and her husband. And so, any kind of divorce where somebody tries to marry another person ends up becoming adultery. So the Catholic Church does not recognize divorces within itself or without itself from civil authorities. But it does recognize what it would believe to be marriage that never actually took place or never were properly able to be formed. And so that recognition that the marriage never indeed took place, that would be an annulment. And before Vatican II, annulments were really rare. You would have an annulment lawyer, and it would take years. Usually annulments were due to some obscure technicality, and there would be only a few dozen that would occur in any year because it was so rare. Now, after Vatican II, there have been tens of thousands of annulments within the United States alone and throughout the entire Catholic world. And it's believed that the annulments right now are just kind of a rubber stamp. And indeed, to get an annulment, you have to pay. And so a lot of dioceses see annulments as kind of a way to generate revenue for themselves. While the actual technicalities which would have enabled a marriage to be annulled in the past have now been watered down to the point that it's basically just divorce. The Remnant. The Remnant is a traditionalist Catholic newspaper published in the United States out of Minnesota, in particular Forest Lake, Minnesota. It's currently run by Michael Matt, and his father Walter Matt founded it. It's been historically pretty sympathetic to Archbishop Lefebvre and the Society of St. Pius X. It's been ongoing since 1967, 1968. So this is what it says on Wikipedia. The Remnant claims to adhere to Catholic teaching in every aspect of its journalism. The name The Remnant is a reference to the remnant of Isaiah and to refer to not only a remnant of Catholics holding out to the traditional teachings and practice of the Church that remain after the sweeping changes brought by the Second Vatican Council. Ironically, the remnant broke off of the Wanderer, and so the Wanderer was never, say, liberal or anything. It's also a Catholic newspaper that came out of Minnesota and actually went back into the 19th century in the 1860s. Both the Wanderer and the Remnant are run by the Matt family. But ironically, the Remnant broke off because it was a traditionalist, while the Wanderer was what you could call small O Orthodox, but adhered to the teachings of John Paul II and Paul VI, and was generally, air quotes, a conservative Catholic newspaper. Since then, the two sides of the family have reconciled, and basically both of them are traditionalist Catholic newspapers at this point. Modernist heresy. The modernist heresy is something that came up in the late 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century under the pontificates of Leo XIII and Pius X. Modernism, according to Pius X, was called the synthesis of all heresies. It's extremely difficult to define what modernism is. It's pretty notorious in how amorphous it can be. I guess a lot of people would say they would identify it with liberalism, and I know that he's not the most popular person to Catholics, and especially traditional Catholics, but I think he's a pretty good YouTuber within Christianity in general. Redeemed Zoomer, who is a Presbyterian, likes to say that Christian liberalism is the idea of taking the religion of Christianity or whatever denomination of Christianity and its claims less seriously. I think that to a certain extent fits in with what modernism is, but modernism really is the idea that truth changes over time and that truth needs to adhere to what the consensus of the modern culture at any given moment. And so a lot of the times somebody who's modernist would be kind of Machiavellian in that, say when they're 20 they could believe in one thing, when they're 40 they could believe in something else, and when they're 60 they could believe in something else, and that they believe that truth changed over time, or they're kind of just going wherever the wind blows to a certain extent. This is how the Catholic Encyclopedia tries to define it. In general, we may say that modernism aims at the radical transformation of human thought in relation to God, man, the world, and life, here and thereafter, which was prepared by humanism and the 18th century philosophy and solemnly promulgated at the French Revolution. Modernism kind of has to do with the interior predisposition of a liberal Christian, in that they still feel a religious drive as they undermine the claims of their religion, and to them what religion is kind of the good feelies of the religion. It's not so much the truth that is revealed by God through that religion, it's just sort of the efficacious feelings that religion gives them. So to them, if Christianity, if Catholicism, and different branches of Christianity are right or wrong, or if Islam or Judaism or Hinduism or Buddhism or whatever faith, world religion, or even just made up junk like occultism, like astrology or something, whatever it is, as long as it creates this efficacious feeling deep down that makes somebody feel connected to the world, feel connected to some kind of higher power, that at its core is religion. And as you could see, this kind of melts religion down into this gooey garbage that can't stand up and defend itself, protect itself, and say it stands for everything. And it just kind of becomes this parody for atheists to make fun of, and it just kind of gets laughed at, and it crumbles into dust, as we'll see within the liberal Protestant churches, which have been conquered by modernism. If you point to something like the Episcopalian Church of the United States, absolutely decimated and destroyed, or the Congregationalist Church, the so-called United Church of Christ in the United States and Canada, conquered and destroyed by modernism. And so if you look there, you'll have clergy that don't even believe in the existence of God or that Jesus was a historical person. It's basically just liberalism wearing religion as like a skin mask, like Hannibal Lecter. A good example of a modernist Catholic would be Father Richard Rohr. And so, like, a modernist canard would be radical revision, radical historical criticism of the New Testament that basically says that Christianity evolved over the course of 200 or 300 years, that the earliest Christians didn't even believe that Christ was the incarnation of the Jewish God, Yahweh, but then would push back, even though what they just said completely debunks Christianity if it were true, and just says, well, the message of Christianity basically it amounts to being a good person, and that makes me feel good. A lot of traditionalists try to point towards the Second Vatican Council and the theologians that came in its wake and the popes even, and say that they are modernist and that they are undermining the church. But modernism, I think, is a lot more pernicious, difficult to tie down, and it doesn't like to say what it outright believes. It's just this amorphous mass which says that at the end of the day, religion is just a feeling of good feelings. The 2013 Conclave's irregularity. So this has to do with the election of Pope Francis. Because the papal conclaves have several protections within them to try and make them secretive, and the actual conduct within a conclave in terms of who votes for who is supporting who, and so on, is highly secret. It's difficult to tell what will go on within any conclave that elects the Pope. But within 2013, and because of all the controversies that came out after Francis, there's kind of this whirlwind of conspiracies that surround it. And so a lot of people who are opponents of Pope Francis or believe that he's leading the church into grievous and uncharted waters, they try to persist that there was a lot of irregularities that happened within the conclave. This includes plans prior going into the conclave of various liberal clerics to try and elect Pope Francis, and kind of Pope Francis like being this Machiavellian who just flips back and forth between kind of like a middle of the road John Paul II person to being like a radical liberal or even modernist who's going to destroy the church for his own power, and like ideas that the United States secret CIA or the NSA were bugging it and trying to push away another pope that would be like Benedict XVI to John Paul II to kind of push its liberal plan on the world by overriding the Catholic Church as an opponent. Just a lot of conspiracies surrounding it, and the idea that there was a lot of breaking of rules for conclaves for the benefit of Pope Francis. This is also connected to the idea that Benedict XVI never actually withdrew or resigned from the papacy, and that he was kind of under some kind of house arrest, and he maintained the papacy throughout his life, and Pope Francis was some kind of anti-pope. And I'm going to end up talking about this several times throughout this iceberg. It's just this ongoing conspiracy, which as Francis's scandals get worse and worse, becomes a bigger and bigger conspiracy. Okay, this one's in quotations, Novus Ordo Church. So you have the Novus Ordo Mass, and so when you get into the more radical traditionalist circles, they'll often call the mainstream Catholic Church the Novus Ordo Church to try and differentiate it from what they see being true Catholics or true Catholicism, and the church that came up after Vatican II in their minds being some type of apostate church, or in the very least corrupted by modernism or liberalism, so they call it the Novus Ordo Church. Next up, we have Anthony Stein, who is a commentator, I guess kind of like an online news person for Catholicism. He has a pretty big YouTube channel and online presence in Return to Tradition. He kind of reminds me of LifeSite News or 1 Peter 5, in that he covers a lot of stuff and you'll get blackpilled from him. But I don't really think that he's as much yellow journalism. He's much straighter in what he's saying. The problem is, of course, if you follow day to day what's going on in the Curia and with Pope Francis, it becomes very depressing. Next up, we have Medjugorje is a scam. So, of course, we talked about Our Lady of Medjugorje, which is this Bosnian alleged visions. There's 6, Croatian Bosnians who say that they saw Our Lady in 1981, and they're still seeing her to this day, and that they've kept seeing her on and on since when they were teenagers until the present day. The idea that Medjugorje is a scam is that Medjugorje isn't real, that it's been condemned by the local bishops, that there's nothing going on there that's supernatural, that Mary is not visiting the people, and that it's just kind of like a tourist attraction, and that the visitors are, the seers, I should say, are putting on a show as a tourist attraction to prop up the town of Medjugorje in Bosnia, as there's thousands, tens of thousands of people that go there every year as a pilgrimage, and that the town kind of gains a lot of money through this, and that some elements of the Franciscan order, which run the chapels around Medjugorje, are in on kind of like laundering money and making money for the Franciscan order. Next up, we have Freemason conspiracy theories. Freemasons are, on paper, a fraternal organization that trace their origins to the local guilds of stonemasons, that is, in medieval times. While they claim to trace their heritage to medieval craft guilds, they're not really a craft guild anymore. They're more or less a secret society, which is based around occultism. Catholics are banned from becoming Freemasons because they're a secret society or semi-secret society where people that are members, men that are members, are the only ones that can know some of their secrets. Lots of conspiracy theories have surrounded around Freemasonry, coupled with the fact that cult rituals to some extent go on within the Freemasonic lodges. It's no wonder that a lot of Catholics pick up on Freemasonic conspiracy theories. There's this widespread belief within these conspiracy theories that the French Revolution and the rise of liberalism throughout the West is a byproduct of the secret societies of Freemasonry trying to undermine the monarchies of Europe. To this day, a lot of traditional Catholics believe that Freemasons continue to exist as a conspiratorial element within society, undermining order and undermining the Catholic religion. Next up, we have E. Michael Jones. E. Michael Jones, or EMJ. E. Michael Jones is a Catholic cultural commentator, self-taught autodidact historian. He actually has a doctorate, but it's in English. But most of his books have to do with history. If you read his books, it's clear that he doesn't have an editor, and that he's kind of an autodidact when it comes to history. He didn't really get trained within the topic. I'm not saying that E. Michael Jones is a completely unreliable source, but you have to realize that he's not that well trained as an historian, and that he's not kind of like cross-referencing with the general work of historians that talk about the topics he talks about. E. Michael Jones is kind of well known for being anti-Jewish or holding a pretty anti-Semitic worldview, whether rightly or wrongly. One of his books is called The Jewish Revolutionary Spirit. That's probably his most famous one, but he's also wrote about the history of the sexual revolution. And he also talks about theology, or God's Plan Throughout History and a book called The Logos Rising. E. Michael Jones, having an English background, makes him much better, I think, at journalism than at history. And so if you read a lot of his books that are more up to date as opposed to talking about things in the Middle Ages, a lot of those books are very good. E. Michael Jones, although going to the Novus Ordo Mass and being actually anti-Latin Mass, ironically, is usually seen kind of like tangential or sort of connected to Catholic traditionalism. He's written books condemning the Society of St. Pius X, but also condemning Medjugorje and Michael Voris. Kind of an interesting guy. I think that it is well worth reading a lot of his books. Definitely stuff that's occurred within his lifetime rather than medieval or books that have to do with iniquity. His books on the sexual revolution or his book on Medjugorje, I think, are pretty good. Next up, we have the Assisi prayer meeting controversy. So the Assisi prayer meeting, or Assisi 1, was an ecumenical prayer, I believe, for world peace that was conducted in October 27th, 1986, organized by Pope John Paul II. Numerous Christian leaders, of course, including John Paul II, but the heads of the Anglican Church and representatives for several Orthodox national churches and the leaders of several Orthodox national churches, along with leaders in several world religions, including the Dalai Lama, prayed for world peace. John Paul II didn't necessarily, I think, directly pray with the false pagan religions, but prayed with the other Christian representatives there. There was a lot of shenanigans that went on around that time of things like a Buddhist idol of Buddha being placed upon an altar. This included Hindus, Buddhist, Shinto, just kind of like tribal, religious, kind of traditional religions praying for world peace alongside with Christians. It kind of is seen as the worst excess of John Paul II's ecumenism. In a lot of Society of St. Pius X circles, it's seen as kind of maybe one of the worst things that has happened since Vatican II. There's also been an Assisi II and Assisi III, which have also been conducted by Benedict XVI. These Assisi prayer meetings by Benedict XVI were not as spectacular as the one held by John Paul II, and they're kind of seen as slightly less sacrilegious than the first Assisi prayer meeting. Next up, we have Quo Primum. Quo Primum is the incipit of an apostolic constitution in the form of a papal bull issued by Pope Pius V on the 14th of July, 1570, after the end of Trent. It promulgated the Roman Missal, which made its use obligatory throughout the Latin Church of the Catholic Church, unless if there was a different Mass liturgy that had at least existed for 200 years. So this is the liturgical ordinance following Trent that kind of protects the Latin Mass and tries to clean up any liturgical abuses that were happening prior to the Reformation or the Counter-Reformation, and kind of fed into the Protestant uprising. Quo Primum, of course, was often used by a lot of traditional Catholics following Vatican II because they felt it gave them a defense to continue using the Latin Mass, or the pre-Vatican II non-Novus Ordo liturgy, you could say. And so a lot of the times they would quote this ending of Quo Primum: "No one whosoever is permitted to alter this notice of our permission, statute, ordinance, command, precept, grant, indult, declaration, will, decree, and prohibition. Should anyone dare to contravene it, let him know that he will incur the wrath of Almighty God and the blessed apostles Peter and Paul." So a lot of traditionalists would defend the continued use of the Latin Mass against the wishes of their bishop, and indeed the wishes of Paul VI or John Paul II, by using Quo Primum and saying that every Catholic priest had an eternal right granted to them by St. Pius V to continue saying the Latin Mass. Of course, you could argue that a equal can't bind an equal, that it's not infallible, that Paul VI has just as much power to legislate liturgy as St. Pius V did. But you could also argue that the Novus Ordo is the same Latin Mass, and so Paul VI isn't really doing anything wrong, at least legally speaking. The Novus Ordo is the Latin Mass, and so the Novus Ordo is actually also protected by Quo Primum. Next up, we have, quote, Vatican II Church. Again, a lot of traditionalists try to say that the regular church that practices the post-Vatican II liturgy, that is a new religion. And so Novus Ordo Church is a lot more common, just because you can just say the Novus Ordo, and it just kind of rings, and because it says the new order, it makes a lot more sense. But a secondary one they'll often say is the Vatican II Church. Next up, it's a sin for women to wear pants. A lot of traditionalists are for women wearing skirts or dresses all the time and oppose women wearing pants at all. Next up, we have the smoke of Satan has entered the sanctuary. This is a quote of Paul VI. It's a famous quote talking about the decline that started to happen in the Catholic Church following Vatican II, following the issuing of the Novus Ordo. And so a lot of traditionalists say this is some kind of crocodile tears thing that Paul VI said about the decline, or how he was pumping the smoke into the sanctuary. Some people point to it as Paul VI having some kind of cold feet or regret for promulgating the new Mass or promulgating Vatican II and the decline that happened thereafter. I mean, you could also read it pretty straight on that Paul VI was a small or Orthodox Catholic, and that he was fairly conservative and fairly loyal, and that he saw the decline in faithfulness as a terrible thing, and that in his mind it wasn't necessarily connected to the promulgation of the Novus Ordo. Next up, we have Leo XIII's vision. So, what year was this? This was October 13th, 1884. Pope Leo XIII had a vision in the private chapel in the Vatican where he saw Satan and Jesus saying that there would be a wager for the Catholic Church, Satan claiming that he could destroy the Catholic Church, and Christ saying, go ahead and try, you can't do it. And basically the devil was said to be given 75 to 100 years to destroy the Catholic Church. And of course, 75 years later, in 1959, John the 23rd publicly summoned the Second Vatican Council, and the Second Vatican Council was on its way. And also, interestingly, 1984, 100 years later, and I'm going to butcher the Latin here, Quator Habnec Annos was released by John Paul II, and this is the indult, which kind of allows the Latin Mass to be done again after Paul VI basically banned the Latin Mass. So it's kind of interesting is that you could point towards those years, but you could also do it as kind of like it's a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Anyway, following this vision, Leo XIII would, of course, write out the St. Michael prayer and promulgate it to the church and say that it needs to be prayed a lot. Next up, we have Icone, 1988. So this is a reference to the Icone consecrations. This is on the 30th of June, 1988, where Archbishop Lefebvre and Bishop Castro de Meyer consecrate 4 new bishops for the Society of St. Pius X. And John Paul II excommunicates them. Archbishop Lefebvre had been in communication with the Vatican for years, trying to get a new bishop to continue doing the Latin Mass, to continue ordaining priests for the Society of St. Pius X, so that the Latin Mass would not die out. And eventually, Archbishop Lefebvre said, they're waiting for me to die. And he went along with the consecrations anyway, and he was excommunicated. Those 4 bishops being Bishop Garalata, Bishop Feli, Bishop Tissier de Montelaires. I'm going to mispronounce all their names, and of course, the one I'm not going to mispronounce, Bishop Williamson. I can read a lot better than I can pronounce, and a lot of the times when I talk for a while, my nose and sinuses get kind of stuffed up, and it makes it a lot more difficult for me to pronounce a lot of words. Next up, we have Rorcelli. Rorcelli is a pretty popular traditionalist Catholic blog. It's pretty scholarly. I suggest that you read it, at least sometimes. Very good. Next up, we have pink seminaries, pink mafia, lavender mafia, gay seminaries. This is the idea that, at least within the English Catholic Church and other churches within the Western world, that there's this huge underground of gay Catholic priests, and that a lot of seminarians are turned away because the heads of the seminaries or priests that are already there that are gay are turning away straight men and are choosing selectively gay men. This is talked about, I think, most famously within the book No More Good Men. And the idea is that it's gotten to such an extent that there's so many gay priests, or that they basically are a lobby group within the Vatican, and that a lot of the liberal policies that are passed are done by this lobby group of gay priests, gay bishops, and finally gay cardinals, as seen as Cardinal McCarrick and arguably Cardinal Ferdinand within Chicago. Next up, we have Taylor Marshall. Taylor Marshall is an interesting figure. He originally was an Anglican, converted to Catholicism, and now he's a traditional Catholic firebrand. He wrote the book Infiltration, which we'll get to later down in this Iceberg. He kind of says that there's a lot of like Freemasons and communists and like people working for intelligence agencies that were pushing the watering down of Catholic doctrine, that led to Vatican II and led to the decline of faithfulness within the church. He actually has a degree in philosophy. He originally was an Anglican priest, but he didn't become a Catholic priest, which I believe he would be able to, because I've known several Anglican priests, at least within the 2000s, that converted around the time that he did, which were allowed to maintain their families. But he has a doctorate in philosophy, and he got it at the University of Dallas. He has a pretty big YouTube presence. It's kind of, a lot of people will be like, why did you put him down so low? Well, the reasoning is that I set up this iceberg not necessarily in how famous somebody is, but in more of where I think they fit into the deeper and deeper levels, both in terms of kind of deeper thought done by traditionalists, but also kind of more extreme that traditionalist views are. Next up, we have a fraternal correction. This is the idea that bishops are able to correct the Pope if he's wrong or he's erring on doctrine. Next up, we have Vatican II was a pastoral council, not a dogmatic council, and it's in quotes. This was a pretty common thing at the beginning of traditionalism. I don't know if it's that common anymore, because if you read Vatican II, it doesn't really hold up. And that there are numerous councils that were called not necessarily to condemn heresies, but were just called in the Middle Ages to kind of organize the church, or help the church organize, or just kind of like seeing where the church is and then sending the bishops out like Vatican II did. Vatican II didn't really condemn that many heresies, but it reiterated Catholic doctrine. And so it wasn't simply a pastoral council. There are dogmatic degrees within Vatican II. But back in the day, this is something a lot of traditionalists would say, to kind of say that Vatican II wasn't even a council. And we're going to get to that later. But it's just something that you used to hear. I don't think you hear it that much anymore. Next up, we have Pope Francis is unpopular with the Curia. This is the idea that Pope Francis is this dictator pope, that neither liberals nor small old Orthodox Catholics across the board really like him. And because he rules in an arbitrary and dictatorial fashion, which is not in continuity with how the post-Vatican II popes controlled the church, or before that, a lot of people in the Curia and a lot of cardinals personally dislike him, and that he kind of puts everybody on edge and everybody's walking on their tippy toes around him not to upset him. And so the idea that comes from this is that generally most of the bishops and archbishops and cardinals throughout the Catholic Church have a disgust for Pope Francis, even if they agree with his liberal or quasi-liberal or opening the doors to liberal interpretation policies. They just generally don't like him. A lot of them are scared of him, and that the next pope that's elected is not going to be Francis, and it's not going to be one of Francis's yes men. Okay, we have The Third Secret Was Never Released. I feel like I covered this earlier in the third tier about the Third Secret of Fatima controversy. So The Third Secret Was Never Released is a pretty popular version of the conspiracy. There's other more extreme or fringe ones, but this I think is the most popular one within traditional Catholicism, is that the third secret that has been released is either censored or it's an outright forgery, and the actual third secret has never been released. Next up, we have monarchism. Monarchism is of course, the political philosophy which advocates monarchism, or the rule of one, the rule of a king or an emperor. Many Catholics historically would have been monarchists. Today, obviously, monarchy has declined throughout the world. Minority of governments throughout the world continue to be monarchist, and a lot of the monarchies that remain, say in Spain or in Great Britain or in the Low Countries or in Scandinavia, in Europe at least, they hold no real power. A lot of them do continue to be very popular with the people, and in fact, even when the monarchies are overthrown throughout the world, they remain popular with the people throughout that entire time, even after they were overthrown. And there are a lot of restorationist societies that want to try and establish monarchies again in their country, but somebody who is a monarchist doesn't necessarily defend a monarchy simply because it's pretty or it's a traditional thing to do. They actively do believe that a monarchy is the best form of government, that republicanism is basically doomed to always become an oligarchy ruled by money powers, and a monarchy is not going to be ruled by money powers. Of course, the monarch may be rich himself, but usually as a person who is a member of a family, he has much more commitment to his country because he views himself as the representative for the country, as the embodiment of the country. So he's much less likely to make short-term decisions for financial gain, and he views the continued prosperity of his country, the continued stability of his country, as not just important for himself, but important for his family and important for his religion. It's kind of known, of course there's been republics, that's the other form of government. There's really two forms of governments, and then just kind of little tweaks off of them, monarchism and republicanism. But it's really well known that the more traditional, the more religious a society is, the more monarchist it will be. And the more secular society it will be, the more likely it is to be a republic. Because the monarch and his family are directly connected, and they rule over a long period rather than in-turn rulers switching about between different factions or parties, that one monarchist tries to unify the people behind him. He's much more popular than any Republican leaders almost always are. Only in sometimes totalitarian dictatorships you'll see a ruler who is as popular as a monarch in republics. But generally, a monarch is very popular. He tries to help out each member or each group within his society. And it's kind of like a landowner. A monarchy maintains the country for the greater goal of that country because he is basically a landowner, while a leader within a republic is a renter, because that leader within the republic, he only has the office within a limited part of time, and eventually he's going to be pushed out by the opposing faction, and so his benefits are not to the country as a whole, but to simply his faction. In Europe, traditionally, a lot of monarchies would give a lot of support to the church, and the church would support the monarchies. As the monarchies were overthrown, although there may have been a few generational legs, we've seen the decline of Catholicism and Christianity in general throughout Europe, mirrored with the decline of the monarchies. Next up, we have Father James Altman. Father James Altman is a pretty controversial priest out in 2020 when he criticized a lot of restrictions put upon offering the Mass following COVID-19, and he was pretty critical of the Democratic Party in the United States and said that no Catholic could really be a Democrat because most Democrats support abortion. Eventually, he would be kind of kicked out of his diocese, and he's not really excommunicated, but he's not allowed to celebrate Mass publicly. He's kind of was seen as this rebel priest, and he became a lot popular with kind of people on the border of, I guess you could say, conservative Novus Ordo and traditionalism. He's kind of moved towards Sedevacantism or Benevacantism right now. And he's made friends with Bishop Strickland, who got kicked out of his diocese by Pope Francis. So just a pretty controversial figure. He had kind of like a quasi-Sedevacantist rant, which became pretty viral recently. He's somebody that we should watch for and see if he ends up getting excommunicated or see if he gets reordained as a Sedevacantist or what ends up happening with him. He's definitely somebody to keep your eye on and definitely an interesting figure. Next up, we have apparition chasers. Apparition chasers are people that have a deep piety based around Mary, and they tend to really like apparitions of the Virgin Mary. And there's, of course, many viable, famous ones that have been confirmed by the Church, like Our Lady of La Salette, Our Lady of Lourdes, Our Lady of Knock, Our Lady of Fatima, and so on. But these people tend to chase after open, supposed visitations of the Virgin Mary, which either have not yet been recognized by the Church or even outright rejected by the Church. And so you have these people that kind of span the earth trying to see apparitions or meet with seers, and that there's kind of this whole underground culture within the Catholic Church, and this by no means is limited towards the Traditionalist movement. In fact, I think there's more people outside of the Traditionalist movement than within it that are apparition chasers. Apparition chasers, of course, are usually connected to apparitions which are not that viable, we'll say. So you have Our Lady of Medjugorje, Our Lady of Naju, Our Lady of Bayside, the Bayside Visions, and so on. I'm not saying that the Virgin Mary is not appearing to anybody or that you shouldn't necessarily do a pilgrimage to any modern visitations, but I think that you should be cautious and that you should try and follow what the local bishop is saying as the final authority on if that apparition really is taking place, because this culture that's risen in the Church is leading to the birth of a lot of cults, and these cults we'll talk about further on, deeper down in this iceberg the further we go. Next up, we have Blessed Anne Emmerich, and I believe this is the first time that we see one of my numerous typos. Sorry, I'm kind of a idiot. But when I copied and pasted it off my list of the various things I was going to put on this iceberg, I guess her H got cut off. She was she was German. So she was a German bedbound nun who had several visions and wrote a lot of, I guess you could say, Catholic mysticism. She's really popular within traditionalist circles in general. She's just kind of this really popular writer. I have not read any of her writings myself. She's said to have had the stigmata. John Paul II made her a blessed in 2004. Really popular figure. A lot of traditionalists, both within the Church and Sedevacantist or even schismatic, kind of like Conclavist groups, really look to her. And she kind of ends up becoming, in a lot of this literature, extremely important in their piety, in their theology, and just pretty influential generally over a lot of traditionalist Catholic mysticism. Next up, we have Bishop Antonio de Castro de Meyer. He was a Brazilian bishop that resisted the changes that came into the Church following the Second Vatican Council until he was forced to resign because Paul VI had mandatory ages that bishops had to resign that he placed into being. So he continued to have his whole diocese have the Latin Mass and continue to use the pre-Vatican II sacraments. until 1981 when he was forced to resign by Paul VI. But actually, he kind of set up his own parallel diocese there in Campos, and Campos to this day has a parallel diocese, which is this very weird setup known as the Personal Apostolic Administration of St. John Mary Vianney. And so when the bishop, the deceased Bishop Mayer, continued on, he actually reconciled with the church in 2002. And so Campos kind of has this parallel traditional Catholic diocese within itself. And it's a very odd setup. It's called like the Personal Apostolic Administration. It's the only one that's in existence. But it's canonically regular within the Catholic Church, and it exclusively does, pre-Vatican II rites. Its current bishop is Fernando Arias Rafan. I don't speak Portuguese. I'm sorry. I'm sure I butchered his name. But he's the current bishop of this parallel diocese, which descends from Bishop Mayer, creating his parallel diocese in Campos, Brazil. Bishop Mayer was staunchly anti-communist, and as I said before, he was at the Icone consecrations, and he ended up co-consecrating the 4 bishops with Archbishop Lefebvre and was excommunicated. Next up, we have Galatians 2:11 through 14. This is a quote of St. Paul's, which is used by a lot of Protestants to try and argue that Peter wasn't the head of the church initially, and that the apostles kind of had like a horizontal authority with one of another. But it kind of ends up being a way to defend the whole recognize and resist crowd, kind of defend them scripturally, a way to point towards that kind of viewpoint of the papacy or the idea of a fraternal correction. So I have the Douay Rheims quote of it up. But when Cephas came to Antioch, I withstood him to the face because he was to be blamed. For before that some came from James, he did eat with the Gentiles, but when they were come, he withdrew and separated himself, fearing them that were of the circumcision. And to his dissimulation, the rest of the Jews consented, so that Barabbas was led by them to that dissemination. But when I saw that they walked not uprightly unto the truth of the gospel, I said to Cephas before them all, if thou, being a Jew, livest after the manner of the Gentiles, and not as the Jews do, how dost thou compel the Gentiles to live as do the Jews? In case you didn't know, Cephas is another name for St. Peter. So in this quote of the Bible, Paul is confronting St. Peter to his face and telling him he's a hypocrite for eating separately from Gentiles, because the new law or the new covenant instituted by God after Christ reigning on the earth gets rid of that distinction, gets rid of the necessity for the law, and that Christianity, the true religion of God, is open to the Gentiles as it was open to the Jews before, and that there's no need to, say, separate eating with between Jews and Gentiles anymore. Now we have another typo I made, refuse and resist, which is a Sepultura song, but it's actually supposed to be recognize and resist, and recognize and resist is kind of the viewpoint of the Society of St. Pius X, and as Pope Francis's papacy has gone on, the viewpoint of Bishop Strickland or Bishop Athanasius Schneider. It's the viewpoint that Pope Francis is the Pope, but when he does something wrong that is contrary to what ought to be done or to the Catholic faith, that the faithful have an obligation to continue to recognize him as the Pope, but resist bad orders or bad judgments that Pope may make. Ironically, I think recognize and resist was initially kind of like Sedevacantist name-calling or slander to the Society of St. Pius X. But ironically, the Society and a lot of other traditionalist Catholics now use the term to defend their own position. Next up, we have Our Lady of Akita. Our Lady of Akita is the title of the Blessed Mother of God associated with Marian apparitions. In 1973, seen by Sister Agnes Kasato Sakajawa, I've mispronounced her Japanese name, I'm sure, which was in a remote area on the outskirts of Akita, Japan. The message emphasizes prayer, of course, like all valid Marian apparitions, and penance, in combination with some cryptic prophecies, which are supposed to be very similar to the real Third Secret of Fatima, or at least the released Third Secret of Fatima, and warning about bishops opposing bishops and cardinals opposing cardinals, and a general decline of the Catholic Church. This was pretty famous because Japan is not exactly a Catholic majority country. Catholics have, of course, probably endured the most severe persecution in the history of the church within Japan, which we'll talk about later. And the country is Shinto and Buddhist. But this is kind of famous because in December of 1973, a miracle associated with the vision, the statue of Mary crying, was shown publicly on Japanese television. This is a valid apparition which has been approved by the local diocese, and which Benedict XVI has commented on and said was real. So she talks about cardinals opposing cardinals, as I said before, and kind of a general division between the church. I believe I have the quote here. "My dear daughter, listen well to what I have said to you. As I told you, if men do not repent and better themselves, the Father will inflict a terrible punishment on all of humanity, the good as well as the bad, sparing neither priest nor faithful. The survivors will find themselves so desolate that they will envy the dead. Each day recite the prayer of the Rosary. With the Rosary, pray for the Pope, the bishops, and the priests. The work of the devil will infiltrate into the church in such a way that one will see cardinals opposing cardinals and bishops against other bishops. The priests who venerate me will be scored and opposed by their confreres. The church and the altars will be sacked. The church will be full of those who accept compromises, and the demon will press many priests and consecrated souls to leave the service of the Lord. The demon will be especially implacable against the souls consecrated to God. The thought of the loss of so many souls is the cause of my sadness. As sins increase in number and gravity, there will be no longer pardon for them. With courage, speak to your superior. It is Bishop Ido who directs your community. You have still something to ask. Today is the last time that I'll speak to you in a living voice. From now on, you will obey the one sent to you and your superior. I am alone am able still to save you from the calamities which will approach." So, pretty aggressive, pretty weighty stuff. Bishops opposing bishops, cardinals opposing cardinals, division within the church, a decline in piety of the church, numerous souls damned, and that Mary's the only one that's holding back the wrath of God from basically destroying the earth and leaving the living to envy the dead. Pretty weighty stuff, and it has been approved by the Catholic Church. Finally, we have limbo of the infants. And so limbo of the infants is this kind of hypothetical idea that the unbaptized who are not guilty of actual sin, so babies, toddlers, young children before the age of reason, before they become culpable of their actions, that they cannot be saved, and so that they will end up in a limbo, which is part of hell, but they will not be punished there. They will spend the rest of eternity within an earthly paradise. So this is not necessarily confirmed by the church, but it's one of the solutions, and probably the most common solution to the problem of unbaptized who are not guilty of any sins outside of original sin, and who have not been baptized and so cannot enter heaven. And so it's held by a lot of doctors of the church, St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Augustine, and St. Alphonsus Liguori. Of course, a lot of people in the modern world don't like this idea. They don't like the idea that babies or toddlers or very young children would end up going to hell through no fault of their own, even if it's not a hell of punishment. And so a lot of people want to try and make it so that these babies would somehow be saved in some type of way. So that concludes part 2 and tier 4 of the traditional Catholic iceberg. This is turning out to be a lot of work, and I'm sorry that have such terrible mispronunciation and I stutter. I'm not the best speaker, and I'm not going off of a script per se. It's more I'm using the outline of the iceberg I made myself and kind of just talking a little bit about each topic as I go on. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying it, and I expect comments to say where I'm wrong, and I expect comments to say what I left out, and those are welcome. Because this iceberg's not perfect, and obviously I'm not perfect. Please pray for me and pray for the church. Thank you. Okay, here we are. Tier 5 in the traditional Catholic iceberg. This is where stuff starts to get interesting. The schizos just start popping up. It's schizo time. I'm excited for tier 5. Probably less to explain because some of this stuff is just statements or we talked about it before and it's just another conspiracy connected to a line of conspiracies. But that just means the whole rabbit hole gets deeper and deeper. And so now we have the first one, which is in quotes, better to stay home than go to the Novus Ordo. So this is a philosophy of a lot of Society of St. Pius X people or more radical traditionalist people, is that if you do not have a Latin Mass available, it is not sinful to just skip Sunday obligation or just stay at home and pray, maybe out of a traditional Mass missal or to pray the rosary. Just do not go to Mass if it's the Novus Ordo. The idea that even going to the Novus Ordo undermines your Catholic faith so much that it's better to not even attend Mass, or that it might even actively be sinful to go to the Novus Ordo. Then we have Trad Cat Night. Trad Cat Night is a YouTube channel run by Eric Gajewski, something Polish or Croatian. Odd, a lot of like stuff of this guy prophesizing the end of the world, stuff like that. A lot of radical Society of St. Pius X or resistance-oriented posts. Everything is in caps lock. I don't know if he's still active. I tried to go to his website, tradcatnight.org, and it's a giant mess. He does have an unbelievably high amount of subscribers for the quality of content he's making, which gives me hope for my channel. But I really don't even know where to begin or to like translate any of this. Ecclesia Dei, this is the document issued under the John Paul II papacy following the Icone consecrations and the associated excommunications in the Society of St. Pius X. It concerns that excommunication, but it also calls for unity and established the Pontifical Commission Ecclesia Dei to try and foster dialogue with the various traditionalist groups which are not in full communion with the, I guess, regular Catholic Church. Is that how I should put it? I don't want to use Novus Ordo Church because I feel like that's pretty derogatory. Massa Damnata. Massa Damnata is the idea that the vast majority, over 99% of all people, will be damned to hell, that the entire human race is basically doomed to be damned, and that only the most faithful Catholics will be saved. It's not just talking about those that regularly go to confession or go to Mass every Sunday. It means that very, very few are saved. Calling Pope Francis Bergoglio, this is a common thing that traditionalists do, more radical traditionalists I should say, is that they're so upset or so dislike the current Pope that they just call him by his last name. In this case, Pope Francis is called Bergoglio, or Jorge Bergoglio with his first name. Usury is sinful. Now obviously usury is a sin, I'm not debating that. But over the past few centuries, and especially since the Industrial Revolution, the Catholic Church hasn't really talked about usury that much. And so I kind of put that deeper down because it's just kind of a topic that's rarely talked about in the modern church, and that there's a lot of traditionalists that take this to basically being opposed to any kind of loan with interest at all. Next we have, I'm not going to mispronounce this, Quatuor Abnic Annos. So this is Latin for 4 years ago. This is the establishment of the indult for the Latin Mass in 1984 under John Paul II. There was the Agatha Christie indult prior to this, but this is the beginning of establishing indults for the Latin Mass for bishops around the world by the regular Catholic Church, you could say, or the canonically regular Catholic Church. Next up, we have Bella Dodd. Bella Dodd was a teacher, lawyer, labor union activist. So she used to be, earlier in her life, I should say, she's deceased, but earlier in her life, she was a member of the Communist Party of the United States and a member of New York City's Teachers Union. And so she was a communist activist who later, as her life went on, she reverted to Catholicism, and she testified before Congress that there was widespread communist infiltration of various groups within the United States, including stuff like teachers' unions, obviously, but the federal government and so on. And most importantly, the Catholic Church. This comes about the idea that Vatican II and the changes in the liturgy and the changes after that council were instituted by communist or at least intelligence agencies trying to undermine the power of the Church and its message. Next up, we have Medjugorje Satanic. I've already talked about Medjugorje a few different times. Medjugorje, of course, being the Bosnian seers that have been actively seeing visions of the Virgin Mary since 1981. They are 6 seers. Very controversial, condemned by the local bishops numerous times. It's out in the open how Francis said you can go there, but there's no supernatural activity going on. So I talked about the idea that it's kind of like a money laundering scheme for the Franciscan order, that the seers aren't really seeing anything, and then the other part of it is that Franciscans are kind of coaching the seers to be more orthodox. Earlier on at the beginning, they would have visions that would be a lot less orthodox. Supposedly, the Virgin Mary said that Eastern Orthodoxy, Catholicism, and Islam are all right, and they're all doing the work of God, which is, of course, not compatible with Catholicism. There's the idea that Medjugorje actually isn't just fake, or isn't just a money laundering scheme, or isn't just people saying that they are seeing visions when they're not, but in fact that there's something else there. There's some kind of occult activity or satanic activity there. And one of the big things that connects with this is that there's supposed to be a picture. Part of this is the picture of the Virgin Mary at Medjugorje, where her feet can't be seen in the picture, they're hidden. So the idea is that if Satan is doing a counterfeit vision of Mary, that because of Scripture, what's said in Scripture about animosity between the snake and the woman, that Satan basically hates Mary's feet and cannot counterfeit that. Next up, we have the third secret was about Vatican II. So the third secret of Fatima, there's numerous conspiracy theories that it was never released. And so an idea that the third secret was never released was that it actually warned of Vatican II. And so when John the 23rd opened up the letter and read it, he said that this does not pertain to my papacy because he wanted to do Vatican II, and it warned him not to do Vatican II, or it even might have said that John the 23rd was not exactly going to be a good pope because of Vatican II. And the whole idea of John the 23rd opening up the letter and saying that this does not pertain to my papacy, according to Archbishop Lefebvre, he was out in the hallway when this happened, so this is supposed to be a real historical event. Next up, we have younger Catholics or more Orthodox. This is the idea that baby boomers are more heretical than younger Catholics, Generation Z or Zoomers, and millennials. And part of the idea that that's going on is that boomers tend to have grown up as children within Catholicism, and so they will identify as Catholic without actually being Catholic, while millennials and Zoomers either are Catholic or are not. And so basically anyone that's below the age of 30 or maybe even below the age of 35 and say that they're Catholic, well, they're actually Orthodox Catholic and go to church weekly rather than being culturally Catholic. And that because of this, it's not necessarily seen within the daily life of the church, but basically all the seminarians that are being ordained right now and have been ordained for the past dozen years or maybe even 20 years are becoming increasingly more orthodox in the small o sense and actually traditional. And so that even if Pope Francis and the curia that surrounds him, and to a lesser extent the bishops throughout the world, appear to be liberal, that's not going to be the case in the coming decades. As young people who are going to be ordained or who are going to become religious brothers and sisters are far more loyal to the traditional teachings of the church. Now we have, and I'm going to missay it, Sacrosanctum Concilium. That's the Vatican II document addressing the liturgy, did not call for radical reform. Basically, the idea is if you actually read that document in Vatican II, it doesn't push a radical reform. It pushes kind of a minor reform and asks for the laity to be more involved, but it doesn't call for the abolition of Latin. It doesn't call for the priest facing the people or communion in the hand or anything like that. Next up, we have the Great Western Schism, the Papal Schism, the Schism of 1378, or maybe even just the Great Schism. This is where the Catholic Church split into having multiple popes from 1378 to 1417. Initially, there were two popes, one in Rome and the other in Avignon in France, but eventually there was a third line of Pisan claimants starting in 1409. This schism had to do with the prior Avignon papacy, where the popes started to live in Avignon in the 14th century, and the Avignon papacy was kind of seen as a tool of the French monarchy and pretty corrupt. Anyway, St. Catherine of Siena had influenced Gregory XI to move back to Rome. He died shortly thereafter, and Urban VI was elected pope. Urban VI was considered mad after he was elected by many cardinals, and they believed that they had a lot of remorse for electing him. He started to try and clamp down on some of the corruption within the cardinalate, and he also waged the War of the Eight Saints against Florence, I believe, which resulted in a lot of war crimes. Anyway, many of the cardinals fled back and then started a separate line of popes, starting with Clement VII in Avignon. Eventually, they tried to end the whole crisis of having two popes at once by calling the Council of Pisa, where they would try and make both the popes resign and make a new pope to come from this. Well, that didn't work out, and it resulted in a third pope claiming to be the pope. In that third line of Pisan popes, starting with Alexander V. Eventually, though, at Constance, the Pisan pope abandoned it. This is the Council of Constance. Gregory VII, the Roman pope, gave it up, and Benedict XIII, the Avignon pope at the time, ran away and gave it up, and the Avignon popes went extinct, and the Roman popes continue to this day. A lot of Sedevacantists try to point towards the Western Schism as kind of being appropriate to what they view as a crisis in the papacy after Vatican II, and some kind of similarities with the idea that the Catholic Church might not know who the Pope is, or that there might be a line of questionable popes. Next up, we have the Ottaviani intervention. The Ottaviani intervention, or Short Critical Study of the Novus Ordo Missae, was a document written by several Catholic theologians under Cardinal Alfredo Ottaviani, who at that time was prefect for the Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith, or had just recently resigned from that role. He criticized the Novus Ordo pretty handedly within that. There weren't really new changes made to the Novus Ordo per se from the document, but the heading of it became much more orthodox and walked away from the idea of Christ being present within the faithful of the congregation and changed it to falling in line with more traditional Catholic teachings on the real presence and the sacrifice of the Mass. Next up, we have natural family planning and sinful. This is a controversy within a lot of traditional Catholic circles, not within what you could call small o Orthodox Catholics or more traditional Catholics that are regularized with the Catholic Church. This is the idea that natural family planning, despite not using artificial contraception, is essentially contraception anyway, and therefore it's sinful. Threatening to convert to Orthodoxy. This is kind of a meme, but you'll find this a lot with people that are upset with Pope Francis, that they'll say, I'm going to convert to Eastern Orthodoxy. And a lot of traditionalists will say this because there's this idea that the Orthodox liturgy is better, or some kind of strange idea that the Eastern Orthodox Church is more traditional and more conservative than the current mainstream Catholic Church. Eastern Orthodoxy, of course, there's a lot of converts right now within the United States and to a lesser extent the Western world. Part of this has to do with the idea that the Eastern Orthodox are more faithful to their liturgy and it's more reverent to God than the current Novus Ordo within the Catholic Church. But I think it partially has to do with the idea that the papacy under Francis is seen to undermine the claims of the Catholic Church. And so, while in the 2000s or the 1990s or the 1980s, under John Paul II, a lot of Protestants that would have wanted an apostolic church that's connected to the original church and teaches the things that the original church taught, they would have been more inclined within the United States or the United Kingdom to convert to Catholicism. Now that Pope Francis is on newspapers saying things that he's not actually saying, a lot of people think that the Catholic Church is basically kaput and that the Catholic Church has lost a lot of its credibility. Now, I don't know how it ended up getting spelled this way, but now we have Our Lady of La Salette. I guess it's spelled in a anglophonized way. I don't know if it's necessarily a typo or it's just overly anglicized and that's why it's spelled that way. It's usually spelled L-A and then space and then S as in Sam, A-L-E-T-T. This is a Marian apparition in 1846 where Mary appeared to two children at the time in rural France and warned of an impending catastrophe. This is kind of, I guess, one of the beginnings of Marian apparitions becoming more and more common in the 19th, 20th, and now 21st centuries, and Mary often chastising people and saying that some kind of catastrophe is imminent. Less popular, of course, than Fatima or Our Lady of Guadalupe. Next up, Franco was a hero. This, of course, is talking about Francisco Franco, general and leader of the nationalist forces in the Spanish Civil War between 1936 to 1939. He ultimately led the nationalist forces to victory and then controlled Spain from 1939 to 1975. He used the title Caudillo, or dictator in Spanish. His office is kind of nebulous of what he saw himself as. Was he the leader of a military government? Was he kind of like a fascist leader? Because you have the term head of the Spanish state. Usually fascist dictators will just call themselves leader. So Führer means leader. Mussolini went by the equivalent of leader, I believe, El Duce. Or was he acting as a regent for the Spanish crown, as ultimately, when he died, he restored the monarchy under Juan Carlos I, and Spain returned to be a monarchist government. He, of course, is a pretty controversial leader because of, he was a far right-wing leader. In the 20th century, he had fascist allies, and that there were fascists in the Spanish government, and in his pretty broad-based coalition of conservatives, monarchist and fascist, most importantly, being the Phalange. But most of the head of the Phalange was executed in the beginning of the Spanish Civil War, and so they weren't really able to be as prominent within the nationalist movement as ultimately Franco and most of his allies were. As time would go on, he initially tried to push forward some of the Phalange economic ideas, or guess you could say more socialistic ideas, but he abandoned that and he pushed towards a more capitalist direction, and he headed Spain over the greatest level of increased prosperity probably in its history after the Second World War and during the beginning part of the Cold War. Initially, he was pretty isolated early on because the Western Allies did not want to be his ally because, he was allied to Germany and Italy, or friendly, I should say, towards Germany and Italy, and that there were large German and Italian volunteer forces that fought for the nationalist cause. Eventually, the Western Allies would bring Spain into its fold and considered him a close ally against the Soviet menace. Ultimately, he died in 1975, and when he restored the Spanish throne under Juan Carlos I, Juan Carlos I pushed Spain away from the policies of Franco and moved it into a Spanish democracy similar to that which exists within the United Kingdom. Franco, of course, was an ally of the Catholic Church. The Republicans within the Spanish Civil War, the opponents to his nationalist forces, were fervently anti-Catholic, massacred numerous priests and religious, and destroyed numerous churches throughout the country. Generally, then, Catholics in Spain and abroad tend to have a positive view of Franco, or rather, not necessarily a negative one if they're liberal. A lot of traditionalists who are monarchist or even sympathetic to fascism have very, very positive views for Franco, often viewing him as a good example of what a national leader should do, and serves as a great example for a national leader within the 20th and 21st centuries. Magisterial presentism. This is kind of a meme or a slander against Pope-splainers or against Pope Francis. And this is saying that basically whatever Francis says, whether he means to promulgate it to the church or teach in any way, is basically infallible, and that everything else that has occurred throughout the entire history of the Catholic Church has to adhere with the teachings of Pope Francis at the current time. Thus, the magisteriums of Benedict XVI, John the 23rd, Paul VI, John Paul II, the post-Vatican II church popes, if you will, not only are their teachings not important compared to Francis, but basically everything is unimportant, and that you, as a Catholic, need to just adhere lockstep towards what Francis, or whatever pope it would be at the current time, is teaching within their magisterium, and just try and forget what was taught previously. John Paul II kissed a Quran. Now, this picture of John Paul II kissing a Quran, it's basically one of the greatest meme pictures in the history of traditional versus normal Catholic apologetics. It's basically just shown all over the internet by a lot of traditional Catholics to say John Paul II was a horrible pope. Obviously, it's not a good thing for a Christian to kiss a Quran. Apparently, what ended up happening is that when he visited Iraq, a delegation of Sunni religious gifted him, a pretty pretty Quran, and then he kissed it in front of their leader as a sign of respect to them and thanking them as a gift. It goes into the long list of questionable ecumenical gestures or ecumenical movements, or I guess the general questionable ecumenism seen under John Paul II's papacy. Next up, we have Francis, a Peronist. Now, Peronism is an interesting ideology. I'm going to mispronounce it here. Justicalism is its alternative name. This is the political philosophy within Argentina founded by Juan Perón and his followers. Since Perón was president, Peronists have pretty much dominated the Argentine system, with their both being right-wing and left-wing Peronists. Perón is well known for starting out as being a member of the far right and being sympathetic to fascism and the church and the military, and then moving pretty far leftwards into what could be said as left-wing populism. So Perón is seen as a third positionist, but after the country became a democracy, a lot of politicians had a democratic version of Peronism, which is interesting. It's kind of just seen as this vague blend of Argentine nationalism and various kind of left-wing populist slogans. A lot of economists basically think that Perón's economic policies shifted Argentina from being a first world country, which actually would have been as rich as the United States, Canada, and Western Europe, into being just another country within Latin America, kind of in the middle income bracket. Just kind of this interesting, controversial figure with his also equally famous wife, Eva Perón. Because Perón mixed left and right wing politics and populism so intensely, there's this idea that Perón wasn't really a third positionist, or that third positionism is just incoherent, and the whole idea of Peronism is incoherent, and Peronism really kind of just settles upon this Machiavellian political idea to try and just do whatever the populace wants at any given moment, and to just kind of gain power without ever adhering to left-wing ideas or right-wing ideas. So the idea is that Francis is following the leadership style of Juan Perón, and he's just kind of flipping and flopping everywhere. Francis, when he first became a bishop, he was like John Paul II, copying whatever John Paul II did. But as society moved ever towards being socially liberal, he moved leftwards, and that he isn't actually, say, a liberal Catholic, or he's not pushing forward the controversial ideas of his papacy because he deeply believes in them. Rather, he thinks it would lead him to be more popular and thus more powerful within the world at large. Savonarola is probably one of the most controversial figures in the history of the church. He was a Dominican friar and priest, and he was a preacher within Renaissance Florence. He heavily criticized the Medicis, and he criticized Pope Alexander VI. He took control of Florence as kind of a religious dictator, and he said he was going to make Florence into a new Jerusalem, which would make it richer and more powerful and more glorious than ever, but also purify the city-state by destroying a lot of the decline of Catholicism, which arrived in the Renaissance, which led, of course, to the Reformation, or I should say the popularity of the Reformation. The Reformation justified itself as a rebellion against this corruption which settled around in Rome and in Catholicism in the time of the Renaissance. Ultimately, though, he would be chased out of office after he failed a trial by fire, which would test if he was truly speaking for God. And then he was executed by church and civil authorities. Allegedly, later Pope Julius II would want to canonize him. A lot of Protestants saw him as their forerunner, although he never really preached anything Protestant. Traditional Catholics kind of see him as a model in retrospect, as somebody who stood up against corruption in the church. He remains a pretty controversial figure within the church and the world at large, seen as an example of a religious demagogue on one hand, or an example of a Catholic trying to save the church prior to the catastrophe of the Reformation. Ironically, I don't know what ended up happening. I always pronounce it Savonarola as if it were two different words, so it ended up being put into the Iceberg as two separate words. Next up, we have Freemasons control everything, or Freemasons still control everything. This goes with the whole Freemasonic conspiracy that Freemasons, who are in a cult secret society, who have lodges throughout the world, were believed to be behind the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, and various revolutions of 1848, and pushed forward modern liberalism and kind of dethroned the traditional order of Catholicism and the monarchy, that they're still at it and they still control everything. And so there's this idea that Freemasons are still the main opponent of the church in the world today. And this conspiracy theory is really popular. More extreme versions of the Freemasonic conspiracy go into the Illuminati, which was kind of a break-off of Freemasonry within Bavaria, which called for even more radical reforms and an even more almost totalitarian worldview of classical liberalism, but was put down by the Bavarian papacy at the time. The whole Illuminati, or more stronger versions of Freemasons, where they view the Freemasons are directly in control of everything, talking about, all 33 degrees, the 33rd or highest degree. This kind of goes into the New World Order conspiracy theory, where the world is a stage and everything that happens, at least all the major political events, are kind of engineered from the top. That together these secret societies actually are a covert one world government that rules everything. What's interesting to me is obviously these secret societies like the Bohemian Grove or Skull and Bone Society or the Bilderberg Group, all these secret societies clearly exist. The question is there a full tilt New World Order secret government? And I put that idea with Freemasons still control everything lower than the idea that Freemasons are a secret society which are undermining Catholicism. Next up, we have Father or Canon Hess. Father Gregory Hess was an interesting figure. He was an Austrian canon lawyer and priest. He was pretty far out there on the traditionalist or the radical traditionalist bandwagon. He was loyal to the Society of St. Pius X, but was never a member of the Society of St. Pius X. He passed away pretty young. He passed away in 2006. He had a lot of out there conspiracies. I don't know if conspiracies is the right way to say it. He had a pretty lot of out there views of ecclesiology, and he said some pretty bizarre things like the Novus Ordo is a schismatic rite, but somehow John Paul II, or eventually Benedict XVI and Paul VI, of course, would be popes, but that they could promulgate a rite that wouldn't actually be part of the Catholic Church, and just a lot of other weird things. He was pretty charismatic, and he's kind of a goofball, so if you ever watch his talks or his speeches, they're pretty interesting. Okay, now we have John Paul I was assassinated. This is, of course, a pretty big conspiracy theory. John Paul I was Pope after Paul VI and before John Paul II. He only reigned for 33 days, so his papacy was the shortest in history. Because he was seen as relatively healthy before he died, he was 65 at the time. His sudden death raised up a lot of eyebrows, and so I think that that's what's behind a lot of the conspiracy theories. He was called the Smiling Pope, and after he died, the September Pope. Francis has moved to try and make him a saint, so now he's actually a blessed. The reason that he's said to have been assassinated is that he wanted to try and get rid of the corruption in the Vatican Bank and try and figure out what was going on there. And the idea is that the Vatican Bank is connected to the mafia and that there's a lot of money laundering through the Vatican Bank since, the Vatican City isn't actually part of Italy proper. And because the Vatican Bank is under Vatican City, then it's this weird zone where you can kind of launder money between the Vatican and between Italy. So it's believed that the Italian mafia is heavily connected to the Vatican Bank and that there's a lot of corruption there. And so John Paul I wanted to get rid of that, and he was quickly assassinated because of that by the mob. That's the standard conspiracy. Of course, there are other conspiracies which traditional Catholics may have, which are going to be deeper in the iceberg here. Next up, we have a similar conspiracy with Cardinal Pell. Cardinal Pell recently passed away, but he was an Australian cardinal who became prefect of the Secretariat for the Economy, who tried to clean up corruption within the Vatican financial system and the Vatican Bank, and then immediately was accused of being a sexual abuser of children within Australia, and he was called to Australia for several trials. He ended up being acquitted both by the Vatican and by Australia, but his life was basically destroyed by that, and he died a few years later. One of the people that he supposedly abused said it never happened and was trying to help Cardinal Pell get acquitted. So that's kind of interesting. A lot of traditionalists are people that are aware with the case outside of traditionalism when they go through the alleged abuse that would have occurred. It's kind of absurd what's said to have happened. Basically said to like forced kids to give him a blowjob in front of like numerous people, and it was like decades later that's supposed to come out, and one of the kids that was supposed to have done it was part of the people that trying to defend him. And just like John Paul I, he wanted to try and rejuvenate, get rid of the corruption within the Vatican's banking system and within the Vatican bank itself, and so it's believed that he was either set up by the Lavender Mafia or by the Italian mob. Next up, we have the supermajority of cardinals were appointed by Pope Francis. This is just true. So of the cardinals right now, 99 of them have been appointed by Francis, 29 by Benedict XVI, and 9 by John Paul II. This means that of the people that will elect the next pope, the majority of which were appointed by Francis. And so there's this fear that the next person will be identical to Francis or will be some kind of yes men to Francis. But as I said before, in an earlier tier, there's the idea that the Curia hates Francis and Francis is pretty unpopular. And that he's made a lot of enemies even within the cardinals that he's appointed. Next we have Catholic Family News. Catholic Family News is a traditionalist publication. They talk a lot about Fatima, and it's pretty connected, or pretty friendly at least, to the Society of St. Pius X. Pretty good stuff. Next up, we have Pope Honorius I. So Honorius I is one of the most controversial figures within the papacy. Let's just read it out here on Wikipedia. He's chiefly remembered for his correspondence with Patriarch Sergius I of Constantinople about the monothelite. There's different monos here. The monothelite teachings, and he ended up being posthumously anathematized initially for subscribing to monotheism and later for failing to end it. This anathema against Honorius I became one of the central arguments against the doctrine of papal infallibility. As far as I know, he was not a monothelite, but he said that you couldn't necessarily not be a monothelite, and that's where the controversy stems from. He was, of course, like I said before, condemned after his death. So there's this idea within a lot of more radical traditionalist circles that popes can be condemned after their death, or their teachings can be condemned after the death following Honorius I's condemnation. Next up, we have Jewish conspiracy theories, a pretty spicy post here in the Iceberg. So, similar to the Freemasonic conspiracy theories, the idea that Freemasons control the world. I guess the stronger end is that Freemasons control the world in some kind of one world government, and a lower end is that Freemasons channel together and have a disproportionate amount of influence. There is the Jewish conspiracy theory, which is kind of similar, and oftentimes they overlap, and both Jewish conspiracy theory people and Freemason conspiracy people may think that Jews and Freemasons are in cahoots, or in fact that the Freemasons are controlled by the Jews. The idea here is that in the weaker version that Jews make up the financial elite or media elite or various elites. They're disproportionately represented amongst the elites, and that they're pushing various socially liberal policies, things like gay marriage or abortion. They're pushing anti-white or anti-European policies like mass immigration or affirmative action, or that they're pushing anti-religious policies because, again, they're not Christian, so they're pushing it back against the church. Like I said before, there's a weaker version that they're just disproportionately representative due to their size because they're connected to each other and they're kind of pushing each other up through nepotism. And a stronger version, which basically is that the Jews control the world government, or at least the governments of various Western countries. A lot of more radical Catholics, or radical traditional Catholics, I should say, have more negative opinions of the Jews, and so a lot of traditional Catholic groups have been labeled anti-Jewish hate speech groups by the ADL or the Southern Poverty Law Center. Next up, we have Paul VI did not enforce Humanae Vitae. Humanae Vitae came out in 1968, condemned artificial birth control, in particular the pill. And so a lot of bishops' conferences, most importantly the Canadian and I think the Dutch bishop conferences, actively tried to fraternally correct Paul VI at the time. And the idea is that Paul VI may have promulgated and pushed out Humanae Vitae as teaching, but he didn't really try to enforce it at all and just kind of looked the other way when bishop conferences did nothing about the document and sometimes were actively against the document. Next up, we have the St. Gallen group, or the St. Gallen Mafia. This, according to Wikipedia, is an informal group of high-ranking, like-minded, liberal, reformist clerics within the Catholic Church, described by the Bishop of St. Gallen, Ivo Fuhr, who hosted the discussions as a circle of friends who met annually near St. Gallen in Switzerland in January to freely exchange ideas about issues in the church. So this goes into part of the whole idea of 2013 conclave irregularities. Basically, all these liberal cardinals, liberal bishops, were trying to elect one of their own, and that would actually be breaking conclave rules. You're not supposed to try and organize prior to a conclave to elect a successor going in, which goes into the whole controversy of Sedevacantism, which we'll get to in a minute. The kind of tool, the biggest person out there in the St. Gallen group or within liberal Catholicism at large was Cardinal Carlo Maria Martini, who was an Italian Jesuit cardinal, and he was Archbishop of Milan from 1980 to 2004. A lot of people saw him as kind of the counter John Paul II, who would have been the liberal cardinal that would have succeeded him, or if he had died early, ultimately he became too old, and he never succeeded Benedict XVI, or Benedict XVI was chosen over him. John Paul II kind of aged out a lot of those more liberal Spirit of Vatican II people. Now we have Pope Marcinellus. I'm going to mispronounce him. And of course, this is our first, not our first, one of my numerous typos on the list, because I gave the wrong pope here. It was actually his successor I wrote down, Pope Marcellus I, rather than Pope Marcellinus. Very similar names, but two different people. Pope Marcellinus is alleged to have committed apostasy to some extent, at least, within the Diocletian persecution. So there's differing stories about this. Some say that this never actually occurred. Some say that he committed apostasy and then publicly recanted of his apostasy and then publicly stated he was a Christian during when other people were being martyred, so he could be martyred with them as a way to kind of redeem himself. Other people say that he kind of did one of the half-hearted apostasies, you could say, not really apostasies, but kind of this in-between of being fully loyal and being martyred and being a apostate, in that he gave up the holy books to the Roman authorities at the time as a compromise rather than being martyred. Anyway, kind of an interesting figure, an interesting fact, and used by Eastern Orthodox and by Protestants as a polemic against the Church. As such, he could be pointed to as arguably maybe the worst pope of all time if he really did commit apostasy, and people can point to him as kind of a precursor of Francis and the crises that's going on right now concerning him. Next, we have Bishop Williamson was set up. This has to do with Bishop Richard Williamson, formerly of the Society of St. Pius X, who got kicked out. In 2009, he publicly stated in an interview, except for it was not public, that interview, and he was told that it was not going to be shared. He said that the Holocaust was grievously exaggerated and only 200,000 to 300,000 Jews died rather than the 6 million figure, which is commonly stated. And so he was charged with Holocaust denial within Germany. Of course, this was an interview set up by a Swedish documentary team, deliberately made to try to push back against what they saw as the far right in Europe. And it was when the Society of St. Pius X and the Benedict XVI papacy were in talks to try and bring the Society of St. Pius X into full communion. The idea is that the interview was conducted to prevent that from happening and just kind of throw dirt into Benedict XVI's face, because Benedict XVI was pretty generally hated by the left throughout the world at that time. It's kind of seen as one of the events in the lead up to Bishop Williamson being kicked out of the Society of St. Pius X. Of course, he called for the resignation of Bishop Fillet as a superior general, so that didn't help. He was ultimately kicked out in 2012, and he would go in to consecrate many bishops with what is now called the Society of St. Pius X Resistance, which we'll get to later, further down in this iceberg. Next up, we have Sedevacantism. Sedevacantism is the idea that Francis stole the papacy following the irregularities in the 2013 Conclave, that Benedict was some kind of prisoner of the Vatican who was secretly the Pope throughout most of Francis's papacy, and now that Benedict XVI has died, Pope Francis is an anti-pope. And so a lot of the more radical parts of the traditionalist movement will believe in this. But ultimately, this is kind of a second set of Sedevacantism, and it's quickly spreading. And it's pretty dangerous because it can undermine Pope Francis's credibility as the Pope. Finally, we have the Great Apostasy. The Great Apostasy is a prophesized event within many Catholic visions, where the Catholic Church kind of falls apart and a lot of people leave it. It's part of the end of the world in a lot of these visions, and so traditionalists will kind of read into those visions that the Great Apostasy is Vatican II and the Novus Ordo Church in their minds. So that ends Tier 5, and I'm about to start Tier 6 here. It's getting more exciting, it's getting deeper, it's getting more obscure, and it's getting more schizo, so let's do this. We're beginning Tier 6 here with Meaning of Catholic. Meaning of Catholic is a lay apostolate dedicated to uniting Catholics against the enemies of the Holy Church and restoring the rival schools of Christendom. And I'm mostly referring to this because they post a lot of interesting traditional content, both philosophy and theology. The biggest proponent there is Timothy S. Flanders, who's also the chief editor of Our Lady of Victory Press. I recently read one of his books. I believe it's called The Introduction to the Bible for Traditional Catholics. There was a lot of interesting and kind of strange sometimes theology going on in that book. Next up, we have the 1609 edition of the Douay-Rheims. Most of the Douay-Rheims that are in print right now are actually a later revised edition done by Bishop Chandler, who was the head of the Catholic Church within the United Kingdom in the 18th century. So sometimes you'll see people that will push forward the 1609 Douay-Rheims the same way that you have people push forward the 1611 King James Version. The 1609 Douay-Rheims is even harder to read than the current Douay-Rheims because a lot of words are just kind of put directly from Latin into English, and it's just seen as a very difficult book, even in comparison to the 1611 and the Douay-Rheims that's widely used, the Chandler version, book to read for a lot of modern English speakers and readers. It is a pretty interesting edition of the Bible for historians and Catholics. And when it was published, it had a pretty extensive commentary, which is really good, actually. Next up, we have Robert Sungenis. Robert Sungenis is a Catholic apologist, theologian, and speaker. He is now really famous for being the most prominent proponent of geocentrism in the modern world, possibly the most prominent proponent since Newton. He also does a lot of young earth creationist stuff. He has some interesting theological views about how God can change his mind. And because of that, he is sometimes compared to process theologians. Process theology is a type of theology developed from Whitehead's process philosophy, and most notably by Charles Hartshorne, John Cobb, Eugene Peters. Process theology and process philosophy are collectively referred to as process thought. It's kind of just a weird theology. I'm reading it mostly off Wikipedia here. And so the essential attribute of God is to affect and be affected by the temporal processes, contrary to the forms of theism that hold God to be, in all respects, non-temporal, unchanging, and unaffected by the world. Process theology does not deny that God is in some respects eternal, immutable, and impassible, but it contradicts the classical view by insisting God in some respects is temporal, mutable, and passible. And so a lot of commentators think that the theology of Robert Sungenis, in his book, The Immutable God Who Can Change His Mind, the Impassible God Who Can Show Emotion, is pretty close to process theology, which is kind of seen as a more liberal Protestant theology. Teilhard de Chardin is considered a Catholic process theologian. While his process theology, his traditional Catholicism, his advocacy of young earth creation, some of which is pretty good with the young earth creationist stuff as far as young earth creationist stuff goes, and most importantly, his pushing of geocentrism has put him into the fringe. You got to remember that in the 1990s and the 2000s, he was a pretty prominent debater and apologist for the Catholic Church, and he was pretty big in the EWTN Catholic Answers circuit, I guess speaking circuit at the time. And his books like Not by Faith Alone or Not by Scripture Alone, these anti-Protestant apologetics books are pretty good and were pretty popular at the time. He's generally seen as one of the better debaters for Catholicism, but he's fallen into obscurity when he started to push more fringe ideas. Next up, we have True or False Pope. True or False Pope is probably the best tome ever written to try and debunk Sedevacantism. It was published by John Salza and Robert Siscoe. It actively identifies with the recognize and resist position. I believe over time they've become more anti-Society of St. Pius X. Just kind of an interesting book. I haven't read it yet. It's pretty long, and from what a lot of people say, it's very, very good. If you go on to the website, there's a lot of articles against Sedevacantism, against Father Paul Kramer, against Father Shikata, against John Lane, and just against a lot of the prominent speakers of Sedevacantism, trying to answer their criticisms of the current reigning pontiffs from Paul VI through Francis. Next up, we have John the 22nd was a heretic, or should I say Pope John the 22nd was a heretic. He was Pope from 1316 to 1334, and he had a lot of controversial viewpoints which were considered heretical because he said that souls that die cannot see the beatific vision until the final judgment. So he denied immediate judgment to heaven, hell, purgatory, and so on after death, and said that there's only a judgment at the end of days in the general judgment. This was condemned as a heresy by a lot of theologians at the time. This is probably the most prominent example of theologians correcting a church or fraternal correction within the church, because by this time, unlike with Pope Honorius or Pope Marcellinus, there's just a lot more historical documents going on. Most famously, a philosopher or theologian, William of Ockham, declared him to be an anti-pope. And so William of Ockham, in my mind, is kind of a forerunner to Sedevacantism. And that's kind of because John the 22nd was pretty critical of the Franciscans and their understanding of the poverty of Christ that they pushed forward as part of their religious order. So William of Ockham took great offense to that, and that's part of the reason why William of Ockham called him an anti-pope. The 1958 Conclave irregularities. The 1958 Conclave is a conclave that would elect John the 23rd as Pope. John the 23rd, of course, started Vatican II. There was white smoke that didn't lead anywhere, and eventually there was a second set of white smoke that elected John the 23rd. So because those two sets of white smoke, probably an accident, it's led to a lot of conspiracy theories or ideas of some kind of irregularity going on during that conclave. And we'll get to that further along in this iceberg. Next up, we have the Missal of 1954. The Missal of 1954 is the missal that was done before the liturgy started to change. It's the last missal where there started to be some changes in the liturgy. And so this is after that missal, Holy Week would be greatly changed to the way that it is used within the Novus Ordo today. And so to a lot of Sedevacantist groups or more radical traditionalist groups, the Missal of 1962 isn't good enough, and you have to go back to the Missal of 1954. Let's read the Wikipedia article on the General Calendar of 1954. The General Calendar of 1954 is generally not authorized for liturgical use by traditional groups in communion with the Holy See. Some Sedevacantists continue to use it, as well as old Roman Catholics, as their members consider it to be the last calendar untainted by the revisions that began in 1955. Indults have been granted, however, to certain communities in full communion with Rome, such as apostolates for the Institute of Christ, the King Sovereign Priest, and the Priestly Fraternity of St. Peter to use this missal. In case you're wondering why I read off Wikipedia for a lot of these, well, the truth of the matter is that the public does write a lot of the articles, or the majority of articles, on Wikipedia, and traditionalist Catholics are writing the majority of articles about traditionalist Catholic topics on Wikipedia. So generally, I already knew all this information before I made it, but as you're seeing, you've probably seen already if you've been watching these, I'm a big stutter boy, and sometimes I just need to see something so I don't stutter too much. Next up, we have the Great Chastisement. The Great Chastisement is something that appears or is read into a lot of visions and prophecies amongst various Catholic seers, sometimes blessed and saints, sometimes just kind of obscure, sometimes in Marian apparitions. It's the idea that the world has become so sinful that Jesus will destroy large portions of the human population, some kind of great cataclysm, and this would be the Great Chastisement, similar to the chastisement that occurred in the deluge or the flood of Noah. Next up, we have the Society of St. Pius X Resistance. The Society of St. Pius X Resistance is kind of this loose group of traditional Catholic clerics who left the Society of St. Pius X when it seemed that they were going to be reconciled and put in full communion with the Holy See, and when Bishop Williamson was kicked out. Some of them left of their own accord. Some of them were kicked out, like Bishop Williamson. And so that started out kind of at the end of the 2000s, the beginning of the 2010s. But since then, so many people have left, and Bishop Williamson has started to ordain a new priest and consecrate new bishops. So it's just kind of flowering and growing into its own thing outside of Sedevacantism and outside of the Society of St. Pius X, of independent Catholic priests, which are pretty radical in their traditionalism. Next up, we have the idea that Archbishop Lefebvre acted in self-defense, in quotes. This is the idea that Archbishop Lefebvre was acting in self-defense for the Latin Mass when he did the consecrations in Icone in 1988. This is one of the common defenses of Archbishop Lefebvre and his choices. Basically, that he thought he would have committed a mortal sin if he stood by and did nothing to make sure that the Latin Mass would continue indefinitely by ordaining priests and ultimately consecrating bishops to do so. Okay, Old Catholicism, or the Old Catholic Church. The Old Catholic Church is a non-Protestant Western Christian Episcopal Church. They started out actually in the Netherlands in the 18th century when the See of Utrecht was refusing to obey papal authority and were excommunicated. They started consecrating their own bishops, and they were Jansenists. So fast forward to Vatican I in 1869-1870. A bunch of priests and, in some cases, I believe bishops that did not believe in papal infallibility joined in with the See of Utrecht and became what is known as the Old Catholic Church. Generally, Old Catholics are a brand of independent Catholicism, which is seen as much more liberal than traditional Catholics, but they're also liturgically conservative and socially, you could say socially conservative Old Catholics. And it's just kind of weird because at the beginning of the Traditionalist Catholic movement, when there weren't really bishops around to ordain new priests, a lot of traditional Catholics would end up being ordained with Old Catholic orders, and that there's kind of an underworld where you can't tell where Sedevacantism or more radical traditionalist brands end and where Old Catholicism begins, because Old Catholics tend to have a pretty liberal view of who to give holy orders, and it's very easy to get holy orders from Old Catholic priests and bishops. Next, we have Campos sold out. That has to do with the Diocese of Campos, the parallel Diocese of Campos in Brazil, founded by Bishop de Meyer, going into full communion with the Church in 2002. I should say full regular communion with the Holy See in 2002. And so on a lot of traditionalist Catholic forums, they would say that a lot of the aspects of liturgical abuse that occur within the Novus Ordo kind of went into Campos, and so there was stuff like altar girls running around there and communion in the hand and so on, and that it basically sold out and was no longer traditionalist Catholic. Next up, we have Susan from the Parish Council, which I did a typo of, Susan from the Parish Office. Susan from the Parish Council is a parody page. It's not that active anymore, but it's basically, it pretends to be an old woman who's part of a parish council and is super liberal, is a boomer, and is anti-Latin Mass, anti-trads, anti-small O orthodoxy, and tries to push liberal Catholicism on her priest, and is allied with like liberal Catholics throughout the church, and is kind of just indifferent to theology and the requirements of lay Catholics. It's kind of connected to what was called boomer posting. It's where a lot of millennials and Zoomers would pretend to be old people and type in all caps locks and be ignorant of stuff, and then just tell millennials and Zoomers, you don't have a house yet, and you can't afford a house because you're obsessed with avocado toast and stuff like that. YEC is dogmatic. YEC stands for Young Earth Creationism. I made it YEC as an abbreviation on here because Young Earth Creationism takes up a lot of space. The idea here is that Catholics are required to believe in Young Earth Creationism. This is a common talking point amongst traditionalists. There are a lot of traditionalist Young Earth Creationists. I don't really see any support for this. The papacy has never really levied either way on Darwin, and Darwin was never put on the index of forbidden books. And if you go into a lot of traditionalist circles, while Young Earth Creationism is common, it's nowhere near as important to small or Orthodox Catholics as it is to, say, Southern Baptist or Independent Baptists and other pretty traditional or Orthodox Protestants. Then we have Catholics, a novel. And so this was a novel that was published in 1972 by the author Brian Moore, is a criticism of Vatican II, and just kind of talks about just a lot of the insecurities that a lot of traditional Catholics had at the time. It's about a younger priest that is sent by the Vatican to try and make this monastery get into line with the reforms of the church. There was also a TV movie that came out connected to the book. The TV movie version has Martin Sheen, who's a pretty famous actor. So in the book, you have the young priest who's trying to get this monastery in line. The monastery is practicing the Latin Mass. And the Catholic Church has kind of fallen apart. There has not just been a Second Vatican Council, but a Third Vatican Council and a Fourth Vatican Council. In the Fourth Vatican Council, real presence of Christ in the Eucharist is revoked. And so they're trying to get these monastery to fall in line with all these reforms. The monastery is in Ireland. It runs the Latin Mass. And it kind of has to do with cognitive dissonance with the idea of the Pope being the head of the church. And if the Pope does something that is contrary to faith and which will undermine the Catholic faith, priests and faith laity are forced to give up, due to obedience to the Pope, that which they hold so dear as part of their faith is a paradox. And so the book focuses on the paradox of somebody being more Catholic than the Pope. 3 Days of Darkness. I'm not that well read on the 3 Days of Darkness. It's a common folk belief amongst a lot of Catholics, especially traditional Catholics. Again, I'm going to turn to Wikipedia here because I feel like their page is a pretty good summary of it. The 3 Days of Darkness is an ecclesiological prophecy of future events held by some Catholics to be true. The prophecy foretells 3 days and nights of an intense darkness over the whole earth, against which the only light will come from blessed beeswax candles, and during which all the enemies of the church will perish. This prophecy parallels the 10 plagues of Egypt in the book of Exodus. The Apocalypse of John also mentions a plague of unnatural darkness as an effect of the 6th seal and the 5th vial. However, there's a lot of different specifics in the 3 Days of Darkness prophecy, and it's usually derived from private revelations. In my eyes, a lot of these private revelations come from pretty obscure seers. Anyway, it's pretty popular within the traditionalist Catholic world, and it's seen kind of as this parallel within Catholicism to the rapture within a lot of low church Protestants. It's also interesting because it's like a lot of these people think that demons will become like physically manifest on the earth and just kill people and drag them to hell, and the only thing that can stop that is blessed beeswax candles, but that goes against a lot of Catholic teachings, because if you're in a state of grace and you're a faithful Catholic, you can't really be directly dragged to hell from a demon because you'd be in a state of sanctifying grace. Next up, we have John Paul II accepted the mark of Shiva. Like John Paul II kissing the Quran, this is an infamous polemical used by a lot of traditionalist opponents against John Paul II, because there's this picture from November 22nd, 1994 of John Paul II in India, where he accepts an arti. I'm not Indian, so I don't know how to pronounce it. And so a woman puts a blessing on his forehead, and a lot of traditionalists considered this to be the mark of Shiva, while in fact it's just used generally throughout India, including by Indian Catholics, and it's usually put on children when they receive a first communion. Next up, we have Feeneyism. Feeneyism is a theological doctrine which was put forward by Father Leonard Feeney. Feeneyism has a very strict interpretation of extra ecclesiam nolum salus, or outside the church there is no salvation. People that hold to Feeneyism are usually called Feeneyites, and they not only believe that there's no salvation outside the church, but you can only be saved through water baptism, and that there's no such thing as baptism of desire or baptism of blood. Baptism of blood is, of course, where somebody who is never formally baptized with water is martyred and they are baptized by their own blood. Baptism of desire is where somebody intends to become Catholic. They're usually a catechumen who is going to become Catholic, and they die before they're able to be formally baptized. There's a more radical version known as implicit baptism of desire, and that's where somebody is baptized implicitly through their desire to become Christian or their search for truth. it's a lot more controversial than the idea of somebody who was Catholic in their heart or was a catechumen and was pretty well read on the church but never formally being baptized, so to speak, by their own desire. So anyway, Father Feeney was condemned for this view by the Holy Office during Pius XII's papacy. Next up, we have all the church fathers were young earth creationists, and for the most part, that's true. Most of the church fathers were young earth creationists, and because the church fathers were young earth creationists, this kind of falls into Catholic defense for young earth creationism and the idea that young earth creationism is dogmatic. There's not really any workarounds for this if you believe in theistic evolution, and people that believe in theistic evolution kind of just have to bite the bullet on that one and understand that throughout the history of the church, theistic evolution is a pretty novel idea that doesn't have that much support prior to Darwin coming out. And even gap theory and old earth creationism has a lot more support than theistic evolution. Now we have Pope Francis is secretly based. This is the idea, or I guess the meme, that Pope Francis isn't trying to push some kind of liberal thing on the church, that he's kind of just misconstrued by the media, and he, I guess maybe doesn't go out of the way to condemn it, and that Pope Francis is secretly based or secretly a traditionalist. Next up, we have Medjugorje is satanic. And again, I get to have egg on my face because this is yet another typo. I put it down for a second time. This just goes into the idea that not only is Medjugorje a scam, not only are the seers not really communicating with Mary or seeing a vision of Mary, but in fact, the whole process is satanic, and this comes from a lot of the bad fruits, because there's been cults that have come out of Medjugorje, and a lot of the priests which guided the seers to begin with have since been excommunicated or kicked out of the church, sometimes for sexual scandals, sometimes for theological ones. Next up, we have geocentrism. Geocentrism is the idea that the Earth is at the center of the universe, that the Sun and the rest of the planets revolve around the Earth. It's usually also called the Ptolemaic system or the Ptolemaic model. Geocentrism was the primary model of our solar system, I should say. I was going to say the solar system, but it's probably better to say our solar system, until Copernicus and Galileo. Of course, there's a lot of controversy because the church condemned Galileo in the 17th century. The so-called Galileo affair, or the Galileo trial, is kind of ironic because everything that Galileo used to defend the heliocentric model was scientifically untrue, and most of the things that the church used to defend the geocentric model continue to be true, or at least are closer to the truth. So Galileo was right for the wrong reasons, and the church was wrong for the wrong reasons. Anyway, a lot of it has to do with personal animosity between Pope Urban VIII and his personal feud with Galileo. Galileo had criticized Urban VIII pretty vehemently in his book, and so it kind of led to Urban VIII kind of pushing his own power and slamming down on Galileo in a way that didn't help the church out in the long run. This is kind of seen as a low point for the Catholic Church throughout, I guess, European history or general, and it's used as a polemic against the Catholic Church by a lot of atheists to this day. The Catholic Church, of course, would take Galileo's book off of the index in the 19th century once the stellar parallax was proven. The reasoning that the Catholic Church went against Galileo and the reason that geocentrism was such a thing in Christianity is because interpretations of the sun standing still in Joshua 10. But personally, I think with Fatima and the miracle of the sun, I think it kind of fits into everything that we know and why that miracle happened, and I think that the miracle of the sun at Fatima is very closely connected to the miracle in Joshua 10. Anyway, geocentrism has continued to be pretty common in some young earth creationist circles, including with, as I talked about before, Robert Sungenis becoming a big proponent of geocentrism in the modern world. Next up, we have praying in broken Latin. trying to teach yourself prayers like the Our Father or Hail Mary or the St. Michael's prayer in Latin is a common thing that a lot of Catholics do, especially young male Catholics do, as a flex, but they don't really know how to pronounce Latin, and they probably pronounce it only slightly better than I do, and so it's just kind of this meme of people praying in broken Latin. Next up, we have the Society of St. Pius X, the Fraternity of St. Peter rivalry. This has to do with the Fraternity of St. Peter breaking off of St. Pius X. In 1988, following the Icone consecrations, the Fraternity of St. Peter ended up being a group of priests which was regularly canonized within the church. And what ended up happening is that the Society of St. Pius X would move into a town, and then bishops would use the Fraternity of St. Peter as kind of a way to fish out the laity so that they would go to the Society of St. Pius X. And so in the minds of a lot of churchgoers at the Society of St. Pius X and a lot of the clerics in it, they kind of saw the Fraternity of St. Peter as not really pushing forward traditional Catholicism, but only as kind of a way to suck out the air from the Society of St. Pius X, and kind of a sheep within wolf's clothing. And while the Fraternity of St. Peter may mean well, they're really only there to undermine the Society of St. Pius X. Eternal Rome, in quotes. So Eternal Rome has to do with, the Novus Ordo Church or the Vatican II Church. And so Eternal Rome is a saying that's used by a lot of traditionalists to mean the opposite of modernist Rome or post-Vatican II Rome. And so, yeah, they're loyal to Rome and they're loyal to the papacy, but not this temporal papacy, but eternal Rome. Next up, we have lay people should not read the Bible. This is a Catholic biting of the bullet, you could say. I had earlier up, this is something my parents used to say, lay people shouldn't read the Bible. They'll say stupid things. Protestantism comes from lay people reading the Bible. Then when I was growing up, Protestants would say Catholics aren't true Christians because they don't read the Bible. And so a lot of educated Catholics would say Catholics should read the Bible, and so on. But ultimately, this is a more traditionalist, kind of aggressive saying that lay people shouldn't read the Bible because it's difficult for them to understand it. That only the educated should do theology and should read the Bible. Next up, we have Novus Ordo Watch. Novus Ordo Watch is probably the most prominent Sedevacantist website. It runs, or I should say its most famous part about that website is the Novus Ordo Wire, which basically is a list of church updates or church news that has to do with the leadership of the Catholic Church, and it's pretty inflammatory and really aggressive against Pope Francis and the previous popes because they're Sedevacantists. And it's generally not suggested, I would say. I don't believe in that lay people should not read the Bible. That's kind of a meme, that's a viewpoint that I don't hold. But I do hold that lay people that are easily scandalized, they should not read Novus Ordo Watch. Next up, we have going to confession at the Novus Ordo and not to traditionalist priests. There's a lot to do with this one. First of all, independent priest in the Society of St. Pius X, traditionally, canonically speaking, would not actually have the faculties to forgive sin and to do confession. And that's because the regular bishop that's incarnated in the diocese, he has that power, and he gives it to his priests, and he can take it away from priests. So canonically, the Society of St. Pius X ought not be able to actually offer confessions. And, in fact, Francis gave the Society of St. Pius X the ability to hear confession. And this is kind of seen from, I guess, the Vatican standpoint as a way to bring them back into full communion in the church. Of course, the Society of St. Pius X said that they just had the abilities or the faculties to do confession because of the crisis in the church means that it's an emergency and they ought to be able to do them because of that emergency. And then they would say, well, all these liberal churches or these liberal priests, they don't even believe in confession anyway, so what are you going to do? Come to us? We believe in confession and they don't. But, of course, lay people really, really want to be secure that when they go to confession, they're really confessing their sins. And so, despite the Society of St. Pius X saying that they had valid confessions, a lot of lay people would go to the regular Novus Ordo church, you could say, I guess the canonically regular church, get confession there, and then go back to Mass at the Society of St. Pius X to receive communion. Part of this also has to do with the idea that traditional Catholic priests are harder in confession than regular incarnated. I don't like using this term Novus Ordo, but it really does help kind of describing this in the worldview of traditionalists. So I'm sorry if it's scandalous to speak that way, but it really is effective. So if you go to a Novus Ordo priest, they would be a lot less hard on you than the traditionalist priest would be. And so I know that personally I've done this, is that I would go to better confessors that do the Novus Ordo and then go to the Latin Mass. It's something that I've personally done, and I know it's something that I've heard a lot of people have done, and it kind of leads to an adverse feedback effect, because if nobody goes to these traditionalist priests to receive confession, then they think that their whole congregation is holier than the Novus Ordo, and it kind of leads to the traditionalist priest thinking that his congregation is holier, and that kind of leads to him having a chip on his shoulder, and then it makes it even worse because if you go to confession with him, he doesn't receive normal people, and he doesn't know what normal people are doing, and he tends to react harder on them than the Novus Ordo priest, which talks to normal people more often and gets more confessions. And so it's kind of this feedback loop which pushes these traditionalist priests to be harder and harder and harder in confession, and it's kind of sad. Next up, the last one for this tier, the Vulgate is superior to Greek and Hebrew. And this points back to Trent, because at Trent, they were reacting to a lot of the Protestant reformers who were making translations of the Bible into the vernacular languages, and in doing so, they would use the Greek, usually the Textus Receptus, and the Masoretic Hebrew text, and then they would say the Vulgate was corrupted. Of course, there were a lot of Protestants who still loved the Vulgate, though. That's kind of ironic. That's something that's surprising. But there obviously were a lot of Protestants that believed that the Vulgate, which was the Latin version of the Bible compiled by St. Jerome in the 4th century and was used as a standard text for the Catholic Church until the 20th century, was corrupted in their eyes. It was no longer scripture. And so Trent said, yes, it's scripture, and yes, it's free of errors. And in fact, Trent said that all vernacular translations have to use the Vulgate as their basis. And so that's why the Douay-Rheims uses the Vulgate as its basis rather than the Textus Receptus. And the logic of this reasoning is that the Catholic Church is the one true church. The Roman Rite, led by the Pope, is the one rite that never broke off or fell into heresy, became schismatic, or anything like that. And because the Greek was run by the Greek Church, the big O Orthodox, and the Hebrew that was taken by the Jews, we can't trust them. Sure, most of it is what was originally written by the biblical writers, but because the people that have been copying these texts are not Catholic, we can't trust these primarily. And because the Vulgate has always been copied by faithful Catholics in communion with the Catholic Church, it is the highest and the best version of Scripture, and it is the most accurate, even if it is a translation from the Greek and Hebrew. Ultimately, though, this would be repealed by Pope Pius XII in 1943 with Divino Affiliae Spiritu, where he allowed people to go back to the Hebrew and to go back to the Greek for any vernacular translations of the Bible. Since then, the Vulgate has kind of fallen into obscurity in the Catholic world, despite being a strong mark of Catholic piety. And in fact, after Vatican II, it literally was abandoned. And now there's a Novo Vulgate, which is extremely bizarre and is supposed to legally be the Vulgate. but it's actually a modern translation of the Latin done in the 1970s from the original languages into the Latin. And now the Novo Vulgate is what's supposed to be used for all the primary documents published by the Holy See and the Vatican. Latin scholars think it's completely idiotic, and I really don't understand why it exists, because that kind of undermines the whole point of the Vulgate, because the Vulgate is the scriptural tradition of the majoritarian transmission of the Bible in the West. And so the Nova Vulgate is the complete opposite of the point of using the Vulgate. Anyway, all things aside, that's the end of Tier 6, and we're getting deeper and deeper. And after that, we're seeing the end of the iceberg itself, and we're getting way deeper into the whole chart. And thank you guys for watching this far. If I've misspoken or I've said anything that's wrong, I'm not a theologian. I don't have a theology degree, and I have my nose plugged up and I mispronounce stuff. If I left anything off the chart or if I made any errors, please comment below. And thanks so much for watching. Please pray for me and pray for the church. Okay, here we are, part 4. We're into Tier 7. And with Tier 7, we begin Sedevacantism. And something that I've kind of said before in a lot of these videos is that the way that I organize this chart, this goes from the most mainstream sensibilities, the cultural Catholic, to the normal Catholic, to the traditionalist, to the more rabid or radical traditionalist criticism of Vatican II in the modern church, to increasingly more extreme criticisms of Vatican II in the modern Catholic Church. First up, starting off Tier 7, we have Sedevacantism. And now, I've said Sedevacantism or Sedevacantist views multiple times prior to this, but now we talk about Sedevacantism in and of itself. So Sedevacantism is a traditionalist Catholic movement that says, either since the death of Pius XII or sometimes John the 23rd, that there has been no true pope since then, and basically the seat of St. Peter is vacant. Thus comes the name Sedevacantism, or vacant seat in Latin. And so all the popes that have come since Vatican II are anti-popes, because either of heresy or because they try to impose heresy on the church. And the imposition is Vatican II and the new Mass, and so that has made them into anti-popes who are not true popes, and that they've in fact fooled the world into thinking that they're true popes, and that they're the Catholic Church, the universal church, the one true Church of Christ, is now a very small remnant of what it once was. Next up, we have the Society of St. Pius V. The Society of St. Pius V is a traditionalist Catholic society of Catholic priests, which broke off from the Society of St. Pius X in 1983 because they didn't want to follow the Missal of 1962 and wanted to keep to the Missal of 1954. The Society of St. Pius V is widely seen as a Sedevacantist group, but the reality is that they're arguably Sedevadoutist, which is an interesting topic, and we'll get to that deeper here in the iceberg. The una cum controversy. So una cum means with the bishop or with the pope. It's in union, it means in Latin. So this is where in the Mass you say with our bishop and with our Pope Francis, right? And so this is one of the main controversies within Sedevacantism. All Sedevacantists do not put una cum for the Pope into the Mass when they serve it, but some Sedevacantists believe it's okay for Sedevacantists to go to what they view as valid Latin Mass done by traditional priests that are not in communion with Francis. So some Sedevacantists believe it's okay to go to independent traditionalist Catholic priests, like the Society of St. Pius X or the society or the various resistance societies of St. Pius X. And it's okay to go there even if they're not Sedevacantists because they're traditionalist and they're not in full communion, you could say, with Pope Francis. Others think that the mere view that it's okay for the laity to go to the St. Pius X masses is a very grievous scandal itself, and says that you should not attend the mass of somebody that says that it's even possible to go to a Society of St. Pius X mass in good standing. For some background, this split has to do with the CMRI believing that it's okay to go to a Society of St. Pius X mass if you're a Sedevacantist, and then just not talk about it with the priest and not bring up waves. You can just go there and do it as part of your Sunday obligation. Bishop Sanborn and many of the priests that follow him in the Roman Catholic Institute believe that you can't even go to a priest that believes that you could go to a Society of St. Pius X church and receive communion there. Next up, we have the Syria hypothesis. The Syria hypothesis connects to the 1958 Conclave irregularities, the idea that there was white smoke that elected a pope before John the 23rd, and it's usually said that Cardinal Giuseppe Siri was that pope, and that he would have led the church into a much more traditionalist direction. It's kind of an odd version of Sedevacantism, because it kind of says that there was a pope this whole time, he was just in hiding, or he didn't have the courage or conviction to step out, or that he was like, it was covered up that he was a true pope or something like that. It's kind of odd, and usually it goes something like, Siri was elected pope in 1958, the Soviet Union or a Jewish conspiracy or a Freemason conspiracy said that they would nuke the Vatican if he came out and became the pope. And so they had to choose John the 23rd in his place. And then Siri, who would have been, I believe, it's usually said he's supposed to be Gregory the 17th. He was held hostage by these, I don't know, Jews or Freemasons or communists. And so he wasn't able to ever get out and say that he was a true pope. But this whole time he was the Archbishop of Genoa. And so he was the Archbishop of Genoa until 1987. It's an interesting, very fringe theory. I don't know what basis they usually point to. There's all these ideas that there's like these declassified documents that say that he was really the Pope of the whole time by the CIA and stuff like that. It's just kind of odd. Next up, we have the CMRI, or the Congregation of Mary the Immaculate Queen. The CMRI is probably the most populous or the most largest of the various Sedevacantist traditionalist Catholic congregations or orders of priests. They're dedicated to Our Lady Fatima and devotion to the practice of total consecration to the Virgin Mary. So they've been Sedevacantists. They say that the Pope or the papacy has been empty since 1958. Pius XII was the last Pope. They're pretty big. They're mostly throughout the United States and Canada, but they're starting to spread into other regions of the earth. They're known as the Mount St. Michael group because their stronghold is, I guess their base of operations, maybe that would be a better way to say it, is Mount St. Michael, which was a former seminary run by the Jesuits that the CMRI bought up when they started. So the CMRI is one of the first Sedevacantist groups. The original founder was a man named Francis Schuckart, or Schuckart. He had a lot of health problems. He was in a wheelchair, but he was very eccentric. He ended up getting old Catholic orders and ordained a lot of people in those old Catholic orders. He ended up being accused of pederasty and homosexual acts, and so he was kicked out of the CMRI in 1984. A lot of people considered the CMRI at this time to be kind of a cult, and that they were run around by Schuckart and his cult of personality at that time. Schuckart went his own way, and he had loyalists that followed him that we'll talk about deeper into this iceberg. Eventually, though, they would be reordained in Archbishop Took's orders. And I'm going to say his name wrong. Bishop Mark Peverunis is now the default leader. I think he's the leader it's kind of interesting within a lot of these CMRI or the Society of St. Pius X or Society of St. Pius V and a lot of these groups, because bishops aren't necessarily the leaders. They have the holy orders, but sometimes they'll have superior generals that aren't bishops, and then you'll have bishops go back and forth. And that's the case of the CMRI. Is Mark Feberunis, I know I'm saying it wrong somehow. There was a period where Kashmir Pistorius was superior general, and then Mark Perverunis became superior general again. But anyway, he's a bishop that was consecrated by the Sedevacantist bishop Mose Camarona. He was a Mexican Sedevacantist. He died tragically in a car accident. Anyway, so a lot of Sedevacantist orders actually come through the CMRI. They're rapidly growing. They're the largest Sedevacantist order. They're not seen as a cult anymore because they kind of cleared out a lot of their corruption that surrounded Bishop Schuckardt. And because they have that backstory of Bishop Schuckart's controversies and some other controversies of alleged child abuse that are supposed to have occurred at their school, which I don't know if they really happened. They're seen as much more open and lenient and measured than other Sedevacantist groups, and this kind of goes into, like I said before, with the whole Una Cum controversy. I already talked about one of these with the whole Una Cum controversy, but basically the CMRI thinks that it's fine for Sedevacantists to go to other societies and receive communion from them. So say the Society of St. Pius X or the Society of St. Pius V, when those other societies don't necessarily commune with the CMRI are kind of seen as the more level-shouldered amongst Sedevacantist groups, ironically. Sedeprivationism. Sedeprivationism is an interesting theory, and I would say a form of Sedevacantism. It's the idea that the popes since Vatican II are validly elected popes, but they don't have the authority to teach and govern the body of the church as the popes because they accept the Second Vatican Council and they have the intention to promulgate errors over the mass of the faithful. So basically, the doctrine asserts that since the council, the occupants of the See of Peter are popes materially but not formally. As such, Sedeprivationists teach that John the 23rd through Pope Francis have not attained the fullness of the papacy, but if they were to repent, then they would actually become true popes. This is known as the Thesis of Cassicium, and it owes its origin to Bishop Gerard de Laurier, who is a French bishop who ended up being consecrated a bishop by Archbishop Took. It is popularized again by Bishop Sanborn, who runs a pretty prominent Sedevacantist seminary, Most Holy Trinity Seminary, and he runs the Roman Catholic Institute. Next up, we have the Novus Ordo banned traditional rites of various holy orders. So after Vatican II, the leaders of a lot of holy orders believed that to keep in track with Vatican II, they needed to abandon their traditional rites they would do. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but a lot of holy orders and monastic communities have their own liturgical traditions. And so in the wake of Vatican II, a lot of these traditions were kind of thrown out the window and they were stopped being done. And a lot of monks and religious orders ended up doing the Novus Ordo. Sometimes they received communion on the hand and did other things that we would see as liturgical abuses in the wake of the release of the Novus Ordo and in the 1970s. And as time has gone on, a lot of monastic orders have broken off of the bigger orders and they've kind of refounded themselves and do the traditional rites of their orders of priests. Next up, we have the Divine Mercy Chaplet is heretical. A lot of, I could say, more aggressive trads believe that the Divine Mercy Chaplet is heretical and that its view of grace and how much grace it gives people is heretical and kind of undermines the Catholic view of penance. Next up, we have, in quotations, the post-Vatican II church is Gnostic. So there's kind of two ways you could say this. You could say that the Vatican II Church teaches some kind of higher Gnostic knowledge over traditional Catholicism, or you could say that the way that the Catholic Church operates is that most people think that the Catholic Church today is at the top of the iceberg, and that the real faithful have some kind of Gnostic or hidden version of Christianity, which is traditional Catholicism, and that basically what actually we would call traditional Catholicism or small or Orthodox Catholicism is like Gnosticism. It's not out there at the front, and that you have to be incarnated and learn the secret truths of the religion. And like Novus Ordo Church or Vatican II Church, calling the mainstream Catholic Church Gnostic from a traditionalist point of view is just kind of a talking point or slur or polemic against the modern Catholic Church. The Most Holy Family Monastery. The Most Holy Family Monastery is a Sedevacantist group of monks in upstate New York, in Fillmore, New York, and it's run by Michael and Peter Diamond, commonly known as the Diamond Brothers. Most Holy Family Monastery is probably the most public Sedevacantist group. They have a big YouTube channel where they publish a lot of Catholic content, some of which is, viewable by small or Orthodox Catholics and would help teach them. There's not really anything wrong in them. Some of which would be seen by normal, run-of-the-mill Sedevacantist and would be seen, as like good, above the board, helps Sedevacantism, helps traditional Catholicism. But they also make a lot of videos about their prophecies and their bizarre readings of the Bible. Just kind of odd stuff, because they're always prophesizing the end of the world, and they have kind of more aggressive or more extreme views, a lot of which are just going on throughout this whole chart, or this whole iceberg, you could say. They are Feeneites. Feeneism and Sedevacantism don't really mix that often, because Feeneism, really, you have to have a visible church, a visible Catholic Church, to say who is in it and who is out of it. And because Sedevacantism's ecclesiology and how visible the church is a lot more amorphous, it would seem that Sedevacantism, at least in my mind, and Feeneism don't mix. Of course, most Holy Family Monastery are rabid Feeneites and believe that going to most other Sedevacantist groups is in fact sinful because they're not Feeneites. They also oppose natural family planning, and they have a whole set of odd beliefs that we'll talk about as we go further down into the iceberg. Next up, we have unbaptized babies go to hell. And so this is actually, from my understanding, a belief of the Most Holy Family Monastery. This is a really extreme belief, and we talked about this through the iceberg as we get from kind of like a more normal belief, what was normal throughout the history of the church, and now we get into the more extreme beliefs. So I guess most modern people would say that unbaptized babies go to heaven because they didn't commit actual sin. Somehow they would say they would get saved. And then the traditional point of view would have been limbo of the infants, where they go to an earthly paradise because they never had done any actual sins. Well, the Diamond Brothers would just say unbaptized babies, unbaptized toddlers, unbaptized children before the age of reason, they're just damned and they burn in hell forever. So, kind of an interesting theory, kind of extreme, kind of thing that you would see from the Most Holy Family Monastery and the Diamond Brothers. Next up, we have Father Anthony Shikata. Father Shikata was a Sedevacantist priest and prominent author. He wrote the book Work of Human Hands, and he wrote numerous articles defending the Sedevacantist position in numerous ways. He ran a YouTube channel which was pushed Sedevacantism, and it was quite scholarly. And so he's kind of seen as one of the most prominent Sedevacantist theologians. He died recently in 2020 of cancer. Next up, we have the Nine. The Nine, of course, are the original founding members of the Society of St. Pius V. These were the priests that were kicked out, at least on the surface level, because they refused to do the Missal of 1962, instead preferring to do the Missal of 1954. Father Shikata was one of the 9. Most of the 9 ended up leaving, and only really 3 of them, from my understanding, stayed within the Society of St. Pius X. Even though on the surface they were kicked out because they didn't want to do the Missal of 1962, the reality is that they were kicked out for being Sedevacantists. In a lot of St. Pius X circles, they're given the infamous and arguably kind of metal and awesome name, the 9. See, on the next entry, I'm just going to mispronounce it, so I'm just going to go with its English name, Institute of the Mother of Good Counsel. This is a Sedevacanist religious order based in Italy. This is the largest Sedevacantist religious order in Europe. Father Gomar de Paul was a traditional Catholic priest who ran a church, the Ave Maria Chapel, on Long Island. He was the founder of the organization called Catholic Traditionalist Movement. He never became a bishop. He never formally was excommunicated, and he was always incarnated as a priest until his death. He's one of many independent traditionalist Catholic priests that followed the Vatican Council, who offered the Latin Mass. This was kind of the mainstay of traditionalist chapels, were traditionalist priests who never probably were ever kicked out of their diocese. They just kind of went their own way, and then ended up having independent chapels which weren't really connected under any bishops. Of course, over time, this is kind of dried up, as you need a bishop to consecrate, I should not say consecrate, ordain priests. And so over time, this trend has kind of moved towards these traditionalist Catholic religious orders, either the Society of St. Pius X, the various resistant St. Pius X societies, or the various Sedevacantist societies. And the independent traditional Catholic Church has declined. Next up, we have the Novus Ordo holy orders are invalid. Most Sedevacantists believe that the 1968 holy orders, both the bishop and the priest, order of consecration, order of ordination, are invalid. I don't exactly understand why Paul VI considered it important, or why he promulgated new rites of ordination. Of course, if you're in the mainstream Catholic Church, obviously the Pope can do this, but if you don't believe that Paul VI is the Pope, and so on, you would think, well, you have an anti-Pope that's giving out new orders of ordination, new orders of episcopal consecration for the Roman Rite. Well, that's pretty dubious. That's pretty questionable. So are these priests, and further down the line, are these bishops real priests and bishops? And most Sedevacantists say no. Now, whether or not their arguments are very good, that's a whole nother kettle of fish, and I'm not really prepared to debate that here. Sorry, Sedis, I'm not really up to that. I'll just admit that. But it is important noting that this is one of the reasons why Sedevacantists are kind of going their own way as time goes on, and they're kind of being seen more and more as a splinter group off from what you could call the main Catholic Church, because they're saying that the Catholic Church is I guess you could say the mainstream Catholic Church is its own thing, and the Sedevacantists are going off with their own holy orders. They're going off and they're having their own culture that's different, and the two aren't really crossing each other anymore. Because if a regular Catholic Church priest tries to leave the Catholic Church and become a Sedevacantist, he would have to be reordained. And so that's pretty humiliating. So he has to swallow a lot in order to do that. And he may be rejected by a Sedevacantist bishop, so you have to keep that in mind. So it kind of is keeping this wall in between the two, and you can kind of see how they're going off in two different directions as time goes on. And it also acts to prevent Sedevacantist lay people from ever going to, say, the Fraternity of St. Peter or the Institute of Christ the King and receiving communion there, but say keeping Sedevacantist in their minds and just not talking about it with the priest or with the other lay people there. Quotation: The Orthodox feel the same way about Patriarch Bartholomew. So Patriarch Bartholomew is the Patriarch of Constantinople, at least first among equals within the general body of Eastern Orthodoxy. Amongst a lot of, again, small o Orthodox, big O Orthodox, he's seen as a liberal. And so, unbeknownst to a lot of Catholics, a lot of traditional Catholics, there is also a parallel world of traditional Orthodoxy, which is not in communion with the general hierarchy of the wider world of Orthodoxy. These are the Old Calendarist or True Orthodox. And it's very interesting from a sociological point of view or a historian of religion point of view, and to try and compare the traditional Catholic movement and the Old Calendarist movement. The Fraternity of St. Peter, or the FSSP, never got their bishop. From my understanding, when the Icone consecrations happened and the Society of St. Pius X was excommunicated and the Fraternity of St. Peter was created, the Holy Office and the Vatican promised the Fraternity of St. Peter that they would get a bishop, and that's never actually occurred. Next up, we have Bishop Donald Sanborn. I've talked about Bishop Donald Sanborn before on this chart a bunch of times already. He was one of the members of the Nine. Initially, he was a Society of St. Pius V priest. Around 1995, he ended up leaving the Society of St. Pius V. Before he was kicked out of the Society of St. Pius X in 1983, along with the other 9, he was actually the head of the seminary for the Society of St. Pius X in the United States, the St. Thomas Aquinas Seminary. After he was kicked out of the Society of St. Pius X, he was replaced by the then Father Richard Williamson, and eventually Bishop Richard Williamson. After he left the Society of St. Pius V, he would eventually found his own seminary for Sedevacantism, the Most Holy Trinity Seminary, where he teaches Sedeprivationism, a type of Sedevacantism, and he ended up being consecrated a bishop by Bishop Robert McKenna, who was a former Dominican priest and became a prominent Sedevacantist bishop, and he held the Sedeprivationist theory. Bishop Sanborn is well known within traditional Catholic circles for being a charismatic and forceful speaker. He's continued to be the rector of Most Holy Seminary for the past almost 30 years now. Even outside of traditional Catholic circles, he's kind of pushed around as an interesting and forceful speaker. If you go on YouTube, you'll find a lot of his speeches and his sermons. He's generally just really popular within the Sedevacantist community. Next up, we have Archbishop Took. The vast majority of Sedevacantist holy orders currently descend from Archbishop Took, who was the Archbishop of Hue, Vietnam, prior to Vatican II. He eventually became Sedevacantist, but maybe that's jumping ahead a little bit. He was the head of course, the Archbishop of Hue, Vietnam, one of the largest cities in South Vietnam, and his brother was actually president of South Vietnam, and his brother was assassinated in 1963 while he was at the Second Vatican Council. Because he was at the Second Vatican Council, he was spared from being assassinated himself. Most of his family members who had business connections or connections to his brother in the government were assassinated as well, so he's just kind of left isolated in Europe without any friends, without any allies, and eventually the Vatican would replace him with a different bishop in Hue, according to him, against his wishes. Isolated and without any friends and within a foreign country, and Archbishop Took would join the Traditionalist Catholic movement in his exile in the later years of his life. He would end up consecrating several members of various traditional Catholic groups into bishops, including Sedevacantist, Old Catholics trying to become traditional Catholics and get reordained with, more normal orders that are less scandalous outside of the Old Catholic orders, and most infamously, he consecrated laymen. First, he ordained them into priests, then consecrated them into bishops over, I believe, 2 days in the Palmer de Troya group. In the last years before his death, he said that he was a Sedevacantist, therefore being the only bishop who had held a episcopal see who became a public Sedevacantist after Vatican II. But there's a lot of questions regarding his sincerity with that, and the sincerity of a lot of the actions in his later years, because he was in his late 80s, and so there's a lot of controversy surrounding him and surrounding his holy orders. According to public record, he reconciled with the Holy See before he died, but several Sedevacantists disagree with this and say that it's not true. What Catholics believe. What Catholics believe is a public access, I don't know if it's still a public access program, but it's been around for over 30 years. It is a program run by Father William Jenkins of the Society of St. Pius V, and of course, again, going back to this, one of the 9, and he just kind of talks about every week or every few weeks traditional Catholic issues. It's a pretty popular series. It was originally public access, and now it's mainly done on YouTube. Next up, we have The Work of Human Hands. This is the book by Father Shikata. It's his magnum opus. It's about 400 or 500 pages, and it is, I believe, the most in-depth criticism of the Novus Ordo Mass, and it details the history of the changes and the nature of the changes between the 1954 Missal and the 1969 Missal. It criticizes the Novus Ordo and says at numerous points that it is pushing forward a different religion than traditional Catholicism in both its text and its celebration. It argues that while somebody could interpret this as valid within the line of trajectory of the history of the liturgy of the West, that's just one way it's conducted, and that the way that the Novus Ordo Mass was made from the beginning is to allow numerous variations in the way of its celebration, which undermines the Catholicity of the Church, the universality of its celebration of its most important sacrament. Now we have the Bishop Williamson line of bishops. So Bishop Williamson, we've talked about him a lot, I think, so far. Bishop Williamson, formerly of the Society of St. Pius X, consecrated a bishop by Archbishop Lefebvre, excommunicated in 1988 when that happened as part of the Icone consecrations and the Icone excommunications. He was de-excommunicated while the Society of St. Pius X was trying to become regular, I guess, within the Catholic Church. Later on, he would be kicked out of the Society of St. Pius X, and he would end up consecrating his own episcopal successors within the movement that is known as the Society of St. Pius X Resistance. So far, he has consecrated 5 successors, more than Archbishop Lefebvre had consecrated. And so I guess the question is how many successors is he going to have? He's kind of old, obviously. He's 83. And how prudent will these successors be in consecrating bishops themselves? Obviously, the 3 Sedevacantist bishops that were consecrated by Archbishop Took led to a great wave of Sedevacantist clergy throughout the world. And so will these bishops consecrated by Bishop Williamson be just as prolific, and will there be imprudent consecrations? Will these consecrations eventually be seen as dubious, like many of the old Catholic orders, and to a lot of people that took consecrations? I guess only time will tell. Summorum Pontificum lied, and Paul VI banned the Latin Mass. So Summorum Pontificum we talked about a lot already. That's the 2007 change in the indult, which allowed the indult of the Latin Mass to be liberated quite a bit by Benedict XVI. And so in Summorum Pontificum, it talks about how the Latin Mass was never banned. Well, that seems to contradict reality, because Paul VI banned it and numerous bishops banned it. Trento, or the Priestly Society of Trent in Latin. I'm going to butcher it, so what's the point? It's a Mexican Sedevacantist society of priests. It's pretty popular in Mexico. The problem is that because it's all the articles about it online are going to be in Spanish, I don't know that much about it. They have Archbishop Took orders, originally under Camarana, Mosaeus Camarana. They were Sedevacantists, they had a bishop, and then he died. But before he died, he consecrated Mark Peverunis of the CMRI, and so Mark Peverunis then consecrated the various bishops and ordained priests for Trento. Trento continues now as the primary Sedevacantist order in Mexico. John the 23rd was a Freemason. So this is a common, I guess, conspiracy theory or talking point within Sedevacantism, is to say that John the 23rd was a Freemason. And that's because Sedevacantism has a problem, is that John the 23rd, while he started Vatican II, he didn't really promulgate any of the things that Sedevacantists have issues with, because he died at the beginning of the council. And so Sedevacantists are kind of left up in the air. Was he a true pope? Was he like the worst pope of all time but still a true pope? Or was he a heretic and he never was a pope? And it's really difficult to find things you could say that are heresies that John the 23rd did, in the way that Sedevacantists will point to things that Paul VI did. And obviously with Francis it's a lot easier than with John Paul II and Paul VI. But it's a common talking point that John the 23rd was a Freemason, and since he was a Freemason, he was not capable of becoming a pope, according to a lot of people. Now, is there any proof he was a Freemason? No, it's pretty much just hearsay. Slavery is not immoral. The idea of slavery being not immoral is one of the most controversial topics within Christianity in general, and of course within Catholicism. The permissibility of slavery is heavily debated, and through the primary period of the slave trade in the, you could say, the Atlantic Triangle, the slave trade in the New World, you have a lot of controversy there if you look back historically, because it was never really clearly condemned by popes at the time. So it could be argued that at least certain forms of slavery are valid or permissible. This is a really complex topic. I don't talk about it that much, and it doesn't really come up that much within the Traditionalist Catholic movement. But it is worth pointing out that slavery is never really condemned throughout the New Testament and within the Bible at large. Conclavism. Conclavism is the idea within Sedevacantism that since the See of St. Peter, the seat of St. Peter, and the Episcopal See of Rome, the Pope and his office are vacant, that the Church is under an obligation to fulfill it again. And so there are various conclavists that are trying to, within the Sedevacantist movement, to elect another Pope to continue where the Church left off since Vatican II. Of course, this is not an easy thing to do. We already talked about the Great Western Schism, and what to do when there's multiple popes that claim to be the Pope at the same time, or trying to make up a Pope from a council of bishops. It generally kind of fails. And so all these goals throughout history to try and create another Pope end up with these claimants to the papacy which have no followers. Also, there's the problem because before, according to Sedevacantists, the papacy went extinct, the cardinalate also would have went extinct. And so before that happened, the legislation was that a pope had to be elected by the College of Cardinals. Well, there's no way to make another College of Cardinals because none of the cardinals became Sedevacantist. All the cardinals under Pius XII are extinct. And so Sedevacantist clergy and Sedevacantist laity really have no place to elect a pope. Now, some of them will say there needs to be an imperfect council of Sedevacantist bishops, and like the councils that ended the Great Western Schism, they will elect a pope, and that pope will become the the Pope of the Sedevacantists, and he'll be recognized as the one Pope and unify Sedevacantism and be able to kind of clear up the controversies within Sedevacantism and, in their minds, set about continuing the Catholic Church where Pius XII left off. There are also conclavists who believe that they have been chosen by God to be the Pope, and we'll get to some of them as we get further down in this iceberg. Next up, we have the bogus Ordo Church. This is another slur or pejorative way to say the regular Catholic Church after Vatican II, but instead of saying Novus Ordo, you say bogus Ordo because it rhymes with Novus. Agatha Christie saved the Latin Mass. Agatha Christie was one of the most important English authors of the 20th century. She was quite prolific and wrote numerous books, mystery books that is, or detective novels, and they're really popular, and they have a rabid cult following throughout the world. She was, of course, English, and she was an Anglican, but she had a great respect for the Catholic Church and had many Catholic friends. So she actually wrote a personal letter to Paul VI, pleading with him not to ban the Latin Mass. And so Paul VI is supposed to have said in excitement, Agatha Christie, and because of her influence and her fame, she was able to prevent the Latin Mass from being banned worldwide, at least within the single country of Britain. And so the indult within Britain went by the nickname Agatha Christie Indult. Of course, as we talked a little bit earlier, the worldwide indult for the Latin Mass would be set up in 1984. So basically, the only way that you could legally get the Latin Mass is through the Agatha Christie Indult between 1971 and 1984, and it would have been banned anywhere else throughout the world. The for all and the for many controversy. And so in the canon of the Mass or in the Eucharistic prayer, there is for many, that this may be done for many. So when the Novus Ordo came out in many languages, this was translated as for all, because this was such an important part of the sacrament of the Eucharist. A lot of Sedevacantists said that the translation for all from for many in the Latin invalidates the sacrament. In English, at least, this was retranslated to for many in the 2011 liturgical reforms. Post-traditionalism. Post-traditionalism is kind of a meme term. It's when somebody who was traditionalist, maybe radicalized in traditionalism on the internet, abandons that and then kind of moves towards the beginning of our iceberg here into more mainstream positions. Sometimes they'll be actively anti-traditionalist, and they may fall into the Pope-splainer category. Slaves of the Immaculate Heart, or Slaves of the Immaculate Heart of Mary. This is the group started by Father Leonard Feeney, and it is connected, of course, also to the St. Benedict Center. They promoted Feeneyism and traditional Catholicism. Sister Catherine, a nun, was also one of the co-founders there. It's set up in the northeast of the country, in Harvard, Massachusetts. And with that, we complete Tier 7, and we will now move on to Tier 8 of the traditional Catholic iceberg. Okay, so the first part of Tier 8 is the Novus Ordo legally is the Roman Rite. And I don't know what else to say other than that's the truth. A lot of Sedevacantists or more radical elements of the Society of St. Pius X will say things like the Novus Ordo is a new rite or it's schismatic. The reality is the Novus Ordo, the reforms that have been done under Paul VI are radical. It's still, legally speaking, is the Latin Mass. It is the rite of the Western Church under the Pope as its patriarch. It is the same rite as the Missal of 1967. It's the same rite of the Missal of 1954. It's the same rite as the Roman Mass put out with Col Primum. It is the legal Roman rite of the Catholic Church. Next up, we have the Robber Church. Now, this is actually the collection of the writings of Patrick Henry Omlor. I think Omlor. It's Omlor, so I don't know if I'm mispronouncing it. He was one of the earliest Sedevacantists. He first started writing in, I believe, 1968, so very, very early on. A lot of people that are deeper into Sedevacantism than me and know a lot about its history know that a lot of the arguments of Sedevacantism begin here in the Robert Church. It's just interesting that all these arguments of Sedevacantism are buried in obscure and out-of-print books that are out of reach for the laity and probably unknown to theologians or apologists. To most people, what you get on the internet is what you get. They're not even aware that there's all these books that were published in the 1970s that are putting Sedevacantism forward as a thesis and having arguments bulwarking it. Inner Feeneyite schisms. Now, I don't know how many people are aware of this or know the background of the Slaves of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, but apparently after Sister Catherine's death in 1968, the Slaves of the Immaculate Heart of Mary split into three groups: the St. Benedict Abbey, the Sisters of the St. Benedict Center, the Slaves of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, St. Anne's House version, and the Slaves of the Immaculate Heart of Mary of the St. Benedict Center. And that last one broke off in the mid-1980s, and it exists in New Hampshire. Stephen Heiner. Stephen Heiner is currently a lay helper for the Most Holy Trinity Seminary, which is, of course, under Bishop Donald Sanborn. He was the founder of True Restoration, which was a very slick Sedevacantist apostolate, which kind of came out around the end of Benedict XVI's reign and the beginning of Francis's reign. And I think just how slick True Restoration was when it came out, and how it kind of had a lot of clerics there, Bishop Dolan, Bishop Sanborn, Father Shikata, who were articulate and well-read. It really kind of gave Sedevacantism legitimacy that it hadn't really seen before. And I think that at that time, when Francis first became Pope, and later really kind of solidified Sedevacantism as a valid option in a lot of people's eyes. And I'm just speaking out of public experience because that was definitely the case for me and was very influential when I had that Sedevacantist phase. Garage and hotel masses. So this was something that would come up very early in the Traditionalist Catholic movement, when there would be these independent priests who would get kicked out by their bishop. They would end up having a circuit of masses that they would go through town to town and offer the Latin Mass to small groups of the faithful. They didn't really have any money, so they weren't able to buy, say, an abandoned church, whether or not Catholic or Protestant. Probably more likely Protestant in a lot of these cases. So very early on, they would have masses, Latin masses, in garages or in hotels. So it was kind of ironic, because the Latin Mass is viewed as this really gaudy high church thing to Protestants and critics of the church, but it was a Novus Ordo that's getting celebrated in all these historic churches, and the Latin Mass was getting celebrated in garages and hotels. Now, I believe there's still some garages and hotel masses, but a lot of these independent priests, a lot of them have aged out. The Society of St. Pius X has become established, and they all have churches. And Sedevacantism, although it started there, and there's still Sedevacantist groups that are like that, they, over time, have had a laity, and they've grown in the laity that have been able to offer donations to them, and now Sedevacantists usually have churches. Whether they're buying old Catholic churches or they're refurbishing Protestant churches, but Sedevacantists now usually have churches. Cessationism. Sedevacantism is cessationist. And now this is probably a little bit of a slander, but in my opinion, a lot of Sedevacantists act like cessationism has happened. At least since Vatican II, they say, well, this is no longer an age of miracles, And this is something I brought up to Sedevacantists before, is that, well, if you're the small minority, if the Catholic Church isn't really a billion people, and it's just a small minority of tens of thousands, maybe at max 100,000 people, wouldn't that small minority be a miracle magnet? Wouldn't it be full of the greatest saints in the history of the church, as it was when the church was so pure at the beginning of the church, in those first few centuries before Constantine? You see all those saints and martyrs and everything, just a very pure church. When this small Sedevacantist church that's besieged, wouldn't it be full of great saints to help guide the faithful? And then the Sedevacantists will usually point back, oh, it's been prophesied that cessationism will happen. And then somebody who's more, say, follows, I guess, the regular church like me, well, they'll be like, well, look at all these miracles and clear saints after the council, and they'll be like, haha, they aren't saints. Cessationism. And I probably just jumped over cessationism's definition for a little bit, so I'm going to steal Wikipedia's here. Cessationism is the doctrine that spiritual gifts such as speaking in tongues, prophecy, and healing have ceased with the apostolic age. Basically, miracles don't happen after the Bible. This is more of a Calvinist, or more of the more hardcore Protestant reformers believe in this. And it's interesting because virtually Sedevacantists are cessationists. Latinization was actually a good thing. And so Latinization was the policy of imposing the standards liturgically from the Western Rite onto the Eastern Rite churches in communion with Rome. Latinization took place after the Eastern Rite started to reunite with Rome in, I guess you could call it the early modern period, but Leo XIII started trying to push against this, and Vatican II pushed against it more strongly, stressing that the Eastern Rites need to be proud of their identity and their history and maintain their uniqueness over and against the larger Western Rite Church of the total churches that are currently in communion with the Vatican. There are some traditionalists who support Latinization or want a return to Latinization to the Eastern Rites, and there are actually some in the Eastern Rites that want the same as well, that are, I guess, associated with traditionalism. Father Luigi Villa. Father Luigi Villa is an Italian traditionalist writer. His most famous book is Paul VI Beatified, ? And I believe he also wrote John Paul II Beatified, Never. I don't know that much about him. There's actually a biography about him that's pretty lengthy, so I wasn't able to come up with that much about him, other than he had those books that criticized those two popes, which now have not only been beatified, but made saints. He also apparently knew Padre Pio. There are 20 living anti-popes. I don't know where it comes from. It's some quote that I keep seeing as this copy pasta. There are 20 living anti-popes. There are 20 living anti-popes. Or there are 30 living anti-popes. Or something like that. Always, there are this many living anti-popes. And of course, that quote is always in context of conclavism. And indeed, I talk about a few conclavist claimants to the papal throne throughout this. There's a whole bunch of obscure anti-popes that nobody knows about, that were smaller than, say, Pope Michael, that nobody knows about, that they're just off there somewhere, just some obscure place in Africa. There's just some guy that never had holy orders that just calls himself the Pope. And a lot of these people, I don't even know if they're necessarily traditionalist conclavists. They're just claiming to be the Pope. It's interesting. It's bizarre. Clement XIV was right. Clement XIV was the Pope that suppressed the Jesuits. So obviously, this means that the Jesuits should have kept being suppressed. It's believed that, historically at least, that Clement XIV did so because a lot of the European monarchies, which were tending towards Gallicanism, so-called Josephism after Joseph II of Austria, or Jansenism, really hated the Jesuits and wanted them repealed, and that's what happened, of course. there were two states that were not Catholic that refused to allow the Jesuits to be abolished and continue them on until they were reinstituted. And then once the Jesuits were reinstituted, they again were pretty, small old Orthodox, a good order. But as we all know, following World War II, the Jesuits went off the deep end and became super liberal. So the idea is basically they should have just stayed banned the whole time. Okay, next up we have 2 Thessalonians 2:18-12. This is usually the cessationist quote or Bible quote that a lot of Sedevacantists post at me when I talk about Sedevacantists having a lot less miracles than the mainstream Catholic Church. So anyway, I'm going to read from the Dubious version. And then that wicked one shall be revealed, whom the Lord Jesus shall kill with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Him, whose coming is according to the working of Satan, and all power and signs and lying wonders, and in all seduction of iniquity, to them that perish, because they receive not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. Therefore God shall send them the operation of error to believe lying, that all may be judged who have been believed in the truth, but have consented to iniquity. But we ought to give thanks to God always for you, brethren, beloved of God, for that God hath chosen you first fruits unto salvation in sanctification of the Spirit and faith of the truth. So basically it's saying that in the end times there'll be miracles that are caused by Satan. And so when I point to Eucharistic miracles, these people just say, well, that's created by Satan. Pius XII was a bad pope. Let's think about this hard for a second, right? If Pius XII was the last pope, and the next pope was John the 23rd, and John the 23rd was an antichrist, and he reigned for a short time, did Vatican II, then Paul VI, he's also an antichrist. I'm literally saying antichrist on accident, but, John the 23rd, Paul VI, anti-popes, but Pius XII, he was a real pope, but the last one. If Pius XII was the last pope, and he didn't try to prevent this whole anti-pope Sedevacantism thing from happening, and he put all those cardinals in place that blew up the church, then doesn't that mean that Pius XII would be the worst pope in history? Wouldn't he be the most disgusting and terrible pope if he was the last pope and didn't try to prevent Sedevacantism from happening? Another thing is that even if you're not a Sedevacantist, but you're just kind of a traditionalist who's going to believe that Paul VI on and those popes on are true popes, a lot of those innovations that began under John the 23rd and Paul VI, you can point to Pius XII doing those innovations as well. So John Paul I wasn't crowned, he inaugurated himself like he was a Republican leader. Well, Pius XII abolished the Roman nobility. I've talked a lot about the whole 1962 versus 1952 missal thing. Well, Pius XII is the one that started the changes to Holy Week, which ultimately led to the Novus Ordo Missal. And I already talked about Pius XII's changes to the way that we translated the Bible, and that he opened the door and basically allowed for higher criticism to go into the church, to go into the seminary. I know that I made it a meme so far of, haha, Catholics don't read the Bible and all those stupid Protestant memes. But it is really serious. If you undermine the Word of God with this higher criticism garbage, you're going to undermine the faith of the faithful. And when it's being taught in the seminaries, that's going to undermine the priests and eventually the bishops and their faith. Divine Fiat Spiritu, 1943, that is as bad as any of the documents of Vatican II in allowing the faith to be undermined in a very ambiguous manner through lackadaisical legislation. Saint Joseph does not belong in the Roman canon. During the papacy of John the 23rd and in the Missal of 1962, Saint Joseph was inserted into the Roman canon. St. Joseph obviously was not in the Roman canon. The Roman canon is so ancient that it literally goes before recorded history with the church, and it's all these obscure martyrs that are in it. And it's all martyrs, and it's Mary, the Queen of Martyrs. And so he inserts St. Joseph, who isn't a martyr. And this, in and of itself, in the minds of more liturgically literate traditionalists, is a scandal and is just as bad as facing the people or communion on the hand. Archbishop Lefebvre's orders are invalid. This is a very weird one. I don't know who's really pushing it, but there's this idea that the consecrator of Archbishop Lefebvre and his ordainers, they weren't traditionalist, or I guess small O Orthodox, and so they that would taint them in some kind of Donatistic fashion and make the holy orders wrong, and that he never received holy orders, so the Society of St. Pius X priests aren't real priests. It's this weird thing that goes around. It's odd, but I've heard it before. Next up, we have a typo. Early Karl Ratzinger is heretical. That's obviously supposed to be early Joseph Ratzinger is heretical. That meaning, of course, the man that would become Benedict XVI. Before he became Benedict XVI, a lot of traditionalists would say he's heretical and it's terrible that he's in charge of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, and then he became Pope, and to them that only made it worse. He was, of course, a noveel theologian before he became the head of the doctrine of the Congregation of the Faith. Ironically, even though all these radical traditionalists are saying this, he was the scourge of the liberals and modernists, right? He was John Paul II's Rottweiler, Ratzinger the Rottweiler. Next up, we have Sedevacantism. Sedevacantism is an interesting thing. It's one of these guys on CAF Info, and I don't remember his name, came up with the term. But Sedevacantism is basically, because we don't have any way to say that Sedevacantism is true, we as lay people or even priests or arguably even bishops don't have the authority to depope a pope or say that he's lost his throne. Well, we're just up in this kind of limbo area where a pope is saying heresy. So we're doubting that he's the pope, but we can't actually say he's not the pope. And so you're Sedevacanist. From my understanding, I guess the Society of St. Pius V doesn't have any hard rules on whether or not it's Sedevacantist or doubt. So that means it's technically like Sedevacanist, because the question of if Francis is the real pope isn't been formally declared, or it can't be formally declared, so they're not Sedevacantist necessarily, but they're really Sedevacanist. I don't know, it's interesting. CAF Info. CAF Info is a forum board. There's all these forums for discussion, and it's managed by people that are pro Society of St. Pius X resistance, but there's Society of St. Pius X people there, and there's Sedevacantists there. But the most interesting board of all, of course, is the Crisis in the Church board. And this is just wall-to-wall flame wars between Sedevacantists and SSPX, and just debates about the most obscure stuff. This is where most of the info on this whole iceberg even comes from, is just learning about the backstory of a lot of traditionalist groups and a lot of Sedevacantist groups, how Sedevacantists came up with their ideas, and so on. One of my favorite things about the whole CAF Info thing, and especially about the whole Crisis in the Church board, is that within the Crisis of the Church board, there's this thing called the Fenianism ghetto, or a child board. So basically, if any Feniite tries to, deny baptism of desire, or deny baptism of blood, or so on, they literally get just kicked out. And basically, there is a child board, right? It's exclusively for Feniites to go on. And so I remember posting on here, and then all of a sudden, Feniites would come out of nowhere, and it would be something about, I'm asking about Society of St. Pius V, and about, oh, how are their priests, or how do they do the mass, or something like that, right? Some kind of like question about Sedevacantism. And then like all of a sudden Feniites jump out of the bushes and are like, well, the Society of St. Pius V, they aren't true Catholics because they believe in a baptism of desire. And then it's like they just jump out on every thread. It could be about anything. Like it could be like a homeschooling mother talking about different homeschooling curriculums. All of a sudden, they jump out of the woodwork, right? And they're like, you're not a real Catholic because you believe in baptism of desire. And so they're getting banned, and it's like this weird thing. There's like this guerrilla resistance of all these Feniites just attacking everybody and starting problems and conflict, and the mods are always trying to ban it, and they're like sneaking in. It's the most hilarious thing. Sports are adultery. This is something that kind of came from Bishop Dolan that I would see a lot of the times on True Restoration, that he would always harp on about how sports are idolatry and sports are like the new paganism. And I mean, it's definitely not good that sports like Sunday, that like somebody won't go to church because they're so obsessed with football. And I don't like sports. I mean, I'm probably, as you could tell, a pretty bookish guy. But I don't know. I always considered just how extreme he was about sports being adultery, and comparing it to like football is just like gladiatorial games and is a blood sport, and that kind of like thinking is odd, because sports, I mean, it's good to be healthy. Competition is good for boys, at least. It's good that it inspires health. Now, I understand that there was the Olympics in pagan Greece, and there was the gladiatorial games, and there was the chariots in the Roman times and ancient Greece and stuff. And I understand like that's associated with the pagan world. But if you don't take it too far, sports are good because they promote good health. Next up we have La Nova Iglesia Montana. So this is a 1970 book by the priest Joaquin Sanez y Allega. My Spanish isn't that well. I did take some Spanish in college, so I'm a lot better in Spanish than I am in Latin or French or Italian. But he was a Sedevacantist Mexican priest, and La Nova Iglesia Montana, that is the new church of Montini, or Montini's new church. Of course, that's the surname of Paul VI. So basically, Paul VI's new church. In it, he pushes forward Sedevacantism. I think he might have been one of the first people to use the term Sedevacantism, because apparently his next book in 1973, Sedevacante, Paul VI no es Papa Legimo, Paul VI is not a legitimate pope, Sedevacantist. So he was definitely one of the earliest Sedevacantist priests and writers and theologians. He would end up being one of the founders of Trento. He died before the priests in Trento would be consecrated bishops by Archbishop Took, but he definitely left a mark. Now, even though his books have not been translated out of Spanish into English, I think that he is definitely one of the real founders of Sedevacantism. And this is something I talked about in the very first video I did, about how it's really hard for me to know how spread out Sedevacantism is in Mexico, is in Latin America, because it seems with Arriaga is that Sedevacantism really had a pretty big beginning in Mexico. And so I can't tell how big it is, because I did some very, very basic Spanish, but I don't know how big it and how far it's spread. So it seems kind of like it's an American thing that may have crossed over from Trento and for whatever reason Trento kind of stagnated or puttered in place and it took off in America. But that might not be true. Sedevacantism might be bigger in Latin America or just as big as Latin America as it is in Anglo-America. I just have a language barrier and I can't tell. And the second trend that's interesting there is that Sedevacantism, as it was purported as a theological theory, really had a lot of books and articles that were published early on in the 70s, and people that debate Sedevacantism don't really know that, right? People are just debating against, whatever the Diamond Brothers or whatever the late Father Shikata said in a YouTube video, but sometimes maybe they'll read Father Shikata's articles he put online. But before Father Shikata was even ordained, there were Sedevacantist books that were running around, and I feel like a lot more research against Sedevacantism has to be based around the writings of Arriaga or the writings of Omlar. Next up, we have Mel Gibson's dad. Now, it's funnier to say Mel Gibson's dad because it was always written in the anti-Mel Gibson stuff after the Passion of the Christ. Mel Gibson's dad, the extremist. But Hutton Gibson is an interesting character, right? And he was a Sedevacantist, and he wrote Sedevacantist books not as early as the other two, but he definitely was an early Sedevacantist with Is the Pope Catholic? Paul VI's Legacy, Catholicism, which came out in 1978. He just had a really long and storied career. He also toyed with the idea of the Syri hypothesis. He was a questioner of certain narratives in World War II. He just had a long career of interesting things. I think he fled to Australia at one point, and that Mel Gibson and a lot of his siblings, that's how they ended up in Australia, and that there was some kind of compound, if you will, for a while. He also was a Jeopardy grand champion. He had 11 kids and he lived to the age of 101. Just a really interesting character. And of course, this kind of radical Sedevacantist faith imprinted upon Mel Gibson, who would grow up to make the most influential and popular Christian movie of all time, The Passion of the Christ. Next up, we have Archbishop Lefebvre is a saint. Now, obviously he hasn't been canonized, but I feel that there is a feeling or a mood within the Society of St. Pius X and people that are sympathetic to the Society of St. Pius X, and they feel that Archbishop Lefebvre really is a saint. And you see a lot of things like pictures of Lefebvre being posted in home altars, and you just get the sense that he's growing a cult in a very organic way in which saints of the past definitely would have. Maurice Pinay. Now, I don't know that much about him. I just ended up getting him put into a list of people that I should include in this iceberg. And to be honest, I'm sorry I don't know that much about him. Basically, he wrote The Plot Against the Church was written at about the time Vatican II came out, and he said that there's an international Jewish conspiracy to undermine the Catholic Church. And so basically, he's an edgelord, and it's interesting because I typed his name in, and you can get this anti-Jewish book off Barnes & Noble's, so that's interesting. Barnes & Noble's definitely way more free speech than Amazon. Now we have the granddaddy of them all, the question of the validity of the Took orders. I wrote it down as validity of Took holy orders, ? So Archbishop Took, I already talked about him. The majority of Sedevacantist holy orders, as well as Palmarian holy orders, descend from Archbishop Took. Archbishop Took was an archbishop of Hue City who ended up in exile after Vatican II and after his brother, who was president of the country, was executed, and ultimately after the communists took over Vietnam. So he was exiled in Europe and eventually into the United States, and very late into his life, I believe in his 80s, he would consecrate 10 people as bishops in kind of like haphazard fashion. I think it was, maybe it was the Mad Monarchist actually that said this. He would consecrate anybody who had a pulse. And because of the scandal that surrounded the whole Palmarian cult, which we'll get to a little bit later, and because he consecrated these old Catholics who said, I want to become a real Catholic priest, and he said, okay, and he consecrated them, and because he allegedly gave up on being a Sedevacantist, he was supposed to be the only bishop who became a Sedevacantist, right? That was connected to the church that formally became a Sedevacantist. Well, he made a statement of Sedevacantism, and then apparently he retracted it and then died fully reconciled with Rome. And so that's a really big egg on the face of Sedevacantism. And so there's always this question of why did he do this? Was he mental? Was he having dementia? Is this simony? Basically, sometimes I've actually described it as like friend simony. Was he just completely isolated in Europe and basically traditionalists met up with him and became friends with him, and so he consecrated them out of friendship? It's just kind of an odd thing, and because of the question of him having dementia, that leads into this idea that his orders are invalid. And so that's a question that's also divided the Sedevacantist movement, is that the majority of Sedevacantists have orders that come from Archbishop Took, but the Society of St. Pius V, for all intents and purposes, is a Sedevacantist group, but they will have nothing to do with any Took groups. And they consider the Took groups, which are mainstream Sedevacantists, just as mainstream as the Society of St. Pius V within Sedevacantism, as like Tookite, non-Catholic cults. And it's bizarre. The Society of St. Pius V makes you basically completely act like you've left Christianity for Islam or something, and that you have to do, if you just went to a CMRI or a priest that was ordained by Dolan or Sandborn, you're supposed to have like a full confession of every sin you've ever done in life and possibly rebaptized. Father Shikata basically called their position the idea of Episcopal cooties. Interestingly, it seems that the mainstream Catholic Church accepts Took orders. They don't reordain Sedevacantist priests that go back to the mainstream church. I think that, I don't know the guy's name, but there was an example of a Sedevacantist or reordained old Catholic priest that ended up being ordained within a normal Catholic diocese, and he didn't have to be reordained. And so the Vatican believes that they're valid holy orders, and I think the Society of St. Pius X does as well. Imperfect council. Imperfect council is a conclavist idea. Basically, the idea is that you gather a lot of Sedevacantist clerics, and then from amongst themselves they will form an imperfect council. They can't be a conclave, a papal conclave, but they will act as this imperfect council, a council of the church, and they will be able to elect a new pope from themselves. Now, this has been tried to a certain extent, most notably with Pope Michael and Pope Pius XIII, and of course they didn't turn out. They were conclavist popes that never gained any real following. Next up we have Douay-Rheims onlyism. So Douay-Rheims onlyism, I think it's usually a traditionalist Catholic joke against King James onlyism. But basically it's the same idea as the King James onlyist. The Douay-Rheims is not only the best Catholic translation of the Bible into English, but it ought to be the only one that you use, and everything else is inferior, and we should all stick to the Douay-Rheims. Failed Diamond Brothers prophecies. The Diamond Brothers have a lot of videos, some of which are available to mainstream normie Catholics that talk about stuff like exorcisms, or are good for brainy Catholics or traditionalists when they debate justification with Protestants or debate the papacy with Eastern Orthodox. But a lot of the Diamond Brothers content has to do with very obscure prophecies based on the Book of Revelation, and very bizarre readings of the Book of Revelation, stuff like seeing all the Vatican II priests or popes as like the seven kings, but they don't, it's not all the Vatican II popes. It actually starts out with the Lateran Treaty, and so some of them are supposed to be real popes, and just really odd prophecies which always fail. And I have two particular ones here that I'm going to get to later of their prophecies. There's a whole documentary about the Diamond Brothers, which I wish would get finished. It's very, very good. It talks about their bizarre prophecies. It's called Shine On, You Crazy Diamond. And it's on YouTube, and of course the title is inspired by the Pink Floyd song. Dr. Rama Karum Swami. Rama Kusuru... I'm going to mispronounce his name. He's of Indian descent, and I'm going to butcher his name. Dr. Rama Kum Asrami. He was a early Sedevacantist writer, which is now very obscure, that people don't talk about. Like a lot of the other early Sedevacantist writers I've talked about so far that have been through this tier. He wrote The Destruction of Christian Tradition and the Post-Conciliar Rite of Holy Orders, and he argued that, of course, the 1968 Rite of Holy Orders was invalid. His father actually was a Perennialist or Traditionalist Hindu writer, Andhra Kumsarami, so he ended up converting Catholicism and then taught at the Society of St. Pius X's St. Thomas Aquinas Seminary early on, but then left it and became a Sedevacantist. I've heard that he was actually ended up having either old Catholic orders or maybe even took orders, and he was married though and had 6 kids. Interesting, and it just kind of goes into the whole kind of underworld of old Catholic orders or independent Catholic orders. But maybe that's a slander. Again, that's just a rumor that he did that. Bishop Schuckart. I've already talked about him, I believe, in the CMRI video. He was the founder of the CMRI, but eventually he would be kicked out of that group in scandal. A lot of anti-CMRI people try to say he was a classic cult leader, very demanding, very controlling, and that he apparently secretly thought about himself as a pope. Very scandalous in that he, again, is somebody who took old Catholic or independent Catholic orders, and this was very early on into the whole Vatican II traditionalist thing. I think that he was anti-Vatican II before the new Mass even came out, because he was part of the Blue Army of the Rosary and was kicked out of that. But he ended up having old Catholic orders and started ordaining these priests for the CMRI into the old Catholic orders. He had very poor health, and he was in a wheelchair, and people on the outside of the CMRI accuse him of leading a classic, 1970s cult, domineering, egotistical, make up the rules as you go along. The classic Jim Jones, Charles Manson, Scientology, Mooney type of cult that was going on at that period that the CMRI was founded, except for, of course, they're traditionalist Catholics, and he's said to have declared himself a pope, but only said to some people he's a pope and not to others, and numerous people said he never said that. And when you ask CMRI priests that were around back then, they're like, well, it was a mistake that we used these old Catholic orders, or I never knew that they're old Catholic, I thought he had mainstream Catholic orders. And they usually say that it wasn't a cult, and they say that he was a very reclusive man, and that it was in fact the opposite, that he wasn't, of him being controlling, that he was reclusive and he wasn't able to do the duties of being a bishop. just a very interesting character. Society of St. Pius V and their grudge with the CMRI make him out into, of course, being the Jim Jones type of person. He was accused of having sex with some underage seminarians, so that's no good. And he's accused of money laundering and funneling large amounts of cash. He ran away to Greensville, California, where there was a small group of followers, and apparently he was raided in 1987 by local SWAT team there. And I heard he went to prison, but I can't find any concrete data on him going to prison or not. Neo-counselorism. This is an interesting idea. This has to do a little bit with the whole Honorius being deposed via a council of bishops, so perhaps in the future there'll be a council of bishops that deposes Pope Francis. Counselarism, of course, is the idea that the highest level of legislative authority, and indeed the highest level of authority in the church, is not the papacy, but actively a council. And ironically enough, a council condemned counselarism, right? Vatican I, and it declared papal infallibility in Vatican I, so the Pope used a council to destroy counselarism as this heresy. But neo-counselarism, that has to do with the whole synodal way that's going on right now and the establishment of synodality after Vatican II, that there's this idea that Vatican II is calling for a neo-counselarism. Some of the more liberal spirit of Vatican II people actively will say that Vatican II is pushing counselarism over the top of Vatican I and over and against Vatican I. And then there's this whole other idea about neo-counselarism as being a possible right-wing thing against, Pope Francis being this liberal pope, or maybe a turn away towards old Catholics, which, because they left in the wake of Vatican I, were counselarist, even though they lost a council completely overwhelmingly in Vatican I. So basically, just a whole bunch of things. The idea of the liberals saying that Vatican II brings back counselarism and that's a good thing, or the idea of some really radical traditionalist who's trying to dig up counselarism for whatever that's worth over and against Pope Francis and thinking that Vatican I was a mistake. Finally, we have the 1969 Missal, or the first Novus Ordo Missal, right? Presumes ad orientem. And if you read through the Missal, it talks about the priest turning around, which means that it assumes that there's ad orientem. And that means a lot, because the priest facing the people is a liturgical abuse. And even within the document of the 1969 Missal, it's a liturgical abuse. This kind of connects with other things I put on the Iceberg about the changes in the new Mass are not what was called for at Vatican II, or more of reform of the reform stuff. But that ends Tier 8 of this Iceberg. Thanks so much for watching this far. Sorry I'm a stuttering idiot, and sorry that I mispronounce everything. Please pray for me and pray for the church. Well, here we are. Part 5. Tier 9 in the traditional Catholic Iceberg, which I, Serp Kerp, have made. We've been over a lot of stuff. We've been through, say, liberal Catholicism to, I guess, the mainstream small O Orthodox Catholicism, down into kind of like the indult crowd, into the more moderate parts of the Society of St. Pius X and independent traditionalists. And now we're going further and further and deeper, and in the last video we talked about Sedevacantism. In this video we're also talking a lot about Sedevacantism and the various controversies, also talking about some ideas or theories I've had on reflection after being a Sedevacantist, after being a liberal Catholic, after being a small O Orthodox Catholic, and I probably have different views which are all over this iceberg if you were to ask me one-on-one what I think. But some reflections are included here, or some things that are never really talked about amongst traditionalist Catholicism. And so we'll get to those. But first, we have to start out with the first entry in Tier 9, and that is Paul VI lifted the excommunication or the condemnation of Father Feeney. So in 1972, Paul VI allowed Father Leonard Feeney to come back to the full communion, and all he had to do was the Athanasian Creed. He never had to say that there is baptism of blood or baptism of desire, neither implicit nor explicit. He just had to say the Athanasian Creed, and he was allowed fully into communion. Keep in mind that in the eyes of traditionalists, Paul VI is the great monster pope because he reigned over the majority of Vatican II, and he put out the new sacraments and various things like giving the flag from Lepanto to the Turks back. Just a lot of things. And so Paul VI is generally disliked by traditionalists for very obvious reasons. But Pius XII is the one, or I guess his curia, is the one that excommunicated and condemned Feeney and his Feeneyism. But interestingly, according to Paul VI, Feeneyism is a viable position. And so that would mean that Feeneyism, to this day, is a viable position for a Catholic in communion with the Vatican to hold. Next up, we have Pope Michael. Oh boy, is there a lot to this one. Pope Michael has recently died. I believe in 2022 he had an emergency surgery that went wrong. I don't exactly know why they were having a surgery. He fell into a coma and he's passed away. So Pope Michael's name before he took on the name Pope Michael, of course, after the Archangel Michael, and his birth name, though, was David Baden. And Pope Michael, he is, widely considered an anti-pope amongst traditionalists and the mainstream church alike. He originally was from Oklahoma City, and he lived throughout his life in the Oklahoma and Kansas area. After Vatican II, him and his parents became traditionalist Catholics, and they started going to the Society of St. Pius X. David Bodwin attempted to become a priest of the Society of St. Pius X, but was kicked out. And that's kind of this interesting part in his life, that he kind of felt spurned by that. Eventually, and even after moving to St. Mary's, Kansas, his family left the Society of St. Pius X, and he would do some various odd jobs, but what he's known for, infamously known for, of course, is that his parents and him decided to conduct a papal conclave. They were Sedevacantists and then Conclavists. We already talked about conclavism. Conclavism is a form of Sedevacantism which is even more extreme, and these are people that are trying to fulfill the papacy following what they see as the end of the papacy, either with Pius XII being the last pope, or either John the 23rd or Paul VI somehow losing the papacy. It's unclear in Sedevacantism how that breaks out, and different Sedevacantists say different things. But anyway, he was a conclavist, and he thought that it was the duty of the Sedevacantists to fulfill the papacy again, and his parents agreed with him. And so his parents emailed, or I guess this is prior to email, obviously. This is in 1990. So they mailed numerous independent Catholic clergy and Sedevacantists, including lay people like themselves, and that there would be some kind of general conclave. Well, 6 people showed up, 2 of which were his parents and him. And in such a limited amount of people, David was elected to be the Pope, and he became Pope Michael, of course, as I said before, taking his name for the regnal title, Michael, from the Archangel Michael. And so he was never ordained up to that point, and so he was a Pope that couldn't confer any sacraments. Ultimately, later, around 2011, he would be conferred in Brazilian Old Catholic sacraments, And of course, in the classical style of receiving these independent Catholic sacraments, he was made a deacon, made a priest, and made a bishop all in the same day. And interesting because you would assume that taking orders from somebody outside of the church would be a very negative thing, but not to Pope Michael. So anyway, he accepted these orders from a heretic that gifted him to him. I don't know if you could really call it simony because, I mean, maybe Pope Michael paid for the plane tickets for the guy to do it, but this is just a thing that goes on with these old Catholic Episcopal lineages and to a certain extent the Took lineages. And so he took on these orders and he ran an online ministry where he said a lot of people, a lot in terms of dozens of people, eventually viewed him as the true successor to St. Peter. And then he died young at the age of 62 in 2022. And since then, there has been a second successor pope to him in his line. A Redigio Martinez, who was a Filipino old Catholic bishop, and apparently was elected to succeed Pope Michael. He has had a storied history himself in the Philippines, becoming an old Catholic bishop, becoming a schismatic Pentecostalist Catholic, then becoming a Traditionalist Catholic, and now becoming an anti-pope. Now let's talk about another conclavist, or I guess another Sedevacantist theologian and historian, and that is Griff Ruby. Griff Ruby, I don't think, is recognized again for his influence. And like I've said this a lot, maybe it's because I'm a reader and I find books to be such the greatest form of education, the greatest way to educate yourself, far better than podcast and far better than watching videos or even going to like conferences or anything like that. So Griff Ruby, he is a Sedevacantist writer and he promotes conclavism. Of course, he doesn't think that Pope Michael or Pius XIII, we'll get to later, were true popes, but he wants to have conclavism in the form of an imperfect council of Sedevacantist bishops because he thinks that essentially because the way that the church was structured by Christ is that when the papacy went extinct, the jurisdiction of their diocese went extinct with them, but there is one eternal diocese, Rome, and thus all the clergy right now are the clergy of the Diocese of Rome. Therefore, if a bunch of Sedevacantist bishops held a council, they could elect amongst themselves a true pope, and that is his theory of conclavism. Probably better than Pope Michael or Pius XIII's theory of conclavism. Of course, this conclave hasn't happened. Most of the Sedevacantist bishops will not join into a conclavist imperfect council, if you will. That's not what they want to do. He's also an historian of Sedevacantism and of the Traditionalist Catholic movement in general. And I read his book. It's called The Resurrection of the Roman Catholic Church, A Guide to the Traditional Catholic Community. It is a wonderful book, and a lot of the entries on here come from that book. I extremely, and I guess extremely is a strong enough word, more than highly, I suggest it to the hilt. Read that book. I don't think he has a background in history or theology or philosophy, but it's just a lot clearer to actually see these written down in paper, to see Sedevacantist views put down to paper. That makes it a lot more clear to understand what people are thinking. And like I said before, with a lot of these writers that we've had before, it's kind of sad that that the way that things are is that we're just reading stuff on the internet, which I don't think is representative. He has also wrote 2 large volumes about his theory of Sedevacantism. So he actually holds that John the 23rd was a true pope and that Paul VI was a true pope. And he personally thinks that Paul VI lost the papacy, rather never have gained the papacy, a lot of Sedevacantists or more educated Sedevacantists now say. He believes that Paul VI in fact lost the papacy, and that has to do with Lumen Gentium and the whole subsist thing that the Catholic Church, or the Church of Christ subsists in the Catholic Church. And so he thinks that it basically broke the Catholic Church, and that Paul VI lost his papacy for promulgating it, and that's where Sedevacantism starts. Next up, we have Cardinal Newman was a modernist. Cardinal Newman was a 19th century cleric from Great Britain. He was an Anglican that converted to Catholicism, part of the Oxford movement. He was reordained as a Catholic priest, and he ended up becoming a cardinal. He has since been made a saint in the Catholic Church. So this comes from his theory of the development of doctrine, and this is where he says that basically the Catholic Church's doctrine has developed over time to become more and more detailed and more explicit, and that the Catholic Church doesn't come up with new doctrines over time out of nothing, but those doctrines are better formulated out of time. So basically, say the church of the 1st or the 2nd century, that is the same church that we have today, but this is the analogy, it's growing like a tree outwards. Traditionalist Catholics don't like that, and they consider him a modernist, and that this whole idea is modernism, and that he really believed in what he's saying is just like progressive revelation, and he's just cleaning up to sound better. Next up, we have one of those, self-reflection posts that I put pretty deep down in here. And so, this is John Paul II was a mixed bag. And this has to do with the idea that, yes, John Paul II had a great deal of scandals, and what a lot of the more radical traditional Catholics point out, that would have said John Paul II was a real pope, and Sedevacantists said about John Paul II is true. That his ecumenism was very scandalous, that Assisi was very scandalous, that kissing a Quran was very scandalous, and that his papacy had numerous scandals that undermine the faith of the people, that apologizing for things that the church didn't even do wrong, and trying to change the church's teachings or undermining the church's teachings on the death penalty, and all these things were bad. But that John Paul II also did many great things. That John Paul II, indeed, if you look into his life, he was a saintly person. That he was very devoted in his prayer life. That he lived in poverty before becoming pope. And that he actually took the riches of the pope and expressed them publicly. But privately, within the papal apartments, he would do things like sleep on the floor. In the spirit of poverty, and that he was shot and saw his assassin, probably hired by the Soviet Union but never conclusively confirmed, and that he spoke with him, had a dialogue, and forgave him. And that he was just this generally good person and very, very courageous. Like, he went to Nicaragua and had a speech when the Sandinistas were in charge in the first time there, and he almost got crushed in a mob. It looked like there was going to be a riot by the Sandinistas for the government and planned that could have gotten out of hand and hurt him. But he chose to do that. He chose to pursue the priesthood when it was extremely dangerous in occupied Poland. He didn't wait for the war to be over. He pursued his priesthood through the war, and he could have obviously have died because of that, and he was a courageous man. And that also his teachings on moral theology are great. I mean, a lot of traditionalist Catholics aren't going to be fans of the theology of the body, or they're going to say it's wishy-washy, or it's not very strong. But he stood up. He infallibly declared that abortion is morally wrong. He infallibly declared that there cannot be women priests and bishops. Right? He did all these things that you can point back to him and said he actually did that. Now, liberals, of course, don't really try to point out that he infallibly declared that all-male priesthood for the Catholic Church. But he used his Petrine authority to do that. And that his teachings and his research into modern technologies development in reproductive science, that he was able to discern there, and he's able to condemn things like in vitro fertilization, are great things that he was able to do that for the church and christen them. And so John Paul II was kind of this mixed bag where he did these scandals connected to ecumenism, but he also did strong things that are able to defend the family and to defend the pro-life status of the church, and have strongly aged very well for him. Next up, we have Latin Novus Ordo appreciators. The Latin Novus Ordo is an interesting thing because the Novus Ordo, the 1969 missal, was promulgated, and I said before that it is the same missal as the 1962 missal. It is the Roman Rite, and so technically you could have a Latin Mass facing the altar ad orientem, but it could be the Novus Ordo. And so very rarely you will have a Latin Mass, which actually is the missal of Paul VI. But in reality, you could have a Latin Mass, which is the missal of the Novus Ordo. And so I made it kind of a meme, and it said it in a meme-y way, Latin Novus Ordo appreciators. Of course, it's very rare to actually see a Latin Novus Ordo. Sometimes this happens. It's not completely unheard of, but basically what ends up happening is that a priest that knows Latin as a language, what he tries to do when there's no indult in following Traditionalist Custodius, now after Summorum Pontificum and the indult has been crushed so hard under Francis, is that, well, you say I can't do the 1962 Missal, well, I'm going to do the modern Missal, but I'm going to do it in Latin, and I'm going to do it facing the altar. And so it's a way of getting around condemnations and doing it. Of course, bishops then figure out on this and then stomp it down anyway. Next up, we have the murder of Alfred Kuhns. So Alfred Kuhns was a Milwaukee indult traditionalist Catholic priest who was murdered, and his throat was slit. It was pretty gruesome, and it was never solved. It's just very bizarre. I guess he was in Dane, but the Milwaukee area of Wisconsin. So interesting. He was also an expert in canon law, apparently. And so there's a kind of conspiracy theory surrounding this, and the idea he may have been killed by occultists. I don't know that much of a background of it. I haven't read that much into conspiracy theories. So if a bunch of people that know about it want to comment below, there you go. Please enlighten me. Next up, we have online studies are far more toxic than IRL studies. So I've been to a Sedevacantist church several times. Sedevacantists, now they're going to be more odd than the regular churchgoers at the Novus Ordo Church, but Sedevacantists in real life are a lot nicer to you than they are online. And so this idea of Sedevacantism debunking itself through its toxicity in its online communications, it's not something that I saw when I went to a Sedevacantist chapel in real life. Sedevacantists are a lot more normal in real life, and it's just kind of a general rule. Any discourse on the internet is harder than discourse in real life. Next up, we have Pius XIII. So Pius XIII, like Pope Michael, was a conclavist who held that he was the true successor of St. Peter, and he took the name Pius XIII, and he ran what he called the True Catholic Church. And he ran it out of the Montana area in the Kalispell Flathead Valley area. I'm from Montana, so I kind of know that area. And I'm not surprised that he would be from that area. His name was... He had two names, I guess. Lucan Pulvermacher, or originally Earl Pulvermacher. It's some kind of Slavic name. I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. And as you guys know, if you've watched this far, I am a butcherer of names. So anyway, he became a Capuchin, and he became a missionary in Japan, in Okinawa, and eventually he moved to Australia for a short period. But after Vatican II, and after the Novus Ordo Mass came out, he left the Capuchins, and he became a traditionalist priest, and he moved all over the United States, to a lesser, greater extent, offering the Latin Mass until 1998. I guess he moved to Kalispell in Montana, and with other Sedevacantists over the mail. They had a mail-in conclave of a lot of lay people that they selected him to be the Pope, and he was Pius XIII. He was a lot older, obviously, by that time, because he was born in 1918 than Michael was. So Pope Michael, in my mind, these are the two major conclavist anti-popes, you could say. But there are other ones, and there are other ones that I didn't put on the iceberg that I surely haven't known as the whole copy pasta. There are 20 living anti-popes in the world right now, and it's possible that I only really know of Pope Michael and Pope Pius XIII because they are both Sedevacantist conclavists in the English-speaking world in my home country, the United States. But to me, I always compare the two, and so Pope Michael, even though he was a layperson, he was more tech-savvy, so he's left a greater presence, while Pius XIII, because he was actually ordained prior to becoming this Sedevacantist anti-pope, if you will, had more, authority to be a pope since he was already a cleric. He's left a much smaller impact on the internet because he was older and wasn't as tech-savvy. So anyway, he of course died out, and his true Catholic Church died out with him. But one interesting part of this true Catholic Church that he ran was that he did not follow apostolic tradition with episcopal consecration. He thought that because he was pope, falsely, apparently, he thought that he could consecrate other people as bishops, even though he never became a bishop himself. And although the church has held that a priest is just a priest, and a bishop is the one that has the right to ordain priest and has the right to consecrate other bishops, and so a priest can't make another priest, well, he tried to make other priests. And those ordinations or consecrations would have been invalid. Next up, what do we got next up here? Next up, we have lay people have the authority to depose a pope. Now, this is an anti-Sedevacantist phrase, which is very common. And this has to do with, well, if there's been no popes since Pius XII on, and all the cardinals followed them, and all the bishops, with the possible exception of Archbishop Took, acknowledged, Paul VI and John the 23rd as true popes on, then what authority do we have to defrock them, I guess? They wouldn't be defrocking them, but, recognize them as false popes. And because most of the majority of Sedevacantists are lay people or people that are running around with Took consecrations, or they're former Society of St. Pius X priests that are roaming around, and they're Sedevacantists with no formal connection to the church. And so this comes up the idea, well, I talked about Pope Honorius before, well, maybe you have to have this counselor, this imperfect council that deposes a pope. I don't know exactly how well I can get into Bellarmine or Cajetan or John of St. Thomas's opinions of how the papacy is lost. But what people that hold that Francis and the popes threw back to Pius XII will say, the regular Catholic Church, as you will, is that Sedevacantists, they have no authority to say that Paul VI and John Paul II and so on aren't popes. And so they are essentially lay people that are deposing a pope themselves, and that they're judging him based on what they think is orthodox or not. Or they're saying the pope is heretical with no real power. And so I put there, lay people have the authority to depose a pope, because essentially a lot of Sedevacantists believe that. Now, they might push back against that statement, but essentially they believe that, and they would say, of course, to me, that it's not that simple, and it's very, very clear that Francis isn't a pope. You have to be an idiot to think that he's the pope, basically. And that's what one time I was talking to Father Shikata, and I was doing the whole, this is over an email, and I was doing the whole listing out of all these papal documents and reading everything and trying to compare the documents of Vatican II and all this stuff and trying to find this disruption. to me, because this is my soul that's at stake, my eternal soul. Do I submit to this fake pope, or do I submit to this real pope? Do I say that Francis isn't the pope or not? And so he kind of just said, well, there are people that are just able to see the grace as the truth. It's not about reading books and books against each other to try and find it out. You know, lay people can just see, some lay people just see clear as day that he's not the Pope. Next up, we have the Diamond Brothers did not actually start Most Holy Family Monastery. I think that a lot of people don't even know this, that it's just kind of passed over there, the Diamond Brothers, and they're running this monastery. But the Most Holy Family Monastery is a real building, and it wasn't founded by them. They ended up taking it over, but it was originally founded by a Joseph Natalie, who was a disabled man, and he built this monastery after briefly being a Benedictine brother. And it was always brothers. Maybe there was a priest at some point, because I guess they had Latin masses, their traditional Latin masses after Vatican II there. But it was originally built, and it was all these disabled men that wanted to become clerics, and so it was built in mind for disabled people. And that Joseph Natalie, he ran it, and when Vatican II happened, he became increasingly traditionalist, became a Feeneyite, started doing all the Diamond Brothers stuff that we know today of thinking natural family planning is a sin. And so it was this traditionalist break-off monastery that was never really truly connected with the church. And so in 1995, Joseph Natalie died, and he was succeeded by, we know, Brother Michael Diamond in 1995, who was very young at that time. He was, 22, I think. He's like 50, 51 right now. So he was about 22 in 1995, and he's led the most holy family monastery ever since. It's not actually run out of a trailer. It's a real building that was built up as a monastery. Next up, we have the validity of the Mendez Holy Orders. So this has to do with the holy orders that the Society of St. Pius V uses, or is ordained and then consecrated in. And this is because the original Society of St. Pius V, they were a bunch of Sedevacantists and priests that were kicked out of the Society of St. Pius X. And so they were just priests. They didn't have any bishops. This was in 1983, so this is before there were the consecrations at Icone. So if they continued on indefinitely, there would be the founding priest, but they would go extinct. So they needed consecrations. Eventually the leader, Bishop Kelly, who recently passed away, he took very hard stand against the Took orders and said that the Took orders are invalid. And so under his leadership, they were able to find another retired bishop, Alfredo Mendez Gonzalez, who was a Puerto Rican bishop, who had retired and who had never really fought back too harshly against the Novus Ordo, you could say. And so he went along with the Novus Ordo. He maintained his episcopacy until 1974, so after the changes in the new Mass took place. He would have been, I think, 67 when he resigned his episcopacy. But he didn't harshly break off in the same way that Lefebvre or Took had. But eventually he became a supporter of traditional Catholicism, and apparently he had defended Lefebvre in his actions, and he worked through a letter-writing campaign to try and establish the indult. Eventually, members of the Society of St. Pius V would become friends with Gonzalez, and he would help them ordain new priests in secret. And ultimately, after years of friendship, he would consecrate Bishop Kelly in secret. And he did this in secret because he did not want to be publicly excommunicated in the way that Lefebvre did. And so, from my understanding, and if there's any Society of St. Pius V people that are watching this and they want to correct me, it wasn't publicly stated that Bishop Kelly became a bishop until Gonzalez died in 1995. That Bishop Kelly was consecrated. There was, of course, witnesses and various pictures of this, and Gonzalez never is believed to have undergone dementia or is believed to have had a loss of faculties in the manner that Took had. And his one candidate in the then Father Kelly was better than several of the candidates that Took chose, although Took also chose pretty reasonable candidates in his Sedevacantism choices. It's just that the scandal from the Palmer de Troya consecrations were immense. And so, because the Society of St. Pius V was so anti-Took, it's seen as hypocrisy that Bishop Kelly was consecrated in secret and didn't reveal his consecration until after the death of Bishop Gonzalez. And so people that have been scorned by the Society of St. Pius V and by its whole, you have to revert to Catholicism to come back to the church thing, we're the church, if you dare go to a CMRI church or any other Took or ordained or consecrated priest, is seen as super hypocritical in this light. And so a lot of the Took people will say, well, he was a victim, Gonzalez was a victim of dementia, or he is a victim of elder abuse, and therefore your orders are invalid, Society of St. Pius V. Next up, we have Paul VI regretted everything but save face. And so this is the idea that Paul VI was the Pope, and that he did everything he did, the new sacraments in Vatican II, and then he saw that everything was falling apart, and he said the smoke of Satan has entered in, and so he basically understood he did everything wrong, but basically he was stuck, and he couldn't say, well, I screwed up, I revoked the Novus Ordo, or anything like that, right? And so he was like dead set and stuck, even though that he was wrong, because he just had to save face after it failed. And part of the reason that you have this theory is that Annibale Bugnini, who was the cardinal, who was the head of the changes, the Pontifical Commission, the secretary for the Congregation of Divine Worship, that led to the changes in the Missal, the 1969 Missal, the Novus Ordo, if you will. He was the head of the whole movement to do that, and he ended up having that very prominent role, and then was made papal pronuncio to Iran. There's very small amounts of Catholics in Iran, and so he was made the papal nuncio to Iran from being this highly prestigious position and sent into exile. And so there's this idea that he was caught, or that Paul VI regretted what he did and he punished Bugnini for it at the end in the last years of his papacy, and that Paul VI regretted Vatican II and regretted the Novus Ordo and all this stuff. And part of this whole theory of history, or this a whole idea, is, I'll read the paragraph they have on Wikipedia, and I know people are going to criticize me to the hilt on this one, but I think that most of the people on Wikipedia that are writing traditionalist Catholic stuff are traditionalist Catholics, and if you read through a lot of these articles, it's going to become clear that's the case. But anyway, the oft-repeated allegation of Bugnini being a Freemason was first made in print by the Italian essayist Tito Casalini in his book, I'm going to skip over the Italian here. No, I'm not, because there's no English translation. So, Nel fumo di Santa verso e ultimo sconto in 1976. Cassie claimed that according to an anonymous source, Bugnini left a briefcase in a conference room when someone found it and attempted to identify the owner. Incriminating documents were found within. English writer Michael Davies claimed that Paul VI's sending of Bugnini to Iran as nuncio was due to the alleged revelation that Bugnini was a Masonic affiliator or infiltrator, and though the task of his pro-Vatican II congregation had been completed, he was punished in this way. So Davies further claimed that the unnamed conservative cardinal had told him this in 1975 and had seen or placed on the desk of the Pope a dossier containing evidence that Bugnini had a Freemasonic connection. So anyway, so apparently the idea is Bugnini is a Freemason. He gets through the Novus Ordo. Novus Ordo is out. Paul VI is like, I screwed up. I'm an idiot. But this is all wrong. All my choices are wrong. But I'm not going to reverse them. I'm not going to reverse them. And so he punishes Bugnini by making him pro-nuncio to Iran. But apparently, you could also say that Bugnini, he was getting older, right? And so maybe he wanted a cushier position. And he apparently was interested in Iran and its history, and he read a lot about it. Next up, we have the airplane interview magisterium. And this is kind of a meme that's been pushed around, and this has to do with Pope Francis saying bizarre and heretical things, not in any formal writing, but in interviews. Things like there's no Catholic God, and who am I to judge gay people, and, there's no Catholic hell, and stuff like this, which is taken by the media and construed to be very, very out there liberal things, he says in these airplane interviews. And so there's this idea that there's an airplane interview magisterium, and that's Pope Francis's real teaching. The Society of St. Pius X's Marian Corps. So obviously Marian, Mary, and then Marine Corps for the United States Marine Corps, if you get the pun. But this is a new society of priests that has formed of priests that were either kicked out or left the Society of St. Pius X when there was dialogue with Rome to see if the society would become fully regular with Rome, which of course never happened. But anyway, they're part of the Society of St. Pius X resistance. They're getting bishops, they're ordaining new people, and they're becoming a new era of not regularized independent priests within the more radical part of the traditionalist movement. The CMRI never had jurisdiction from the official church. This has to do with a lot of these Sedevacantist organizations that they never were connected to the original church. So with the Society of St. Pius X, they were originally connected to the Catholic Church, and they were eventually put down and then resisted. So I think in 1976 they were put down by the local bishop, and they kept going without the permission of the diocese that they were incarnated in. And so the CMRI was founded by a lay person, eventually Bishop Schuckart, who got consecrated in Old Catholic orders as a bishop, and never was formally connected to the church, and a lot of other Sedevacantist societies, and also the Society of St. Pius X Marian Corps, were never formally connected to the official regular church or incarnated into a diocese. Next up, we have The Sacred and Profane. This is a book written by Bishop Kelly, which questions the validity of the Took orders, says that they're invalid or doubtfully valid, and that traditional Catholics are to stay away from it. That we have, next up, Paul VI was a gay communist. This is kind of the slander or the conspiracy theory that Paul VI was a well-known public homosexual, and that he would frequent the secret, at that time at least I guess, secret nightclubs of Milan and have frequent gay orgies. And this is also connected to a different idea that he, as a nuncio, was connected to communism, and so there's this idea, this conspiracy, I have no idea where it comes from, that he gave all this info to the Warsaw Pact nations of the secret bishops, this whole idea of these underground secret bishops in the Warsaw Pact nations or the Eastern Communist Bloc, that he told the communist authorities where they were, or he would give inside information to the legitimate bishops where they were, and those bishops then got jailed because he was a traitor and a spy for communism. and that he was basically feeding all this crucial information to the communist intelligence apparatus. I don't know where it comes from. It's pretty baseless, but it's an allegation that's definitely been thrown around in a lot of more radical traditionalist circles. Next up, we have Sedevacantism, but John Paul I was actually a real pope. And so this goes into the whole John Paul I died under mysterious circumstances after only serving 33 days, and the mainstream or the largest conspiracy, he was killed by the Italian mafia because he was trying to get rid of corruption in the Italian bank, and that the mafia would run money through it. But there's also the idea that maybe he was going to reverse Vatican II, and so he was killed by the Freemasons or something. But on top of this, John Paul I never did anything wrong as a pope in the eyes of Sedevacantism. And so if you have to lose your papacy, then he would have had to lose it. Maybe he never gained it, because I think now a lot of them will say they can't gain the papacy if they're a heretic. But if he was never a public heretic, and there were still cardinals that were under Pius XII, that were made cardinals under Pius XII that elected John Paul I, wouldn't that have meant that John Paul I would have actually been a real pope within the Sedevacantist framework? Just kind of a funny thought. Next up, we have Humanae Vitae undermines traditional Catholic position on contraception. This is a more radical anti-Paul VI sentiment, and this comes from the idea that there is no secondary function. The unitative function of sexuality, of human sexuality, doesn't exist. And so Paul VI and I guess John Paul II talking about the secondary function of the unitative action of sexuality being a good, apparently that goes against traditional Catholic teaching in these people's minds, and they're simply the reproductive primary function within sex. Next up, we have Tradition in Action. Tradition in Action is a website, publisher of books and prayer cards, and it's not Sedevacantist, but it's pretty far into the more aggressive, independent, traditional Catholic kind of worldview. And so it's run by Attila Sank Guimarães. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. If you go onto the website, one of the more interesting parts is the Church Revolution in pictures. And so there's just like this ongoing list of all these things that are supposed to be not good, some of which are not good that you have clerics doing. Stuff like, John Paul II kissing a Quran, or the clown masses, the very few of those that have actually occurred. But also pretty mundane stuff like priests riding bicycles is supposed to be bad, or priests doing just like basketball. Like priests aren't supposed to work out or play games. There's some pretty out there stuff, not just like ecumenism, but condemnation of normal things. And an interesting aside, apparently my mom, probably at a used bookstore, bought Tertullian's book on Jews that was published by Tradition in Action. I just found it in a pretty obscure place in my parents' house one time, and I found that was quite funny because my parents aren't exactly traditional Catholics, and if they knew what Tertullian said about the Jews, I think that they would not have agreed with him or thought he was a little harsh. Next up, we have Father Gergu Lagrange said that John Paul II was stupid. So, John Paul II is then Father Karol Wojtyła, or maybe even Seminarian Karol Wojtyła, was supervised by Gergu Lagrange for his doctrinal research in the Angelicum. And apparently, it's been said in a lot of places that Father Gergu Lagrange didn't think that Karol Wojtyła's ideas were necessarily the best, and had a low opinion of him. By the way, Father Gergu Lagrange is probably the most important Thomist of the 20th century. Next up, we have the idea that John Paul I was directly killed by God. instead of being assassinated or dying under natural causes. I wrote it out as God killed JP1 because he was a mega liberal. And this kind of comes from JP1 wanting Catholics to have access to artificial contraception, but he ultimately did adhere to Humanae Vitae after it was published. Luther killed himself in quotations, and this comes from a lot of legends that circle in Catholicism dealing with Luther and saying that he was a non-Trinitarian, saying he committed suicide, saying he died grievous in depression, and stuff like that. There's just a lot of legends that kind of slander Luther that are pushed by Catholics and traditional Catholics. Neo-Jansenism. So Jansenism was a 17th and 18th century Catholic theological movement within France, and it was basically Catholic Calvinism. It followed under Augustine of Hippo, and it was, humanity has very little free will, and that grace overwhelms our will. And it's just kind of a name that gets thrown around as a slur sometimes in traditionalist circles, both towards traditionalists and against them. Sedevacantism is radical ultramontism. Ultramontism means over the mountain, and this is the view of deep affinity for the Pope and deep affinity for the current teaching of the papacy and the idea that the Pope is always right, both theologically, obviously, but in the political arena. And so there's this idea that even though Sedevacantists, they're not following Francis on back until Vatican II. So you would think on paper they wouldn't be ultramontists, but the reason that they act that way is that they exaggerate the powers of the Pope, and they're a radical ultramontists which have exaggerated the powers of the Pope, and because of this exaggeration, that's what led them into Sedevacantism. And speaking about ultramontism, we have Pius IX is rolling in his grave. This is the idea that the ultramontist movement and Vatican I and the papal infallibility promulgated at Vatican I by Pius IX has now been turned against Catholic tradition, and so Pius IX is rolling in his grave. And finally, for the end of this tier, we have eating fried seafood on Fridays undermines Lent. And this is kind of a deeper insight because in the United States and in landlocked states, you have a lot of Catholics that during Lent are eating fried food, fried fish, sometimes not that big of a deal stuff like McDonald's fish fillet, but, or is it McFish fillet? I don't remember exactly. But, it's not that high-end compared to other stuff that's out there. But you have Catholics that literally go to Red Lobster and have a more expensive meal than a steak in Lent. And so the idea that eating fried seafood in Lent is kind of undermining the idea of Lent and the importance of fasting and abstinence, and especially in landlocked areas like my home of Montana, where seafood is a luxury. It's a specialty. And to get seafood here is more expensive than steak. So it undermines, if you're going to a restaurant and getting this high-end seafood, I mean, it's not obviously high-end in terms of the world because it has to be sent here, but a high-end for us, it's undermining the whole point of Lent. Okay, now we're going to start Tier 10 here. And the beginning of Tier 10 is the quotation, Father Shikata was the greatest theologian of the 20th and 21st centuries. And this is just kind of an observation, is if you're a Sedevacantist, Father Shikata is probably the widest writer in Sedevacantism, and he has numerous articles that are saved on traditionalmass.com, some of which are by Bishop Dolan and Bishop Sanborn as well. And so if you go over there, you're going to see all these Father Shikata articles, and most of the prominent articles of Father Shikata are the ones that are going to be advocating with the most clarity and the most precision Sedevacantism, and things like the 1968 Holy Orders are invalid, or that Sedevacantist priest and independent Catholic priest can in fact do confession. And so basically, if you want real meat, usually most of the time, what's available, at least on the internet, and the best available stuff for Sedevacantism is coming from Father Shikata. And so that would make, if Sedevacantism is true, Father Shikata is one of the greatest theologians of all time. Next up, we have the most holy family monastery theme as Dungeon Synth. And it absolutely is. Go listen to it. I'm not going to debate this. Next up, we have one-handed ordinations are invalid. And this is a position of Society of St. Pius V. And the reasoning for it is, well, in their point of view, because ordinations are done with two hands, if it's done with one hand, it's doubtful or invalid. And so that's kind of interesting, but it leads into something that benefits the Society of St. Pius V. Remember how the Society of St. Pius V is very anti-took Sedevacantist, took ordained, ordered Sedevacantist, and consecrated bishop Sedevacantist? Well, there is a thing that happened in Icone. Archbishop Lefebvre broke his arm, and so one of the years where he ordained priest, he did so with one hand. And one of those priests that happened to be ordained that year was Bishop Williamson. And so there's this idea, if one-handed ordinations are doubtful or are invalid, that Williamson's orders are doubtful and invalid, and that therefore Williamson isn't a priest or even isn't a bishop, let alone a priest, because he is never validly ordained. Therefore, most of the Society of St. Pius X is running around with doubtful ordinations because of Williamson. All the resistant Society of St. Pius X priests and bishops are doubtful. Next up, we have in legend, John the 23rd demanded that Vatican II be closed on his deathbed. Similar to the whole Paul VI regretted everything, there's this legend that John the 23rd regretted everything, and he realized that Vatican II was a grievous mistake, and that on his deathbed he demanded that it closed, but of course it wasn't. Next up, we have Sedevacantists doing freelance exorcisms. And so this is kind of an interesting thing, is that the Warrens of now the Conjuring fame were these paranormal investigators who were Catholic, and that they would investigate these cases of paranormal activity, and sometimes they would ask for the church to do exorcisms. And sometimes the church would agree and there would be exorcisms, and sometimes the church would disagree. And when the church disagreed, they found Sedevacantist bishops to do the exorcisms, or Sedevacantist priests to do them. And so Sedevacantists are doing exorcisms on their own outside of the Vatican, and so people will request exorcisms from Sedevacantists and they'll do it. Next up, we have Archbishop Took was guilty of simony, and this is kind of an explanation of why he consecrated so many people. Basically, people were paying him. I made the joke one time that it was friendship simony because he was a lonely man, and basically all these young traditionalists weren't really friends with him. They were just being friends with him so that he would consecrate them bishops. Now we have Archbishop Lefebvre had liberal views on baptism of desire. And if you go back and you read Archbishop Lefebvre, he had pretty wide-reaching views of baptism of desire. He would tell catechumens in Africa when he was a missionary to wait long periods of time before being baptized. And they would be like, well, what if I die? And then he would have a really liberal or wide-reaching view, I should say, of implicit baptism of desire and baptism of desire. And so this is a point of contention between the Society of St. Pius X and Feeneyites, obviously. God mind-controlled Paul VI to make him write Humanae Vitae. And this is one of those things about Paul VI's papacy, which as a historian, and obviously I'm not that old, if you lived around the time of Paul VI, is very interesting because Paul VI was seen as this great reformer, and then he promulgates Humanae Vitae. And so maybe Paul VI was trying to undermine the church, but then when the issue of artificial contraception went up, Paul VI was basically given the grace to resist it, and essentially God overruled Paul VI and made him write Humanae Vitae, which agreed with the faith when Paul VI was undermining the faith. Next up, we have Father Jenkins and Bishop Kelly rivalry. This is an interesting one, and it's all rumors. There are all these infighting and backstabbing that has to do with the Sedevacantis community because they're not in communion with each other, that there are all these rumors of people that went to one Sedevacantis church, either Society of St. Pius V or CMRI, and are switching in between them because they don't like the bishops or the priest in them. And so there's all these rumors following around Father Jenkins and Bishop Kelly and the Society of St. Pius V in general. And there's this idea that Father Jenkins and Bishop Kelly had this rivalry, and that one time the sisters of the Society of St. Pius V were following the orders of Bishop Kelly to disrupt Mass and walked out, and the Mass being served by Father Jenkins en masse. The Catholic hierarchy is at war with Mary, in quotation marks. And so this is something that apparition followers will say, that there's all these apparitions around the world, and that the Catholic hierarchy is squelching them. And that basically Mary is fighting the Catholic hierarchy, and that the Catholic hierarchy is fighting Mary because they are condemning all these legitimate apparitions. Pope Lionus II. Pope Lionus II is a very obscure conclavist claimant to the papacy, taking the name Linus II. Linus, of course, was the second pope. And he was a South African, and he apparently, there was a conclavist group that ordained, or that chose him to be the pope, and the conclave was held in Assisi, and there's all these weird allegations, and nobody knows exactly what was going on. There's the idea that he was in the Took orders, but it was somebody was never publicly acknowledged as being consecrated by Took, or that he had old Catholic orders, or that members of the conclave had various old Catholic orders. The idea that Linus took back the papacy after he was elected in 1994. And there's just a lot of odd things about it. A lot less is known about him than Pope Michael or even Pius XIII. It's unclear if he continued to hold the papacy until his death or what happened. And apparently one of the rumors that's circling around them is that the group after the conclave tried to force themselves into the Lateran Basilica in Rome, and that the police stopped them. Next up, we have the Society of St. Pius X as an inside job to stop people from becoming Sedis. And this isn't probably a very well thought out statement, but this is something I've heard from Sedis and like comments on the internet and forums and stuff, is that the Society of St. Pius X is kind of this middleman that prevents people from realizing the truth of Sedevacantism. And it kind of mirrors the criticism of the resistance priests, because the whole idea that Bishop Feli was going to bring the Society of St. Pius X back into full communion with Rome. And so it was all an inside job, and it was all a conspiracy from the beginning to prevent any criticism of Vatican II and the fake papacy. Next up, we have Dr. Ramakamasrumis. I know I probably pronounced his name 10 different times throughout this thing, but his attempts to convert Mother Teresa to Sedevacantism. So this is a real thing. Dr. Kinsarami was friends with Mother Teresa of the Missionaries of Charity, commonly known as Saint Teresa of Calcutta now, and that him and her had a long dialogue about various traditionalist issues, and he was trying to convert her and convince her to Sedevacantism, which is fascinating because that means that you have what is now a canonized saint debating Sedevacantism with a pretty well-read proponent of Sedevacantism, and all this correspondence is available online. Next up, we have lots of people who go to SETI chapels are not actually SETI, and this has to do with, to a lot of lay people, the questions of theology or ecclesiology that surround the traditional movement are irrelevant, and they just want to go to a Holy Mass, a Latin Mass. And so when you actually go to a Sedevacantis chapel, that doesn't mean that the lay people are actually Sedevacantist. And if you go to a Society of St. Pius X chapel, that doesn't mean that the lay people are not Sedevacantist. A lot of lay people just kind of go to whatever's available for them, and they will end up going to Latin masses that are not in communion with Rome. And so it's kind of interesting because when Francis pushed back and narrowed the indult to the Latin Mass, it definitely undermined efforts to prevent schism with these groups, and it leads to these various groups that are not in full communion with Rome or ever intending to be in any communion with Rome of growing and becoming bigger and bigger and threatening the normal church more. Because in my mind, a lot of lay people would go to the Latin Mass if there was an indult available to them, and they go to the Society of St. Pius X and indeed Sedevacantism chapels because that's what's available to them. Next up we have reconciling the Council of Constance and the Council of Vatican I is hard, and this has to do with councilarism seeming to come out of the Council of Constance and Vatican I condemning it. And so if you put the Council of Constance and Vatican I side by side, it's very difficult to reconcile the two. Saints Peter and Paul selecting the next pope from heaven. So I don't exactly know which mystic or which prophecy this comes from, but there's this common talking point through Sedevacantism that Sedevacantism will end, and this has been prophesized, because the saints Peter and Paul, who are of course the founders of the church in Rome, and Peter was the first pope, will come down from heaven and they will select a pope, the next pope that ends the Sedevacantist period and continues the church on its way. And so this is kind of a mysticalist interpretation of how Sedevacantism will end rather than a legalistic way where you see in conclavism. But the whole St. Peter and Paul selecting people to become the pope and end the whole crisis, well, that's problematic because it kind of leads into mysticalism and it leads into what happened with Palmer de Troya. But we'll get to that when we talk about Palmer de Troya. Next up, we have the Society of St. Pius V and the CMRI rivalry. So the CMRI is the largest group, tightly connected group, I should say, of Sedevacantists. And they're primarily located in the United States, but they're spreading outwards throughout the world. And the second largest group is the Society of St. Pius V. We talked about both of them a lot already. So anyway, you'll notice this when you look at maps or listings of various Sedevacantist chapels throughout the United States, is in that you'll have one CMRI chapel, and then you'll have one Society of St. Pius V chapel, and they'll be in the same town. And so there'll be vast swaths of the United States where there aren't any Sedevacantist chapels, but then there'll be two Society of St. Pius V and two CMRI rival chapels in the same area. Part of this stems from the exclusiveness of the Society of St. Pius V, that a lot of people don't like their exclusiveness. Ironically, even though CMRI kind of went through a cult-like period, in Bishop Schuckert, CMRI is a lot more open than the Society of St. Pius V, and the Society of St. Pius V has a lot more odd things, and so people prefer to go to the CMRI, and they generally have a better standing, at least on the internet, with the Sedevacantist community. And so that's why there's a lot of this rivalry that's going on, is that the Society of St. Pius V will establish a church, and then some lay people don't like the Society of St. Pius V, and they'll start to lobby the CMRI to come to the town. Or the reverse. Some lay people won't like the CMRI and will lobby the Society of St. Pius V to come to town. And so in a lot of towns throughout America where there'll be one of these chapels, there will be a driving priest from the other side that will set up a garage church or a hotel church monthly, where the lay faithful that don't like the other order can go there. The Bayside apparitions. So the Bayside apparitions are visions seen by Veronica Lucan, who was a woman that lived in Bayside, New York. She was a housewife, and this was later in her life when she was retired. And she claimed to have seen apparitions of the Virgin Mary at the St. Robert Bellarmine Catholic Church there in Bayside, New York, starting in 1970. And so from 1970 to 1995, She saw various visions of Mary, Jesus, and saints, which condemned Vatican II. And a lot of people in traditional Catholicism, even though her visions seem to be close to their views, don't believe in her visions and think that they're rather dubious. And it's kind of hard to see exactly what her visions were. I know that there's a book and I intend on reading it someday. But from my understanding, a lot of them are apocalyptic prophecies that have not taken place and are now at this point false prophecies. Next up, we have Anne Barnhart. Anne Barnhart is a traditional Catholic blogger and proponent of Sedevacantism, believing that Benedict never actually resigned and that he was held in some kind of like hostage situation, and that Francis is an anti-pope. She holds a lot of conspiracy theories, and she believes in things like Obama just did gay sex and did cocaine all day and didn't really do anything as president. And if you just scroll through her blog, you'll see a lot of stuff like that. Instead of having a conspiracy of Masons controlling the world or Jews controlling the world, well, Anne Barnhart has a conspiracy of diabolical narcissist cabals controlling the world. In fact, she has a book called Diabolical Narcissism, selected essays, and so you could go and read that and see her views. She has a pretty long YouTube video also discussing her views on how Pope Francis isn't a real pope, or how the world is ruled by cabals of narcissists. Next up, and ending this tier, we have Sedevacantists. Orders are invalid because Sedevacantists have terrible Latin pronunciation. And so this is kind of an interesting idea. Instead of the Took orders being invalid because Took had dementia or something like that, the idea is that Sedevacantist orders are invalid because their understanding of Latin, which usually is self-taught, is so poor that they mispronounce most of the words that they're trying to pronounce, and so that they're not actually really going through the rubrics for ordinations and consecrations. Obviously, if you've watched this far, you know that I'm not the best pronouncer of things in foreign languages myself, so I don't know how much room I have to throw rocks at a glass house, but from my understanding, people that know Latin will listen to certain Sedevacantist priests and cringe due to their pronunciation and lack of understanding of the language. And so with that, that's the end of part 5 for the Traditional Catholic Iceberg Explained. Please pray for me and pray for the church. Now I'm into the final part of the Traditional Catholic Iceberg. These are the last 3 tiers. These are obscure. I mean, we've already gotten through a lot of Sedevacantism and a lot of Conclavism, and it just keeps getting weirder and weirder and schizoer as we go down. Not everything is necessarily, terrible or schizo, but you're going to see that the further down that we are here. So first off, in tier... where are we now? This is tier 11. We have William Tapley. William Tapley is a YouTuber who goes by the name The Third Eagle of the Apocalypse, and he's a Catholic, but he prophesizes numerous stuff about the Antichrist and the end times. Then we have 8chan Christian Board. The 8chan Christian Board, well, 8chan was 4chan and Reddit combined, but not moderated, so there was a lot of shady stuff that went down on 8chan, I should say. A lot of stalking, a lot of questionable pornography, manifestos of shooters were posted there, things like that. And so there was actually a Christian board created on 8chan, and it was a dumpster fire. Next up, we have the name John the 23rd is cursed. Next up, we have the name John the 23rd is cursed, and this comes from that there were multiple anti-popes called John the 23rd before the official John the 23rd, who opened the Second Vatican Council. Next up, we have J. Dyer was a SETI. J. Dyer is an interesting figure. He promotes a lot of conspiracy theories, and he is a traditional, capital O, Eastern Orthodox. Apparently, at one point, he was the member of the Most Holy Family Monastery, and he calls them the Trailer Park Monastery. J. Dyer tries to debate a lot of normal Catholics and traditional Catholics of various levels of rejection of the papacy, and he's just generally a pretty aggressive guy. He has a big backstory, and a lot of his backstory is pretty scandalous, and arguably I would call him a lolcow. Next up, we have Michael Voris and E. Michael Jones were paid off to aid the Society of St. Pius X. This is a weird conspiracy that goes up that there's this rich donor that goes to the Fraternity of St. Peter who has a personal grudge with the Society of St. Pius X, and the reason that Michael Voris and E. Michael Jones made anti-Society of St. Pius X content is because they are paid off. Next up, we have the conspiracy theory known as Twin Paul VI's. So, early on in the 70s in Sedevacantism, there was this idea that there were two Paul VI's. There was the real Paul VI, who was the true pope, and then there was a duplicate Paul VI that was the anti-pope that promulgated Vatican II and promulgated the new sacraments. And so you could tell in, I guess, photographs of Paul VI that these were two Paul VI because you measure his ear length and stuff like that, or his nose length, and you're able to tell that this is in fact a body double of Paul VI. The real Paul VI was, of course, held as a prisoner in the basement of the Vatican until he died in 1978, and that plays into Palmarianism, which we'll get to later. Next up, we have Bishop Tissier de Monterey is silenced and held hostage. So, Bishop Tissier is a bishop in the Society of St. Pius X. He is sickly, and he wrote the biography of Archbishop Lefebvre. So anyway, when the whole thing with Williamson being expelled and the resistance came up, there was this weird internet rumor that he was held hostage and silenced because he believed that Benedict XVI was a heretic and that Bishop Williamson was in the right, but he was sickly, so he couldn't stand up for himself, and he was silenced and held hostage. Now we have the late Bishop Dolan's schism with Bishop Sanborn. Bishop Dolan was one of the 9. Bishop Sanborn was one of the 9. They were for a period in the Society of St. Pius V, then they broke off. Both were separately consecrated, took holy orders, and became bishops. And so Bishop Dolan ran the large Sedevacantist parish, St. Gertrude the Great in Westchester, Ohio, which is part of the Cincinnati area. And so Bishop Dolan was a pure Sedevacantist. Bishop Sanborn was a Sede-Privationist, and so towards the end of Bishop Dolan's life, he started a public spat with Bishop Sanborn and considered him basically halfway Novus Ordo or something like that. Of course, Bishop Dolan died shortly thereafter. Next up, we got Vatican covered up that Fatima was a false prophecy when the 3rd secret prophecies about Portugal did not come true. So prior to the release of the official 3rd secret, there was bits and texts of the 3rd secret that people said that they saw, and one of the parts of these texts or rumored texts was that Portugal would not lose the faith. And so that phrase is not in the official 3rd secret of Fatima. So perhaps there's a conspiracy that the 3rd secret of Fatima was a false prophecy that talked about Portugal, and none of that stuff panned out, so the Vatican basically made up the released 3rd secret. Okay, Archbishop Took was kidnapped. So Archbishop Took, we talked about him a lot. There's a question of the validity of his holy orders. He was really late in his life when he became a Sedevacantist. He was really isolated. And it ended up that he died in a Franciscan monastery of Vietnamese exiles, and that he is fully reconciled with John Paul II and the post-Councilor Vatican. So one of these things that goes about in Sedevacantist circles is that Archbishop Took is a victim of elder abuse, and so people that support the Society of St. Pius V are anti-Took orders. They'll say, well, he consecrated people because he was a victim of elder abuse. And look, as soon as he got away from these traditionalists, he went back and he acknowledged John Paul II as the Pope. Right? But the Sedevacantists point back, they say, no, these Vietnamese Franciscans kidnapped Took, and he was never reconciled, and it was all fake, and he died a Sedevacantist. Next up, we have the Society of St. Pius X and Sedevacantist annulment courts. We already talked about the crisis in annulments that has happened after Vatican II, and how there's been this huge increase in annulments that have been given out by the regular church. Well, turns out that the Society of St. Pius X and the CMRI and I think other Sedevacantists literally try to judge these annulments of the diocesan bishops and decide on their own if they're real or not. Next up, similar to Paul VI and the idea of two Paul VI, a fake Paul VI and a real Paul VI, there's this idea of two Sister Lucias. Sister Lucia was, of course, one of the children in Fatima, one of the seers of Our Lady, and so Sister Lucia died in a Carmelite order after not saying that much stuff publicly throughout her life. And so there are these pictures of Sister Lucia that are supposed to show that there's two Sister Lucias and that there are two great distinctions between them. And so there's this idea that Sister Lucia wasn't a Sedevacantist or didn't break away from the Carmelite order that she was in because she would have been a traditionalist, and so on, and that you can tell this because there are two Sister Lucias. Well, turns out that Sister Lucia had a pretty major surgery, and that's the explanation of the differences between the two Sister Lucias. Next up, we have many church fathers were anti-natalist. Of course, Catholicism is viewed as a pretty pro-natalist religion today, but many of the church fathers had a pretty low opinion of sex. Not just sex in terms of outside of the context of marriage, sexual sins, if you will, and viewing chastity as a very great thing. They were outright anti-natalist and condemned sex pretty harshly. Next up, we have the anti-Last Temptation of Christ attacks in France. So, The Last Temptation of Christ is a very controversial movie with Nestorian and adoptionist ideas and influence from Gnosticism. It's based off of a book originally written in Greek, The Last Temptation of Christ. And so Martin Scorsese adopted the movie, and it came out in 1987. When it came out, some traditionalist Catholics burned down movie theaters in France to protest the release of the film because it was widely viewed as blasphemous. Keep in mind, in the film, Jesus has sex. Marries Mary Magdalene, who is explicitly depicted as a prostitute, doesn't know that he is the true God and is literally adopted by God, advocates overthrowing the Roman Empire by force, and the greatest apostle and the one that he's the closest to is Judas Iscariot, and that the traitorship, the Judas kiss of Jesus that led to his crucifixion was in fact an inside job, and Jesus told Judas to do it for him. And the last act of the film is Jesus listening to Satan and falling to temptation. Okay, Archbishop Took wanted communion to be taken with chopsticks. So Archbishop Took eventually declared Sedevacantism. He consecrated the Palmarian bishops. He reconsecrated old Catholic bishops that wanted Catholic orders. And he consecrated 3 Sedevacantist priests to become Sedevacantist bishops, and the majority of Sedevacantist holy orders come from him. So he was a super radical traditionalist, right? Turns out at Vatican II that's not the case. He advocated some pretty odd liturgical reforms and was seen as a liberal reforming bishop at the council. So one of the things that he advocated is that East Asian peoples should have a new liturgy written for them in their cultural context. And within this new liturgy, they would receive the Eucharist with chopsticks. So some people have said that Archbishop Took wasn't necessarily traditionalist in the Catholic sense. He was just far right politically, and he saw traditional Catholics as allies. Keep in mind his brother was the dictator of South Vietnam, and that's the reason he got exiled in Europe in the first place. Lay people own most Society of St. Pius X and SETI churches and trusts. So I don't know if this is necessarily the case anymore, but I know historically a lot of traditionalist churches were held in trust, especially amongst SETIs. And the reasoning for that is because when the traditionalist movement started and there was a bunch of wandering traditionalist priests who either were kicked out by their bishops stopped supporting them, and they're just kind of on their own or whatever, started up their own churches, it would start out with them doing masses in garages or masses in hotels, and over time their followers would get money, and their followers would buy old churches, either Catholic or Protestant, and then they would move into these old churches, refurbish them, and then they would become traditional Catholic churches. And when they got the money together, it was in fact lay investors who would share the churches in trusts. And so one of the things that happened when the Nine were kicked out of the Society of St. Pius X is that the Society of St. Pius X didn't gain control over those churches that the Nine were. And in fact, the lay people own those churches, and so the Nine, or then the Society of St. Pius V, actually had a lengthy court battle over ownership of the churches. This kind of might go into the whole idea of not being able to rejoin full communion with Rome. Because keep in mind, when Bishop Fillet was in communications with the Vatican to see if they would go into fully restored communion with Rome, there was this discussion of, is he going to sell out the Society of St. Pius X? And I think what was whispered is how much of the Society of St. Pius X would go with him. Of course, there was the whole resistance movement that broke off, and Williamson left, and Williamson is now consecrated bishops. But the Society of St. Pius X doesn't necessarily control all its churches. And if the Society of St. Pius X went into full communion even this day with the Pope, there's a high likelihood that large elements of it would break off, and churches of it that are not owned by the society would break off. Maria Divine Mercy. Maria Divine Mercy is a woman who claims to receive messages from Virgin Mary, from Jesus, from various figures, and she has released these revelations or visions publicly but anonymously as Maria Divine Mercy. That's her pen name. So anyway, her prophecies include a lot of radical traditional Catholic stuff. She's not a full-blown Sedevacantist, but she's pretty anti-Vatican II, thinks the Masons did it. She believes that Benedict XVI was a real pope, was still the pope when Francis was elected, and that she believes in Benevacantism. She believes the whole Paul VI was a prisoner, John Paul II was a prisoner kind of thing. She's supposed to be from Ireland, but nobody knows her real name, or at least it hasn't been publicly released as far as I know. Next up is John Paul II was a prisoner in the Vatican. This goes with the whole two Paul VI's thing, that after Paul VI was a prisoner in the Vatican and there was a duplicate Paul VI, then John Paul I is elected, then he dies mysteriously, then John Paul II is elected, but it turns out he's a prisoner in the Vatican and that he's under hostage. It's interesting because you have the whole Siri hypothesis that Siri was elected pope and then he was under hostage and he couldn't publicly say he was the pope. And then you have a lighter version that John Paul II actually is the pope, but he's also under hostage. So we already talked about Malachi Martin, who is a very interesting figure, and he wrote the next entry in the Iceberg, which is the windswept house, and fully is the windswept house is literally history. So Malachi Martin wrote several novels later in his life that he described as faction, and this is the most famous one. He alleged that the events in his novel, they're real events and they're real people, and it's told in the form of a non-fiction novel or a faction novel. So here, roughly 85% of the fictional characters mirror real people, and roughly 85% of the events in the book mirror real events, except those which are obviously mythic, such as the final stay of the Slavic Pope in Poland. We are talking about real events and real people masked in the form of a novel. Nowadays it's called faction, a term coined by Norman Mailer, but an art form really created by Taylor Caldwell. And so in the book, he says that Vatican II was done by an enslavement or an enthronement of Lucifer, a satanic ritual conducted by higher-up members of the Catholic Church who are probably Freemasons, which leads to the crisis that's going on now, and that there's a secret satanic cabal within the church, and that John Paul II is this heroic, embattled pope who's going to fight to the last to defend Catholicism. You know, all good stuff, all interesting stuff in a thriller novel, and that's what it is. But because he said it was faction, then some people think it's real. Next up, we have Home Aloners. Home Aloners are a pretty extreme branch of Sedevacantism. The name comes from Home Alone because they stay at home on Sunday and they don't go to church. They don't receive the sacraments other than baptism or marriages that are done by witnesses. And so Home Aloners basically think Sedevacantism, but that there's no emergency that allows priests to be ordained, bishops to be consecrated, confession to be done, and so jurisdiction went extinct with the popes, and so it's a sin to go to church, it's a sin to go to confession, because jurisdiction is extinct and you don't need to do that. So basically, Vatican II blew up the entire church, and clergy are now extinct because the popes can't recognize bishops as in their diocese. Bishops don't have jurisdiction, therefore bishops can't ordain priests. Therefore, the bishops can't give the priests the faculties to do confession because the Pope never gave the bishops the faculties to do so. And so they basically just sit at home and do nothing and wait for the end of the world to come. This is an interesting aside. As I already talked, that there are parallels within Eastern Orthodoxy, capital O Orthodoxy, between the Old Calendarist and the traditional Catholics. And here again with Home Aloners, you have the parallel between the Old Believers in Russian Orthodoxy, which left the Orthodox Church following liturgical reforms in the 17th century, and some of which don't have holy orders, they don't have priests, and effectively believe the apostolic succession is extinct, and the more extreme brand of Sedevacantists who are Home Aloners that believe apostolic succession has gone extinct. Sedevacantism is an American phenomenon. Now, there are signs that it's spreading into Latin America, and as I said before, I don't really have that much access to Sedevacantist stuff on the internet outside of my own native English. But it appears overwhelmingly that Sedevacantism is in the United States of America, and in fact, where it's in other countries, it's because those countries are close to America. So it's bleeding over into Canada, and it's bleeding over into Mexico because of the close connections that the United States has with the countries that border it. And this is contrasted with the Society of St. Pius X and the indult groups, which are pretty global. The Society of St. Pius X is the biggest in France, but also the second biggest in the United States. I want to kind of make an asterisk there. But when you go to Europe, there definitely is a lot more people that go to the Society of St. Pius X than go to Sedevacantists. And some people think that there is a cultural thing behind this. And so if you step out of Catholicism and step into a study of religions, you'll look at the United States and you see that there are numerous different church bodies for every form of Protestantism. And there are five jurisdictions of Eastern Orthodox in competition with each other. And so the religious landscape, because of the history of religious liberty in the United States, is very fragmented. There are numerous Baptist denominations, numerous Lutheran denominations, the Episcopal Church, but numerous continuing Anglican denominations. And so they see this kind of parallel going on, and you could see Sedevacantism as a reflection of this within the Catholic Church, and that there are numerous Sedevacantist groups that are opposed to what you could say is the mainline Catholic Church. The mainline Catholic Church, of course, being the regular Catholic Church, the Novus Ordo, if you will. Think about this as the Novus Ordo that is the Evangelical Church in America, and Sedevacantists are the Missouri Synod, or something similar to that. Likewise, in the United States, there's independent Baptists. They're in other countries, but they're really big here. So you have liberal Baptists, and you have Southern Baptists, and you have different Baptist denominations, and likewise you have different Sedevacantist denominations. And you'll see Baptists in mini malls and in business buildings and stuff like that having their churches, and you see that with the traditional Catholics, how they'll have Mass in garages or Mass in hotels. And so that there's kind of this cultural cross-pollination from the more rigorous and more hardcore Protestants to Catholicism, and that cross-pollination is Sedevacantism. Now that's kind of a sociological theory, but take it as you will. It's an interesting thought. Next up, we have the last one for this tier list, and that is the Vatican website is GeoCities tier, and it should be preserved. The Vatican website isn't that slick right now. It's pretty good if you want to find stuff and read it, and it's in documents are posted in numerous languages to evangelize for people throughout the world, but the current Vatican website seems pretty dated. So the idea here is that we not only need tradition in the liturgy, we need tradition to preserve the dated 1990s style Vatican website. And I think there's a great bit of irony here too, because Tradition in Action, Anne Barnhart's blog, The Remnant, and Most Holy Family Monastery, these are old DIY, dated 1990s, older websites that look fairly dated compared to new corporate slick websites. And, you know, all these people that are critical of the Vatican, I just kind of find it funny because when you go to the Vatican website, it can double as like Griff Ruby's website. It can double as the Most Holy Family Monastery or Tradition and Action's website. It's just as old, just as dated. And you know what? That kind of makes me think that the Vatican is the true Catholic Church, because all these people pointing at it and saying it's given out on Catholicism, well, its website is just as traditionalist as any traditionalist blog. And that will finish Tier 11. And now let's get to Tier 12. Tier 12, we're really deep down here into the abyss. So the first one of Tier 12 is JP2 will be resurrected as the Antichrist, in quotes. So this is actually a prophecy of the Most Holy Family Monastery, and it starts out with John Paul II was prophesied by them to be the Antichrist. Well, John Paul II died before he could become the Antichrist. And so that led into some interesting cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is, of course, when you hold something to be true and it turns out that reality is the opposite. And so you have this cognitive dissonance, this very strong contradiction going on in your head, where you're trying to justify this unreality of this firmly held belief coming to be debunked. And so cognitive dissonance actually comes from the examination of a cult, the UFO cult in Chicago called the Seekers, which predicted an imminent apocalypse, and it's recorded by sociologists in the book When Prophecy Fails, when the prophecy of the end of the world held by the small UFO cult fell through. And so you see this cognitive dissonance coming up with the Diamond Brothers. They are super aggressive Sedevacantists who believe that the end of the world is intimate and we're living in the final parts of Revelation. And so they're interpreting all these prophecies of minor things to be these big mysterious things in Revelation. And they think that John Paul II is the Antichrist, and that his enthronement of the Antichrist was actually the Assisi prayer meeting. But John Paul II died before he could become the Antichrist. So what are they going to do about that? They already declared that he was the Antichrist, but it ended up that that prophecy fell through because he died. Are they going to bite the bullet and say their prophecy failed? They have cognitive dissonance, and they have to come up with something in its wake. And so the Most Holy Family Monastery thinks that John Paul II will be resurrected and rule the world as the Antichrist. Next up, we have Malachi Martin was a bishop. And this comes at the end of Malachi Martin's life, and this comes with a lot of the controversies that's associated with him. He supposedly was consecrated in old Catholic orders, or was consecrated and took orders that weren't publicly done, because there's also supposed to be these took bishops that don't have any documentation that they're took bishops, or that Malachi Martin was actually consecrated a bishop and he was supposed to be some kind of underground bishop in communist Europe or something like that. And so it's interesting, and what comes up with this is that would mean that Malachi Martin had become a full-blown Sedevacantist before he died. Next up, we have Pope Francis's personal devotion to Archbishop Lefebvre. And this is an interesting thing. I saw one time in an article or an interview about the dialogue between the Holy See and the Society of St. Pius X, that Pope Francis told Bishop Fillet that he had read Archbishop Lefebvre's biography that was written by Bishop Tissier twice, and that he found Archbishop Lefebvre to be a very interesting and inspirational person. And so Pope Francis, what does he have, some kind of devotion to Archbishop Lefebvre? Next up, we have Archbishop Lefebvre was a Sedevadoutist. We already talked about Sedevadoutism. Sedevadoutism is basically Sedevacantism, but you don't believe that lay people can dethrone the Pope. You don't believe that lay people have the authority to depose the Pope, and so you don't think that you have the authority to depose the Pope. You say that he's probably not the Pope, but doubtful in the end whether he's a Pope or not. And so very early on, there's this idea that Archbishop Lefebvre was friends with many Sedevacantists in the 70s, that he had Sedevacantist professors at his seminaries, and he flirted with it, and he said, I don't say that Paul VI is not the Pope, but I don't say you can't say that he's not the Pope. Which in French has all these P's, and so it sounds pretty humorous because every word in that begins with P. So anyway, Father Shikata actually made a video about this and said that his opinions about Sedevacantism were influenced by Archbishop Lefebvre, and he's actually said, I know he's deceased now, but he used to say that basically the Society of St. Pius X is kind of like this interim thing, and that Archbishop Lefebvre never really thought out his positions and became a full Sedevacantist, and that the Society of St. Pius X is just kind of one stepping stone into Sedevacantism. Next up, we have Infiltration Was Plagiarized. Infiltration is the book that Taylor Marshall wrote, and how he has this conspiracy theory that there are various organizations that penetrated the Catholic Church, infiltrating it and undermined it from within. And that's the problem that's going on with the church. And so the idea that Infiltration was plagiarized is that it's just this kind of grift book where he didn't do any research and he basically just plagiarized everyone else's research. Next up, we have All Hobbies Are a Sin. And this is an opinion that's held by the man that does Ascent of Mount Carmel. And the Ascent of Mount Carmel is a smallish traditional Catholic YouTube channel. Sometimes the guy says some stuff that's pretty out there and radical, but it seems like mainly he goes to Mass at the Society of St. Pius X, as far as I can tell. He's really prolific. He's posted numerous videos over the past 10 years. And he has some interesting opinions, and the most famous of his interesting opinions that he insists on really hard is that all hobbies are a sin. And so at one point he was posting on Twitter, and it became this huge ordeal where he was insisting on numerous people that all hobbies were a sin. Most of the traditional Catholics on Twitter, big names, ended up trying to debunk him and posted numerous things against him, and I think he lost a lot of followers on his YouTube channel and Twitter channel as a result. Generally, though, I think that there is some good content on there. Just take it with a grain of salt. Next up, we have lots of people left Sedevacantism when Benedict XVI was Pope. The most famous defection that I know of was that a large part of the nuns that were in the Congregation of Mary the Immaculate Queen returned to the normal Catholic Church when Benedict XVI was Pope. And this is just kind of a thing that also happened when John Paul II became Pope. When you have, I guess, in the minds of Sedevacantists or more radical traditionalists, these more conservative Novus Ordo popes, you see a lot of people that took more radical positions during Paul VI's papacy or John Paul II's papacy, and now during Francis's papacy, walk back when there's a lot of clarification in these conservative Novus Ordo popes. And so it seems that Sedevacantism is kind of like a drainage pipe for people that are really scandalized by what's going on in the papacy at any given time. And when there's a pope that clarifies stuff, then a lot of people end up leaving Sedevacantism, or they end up being these independent traditionalists will rejoin and go into full communion with the church. Next up, we have a super cursed place, r/x traditionalism, r/ is, of course, a page on Reddit. And so there's this page on Reddit that's X-Traditionalism, which is devoted to saying that Catholic traditionalism, and I'm not talking about, like, the Palmarian Church or even the Society of St. Pius V. We're talking about, going to the indult Mass. Basically, just being a regular Catholic to these people is just as much as a mind-controlling cult as Jim Jones. And so this is an extremely cursed place. And part of the problem is that traditional Catholicism by people that are in the far right is seen as a religion that they would like to join. And many of the people in the far right are very unstable, and they tend to jump in between ideologies, and they tend to jump in between religions. And so you have these people that were far right for a summer that are mentally unstable, and they picked up traditional Catholicism. They may have not even converted, but they may have just sat in the back of Mass a few times, or they may have just followed the Diamond Brothers online, and they never really converted, and so now they're ex-traditionalist. And so, because they're so mentally unstable, then they change their ideology again, and now they're leftists, and now they're going to try and be as anti-Catholic as they can be. I know that there are some people that are cradle Catholics on there. They're also on ex-traditionalism. Just stay away from that place. It's not the brightest place in the internet. It's a very dark place. Next up, we have the phrase, more Catholic than the anti-pope. And this is just kind of a meme phrase I made up. Because historically, you have the slur against Catholics that are traditionalists. Well, you're more Catholic than the Pope. Or it's the saying that I've heard before. And so now you have, you're more Catholic than the anti-Pope. You're more Catholic than the conclavist. I guess the Sedevacantists could say, well, we're more Catholic than the anti-Pope. So I included that because I thought it was rather funny. Next up, we have Father Shikata and Bishop Daniel Dolan were in a relationship. And so this is a odd thing. This is part of the scandals and rumors that followed the rivalry between the Took consecrated clergy or affiliated clergy. Some of them were originally ordained in the regular church or ordained in the Society of St. Pius X, but are running around with all these bishops that descend in their orders from Bishop Took. And you have the Society of St. Pius V on the other side, and you have this whole smorgasbord of Cincinnati and having all these rival traditionalist churches that are opposed to each other, and people that were scorned from St. Gertrude the Great in that area. They started to make up rumors about Father Shikata and Daniel Dolan, both are deceased now, being in a gay relationship. Next up, we have Novus Ordo baptisms are invalid. This is an idea that's held by some more rather extreme Sedevacantists and members of Traditionalism. They believe that the mainstream Catholic Church no longer believes in baptism the way that the Church traditionally did it, and so their baptisms are doubtful or questionable. In the Society of St. Pius V, they have everybody rebaptized. It's called conditional rebaptism. Next up, we have Japanese home aloners. And so this actually wasn't something I was aware of when I made the Twitter list of people giving me stuff, suggestions to put on here. Numerous people put Japanese home aloners. And so I heard from the Society of St. Pius X resistance priests debating Sedevacantism. They're talking about how there were all these Japanese Sedevacantists that weren't receiving sacraments because there wasn't Sedevacantist priests there. So maybe that's what Japanese home aloners mean, or perhaps they're talking about hidden Christians. And hidden Christians are the Catholics in Japan that after Catholicism was banned and very aggressively persecuted, and numerous people were martyred in the 17th century, and the religion was basically banned throughout the Tokugawa shogunate, and it didn't end until 1873, until the Meiji Restoration. And so effectively Catholicism was banned for about over 2 centuries in Japan, but Christians continued to believe, and they continued to have a Catholic heritage to them, and that they would have these secret symbols that were Catholic. They would have these statues of Mary holding Jesus, which from the outside looked to be Buddha, but if you looked at them closely, you could see that they were Catholic. And because they were cut off from the rest of the church, kind of like these synchronistic parts entered into the faith. And so like influences from Buddhism and influences from Shintoism entered into it. But there were thousands of these secret Catholics in Japan, and they were essentially home aloners, because the clergy that were coming to Japan when there was this initial conversion in the 17th century, the 1600s, of a lot of Japanese people to Catholicism, most of those missionary priests were Jesuits, and so the Jesuit order pulled back because so many people were being martyred. If you read the book Silence, it talks about how a few Jesuits ended up reneging and not being martyred and apostatized and became Shinto or Buddhists. And so it seemed that the faith in Japan had fallen, that the gospel had failed. But that wasn't true. The gospel hasn't failed, and that there were thousands of Japanese Christians the whole time that were hidden to the West that we didn't know about. Next up, we have trads publicly attacking Francis only makes things worse. And so this is a statement I've seen from a lot of, say, indult Catholics being really upset with people that stir up a lot of controversy. People like Taylor Marshall, people like Michael Voris, who are very confrontational with bishops and priests. And that basically they tarnish these good indult traditionalists, and that they're going to end up getting everything revoked, which of course happened in Traditionalist Custodes. And it's just kind of interesting because it's like this battered wife syndrome, kind of, because it's like they know that what's going on with Pope Francis, that's not good, but they're not going to speak up against it because they're afraid of losing the Latin Mass and losing the indult. Next up, we have the Ukrainian Orthodox Greek Catholic Church, which is a very bizarre Sedevacantist group. It's made up of Eastern Rite, Ukrainian Rite Catholics who broke away from the mainstream Catholic Church in Ukraine in 2009, and they started to believe in a lot of Sedevacantist stuff, like Episcopal consecrations being invalid, They, of course, declared Benedict XVI, Francis, and John Paul II as anti-popes. And there's all this idea that they're financed by Russia to be against the Ukrainian government. It's just odd. And apparently it says that they chose to elect Archbishop Vigano as their pope, which means that they would technically be conclavist now. Most of the people within that order or that church were actually members of a monastic order. They were members of the Order of St. Basil the Great, or the Bastilian Order of St. Jehoshaphat. Interesting. I don't know that much about them. They're just this side thing in Sedevacantism that are off on their own. This Eastern Rite Sedevacantism, which has nothing to do with the whole Western Rite with Took and with the Society of St. Pius V, and I don't think that the two sides have anything to do with each other. Next up, we have cafeteria trad. So there's the idea of the cafeteria Catholic, who takes only the certain things that they want, usually a liberal Catholic, and will say, I believe that a woman can have abortion, but I really like this stuff about helping the poor, and I believe in receiving the sacraments, and that it's the real presence of Christ. And so they're picking and choosing what they want to believe about the church. Well, you have cafeteria trads, and I've seen this on Catholic Match, that there were girls that were looking at on Catholic Match. It's embarrassing to say that I used that out loud on this YouTube video, but there were girls on there that would believe in, women's ordination and would believe in gay marriage, but they would say, I like the Latin Mass because it's pretty. You also have kind of like this undercurrent of gays. I already talked about the whole pink mafia thing of gays that really like liturgical stuff, so I guess you could put them there into that whole cafeteria trad category. Next up, we have Pope Michael II. So we already talked about Pope Michael David Bodwin, who died recently. Well, it turns out that his career as an anti-pope, he's been succeeded by a Filipino claimant to the papacy, and that guy goes by Michael too. And so that there's this line of anti-popes now that are descending from Pope Michael, and we're just going to have to see as the years go on where that goes. Okay, next up we have the Avon Young popes, were the true successors to St. Peter. There's not really that much to say about it after that. After the Great Schism, the Great Western Schism, ended with the Council of Constance, and several of the pretenders gave up their papacy, the Avon Young popes ran off and didn't give up their papacy. And so there was actually secession for some time of Avon Young popes that's believed to have gone extinct. There was John Respal of Camp of the Saints fame actually wrote an alternative history novel where there were still claimants to the Avon Young papacy. Anyway, there's not that much to it, just the idea that it turns out that their claims were true and the papacy actually is extinct because the Roman claimants to the papacy were wrong and the Avon Young popes were right. Next up we have Apostles of Infinite Love. The Apostles of Infinite Love are an interesting French group. I went onto their website and they don't say anything about this, but from my understanding, they were founded by Michel Colline, who was a French priest who claimed to be Pope Clement XV and received this proclamation of his papacy as a conclavist through mysticalism. He was given the papal tiara in a mystical vision. And apparently there's a successor in a Gregory the 18th that has succeeded him, and that's the current pope. But when I went onto their website, there was nothing about them having their own pope. So I don't know. Again, this is a problem because this is all in French, and I am an English speaker, but there seems to be a conclavist traditional Catholic group which has multiple churches in multiple countries out there, and which is pretty similar to Palmer de Troya, but probably more successful. Next up, we have Sedevacantism developed in an ad hoc fashion years after the council. So here's the thing about this. Most of the people that left the council, even if they didn't like what happened in Vatican II, they didn't become Sedevacantists. There's only one bishop after Vatican II that's even said to have become Sedevacantist, and there's some doubts because Archbishop Took is also said to have fully reconciled before his death. And so nobody really was Sedevacantist in 1965. I talked about this a little bit earlier. There are small groups of Sedevacantists that start out in the 1970s, but over time people came to the whole Sedevacantist conclusion in the 1970s and the 1980s, long after Pius XII would have became the last pope. And so Sedevacantism was realized at least a decade after it would have happened to most Sedevacantists. Finally, we have the Diamond Brothers are the two witnesses. There's the two witnesses in the book of Revelation that will come during the end times. And so in a lot of apocalyptic groups and in Christian eschatology, because it's such a cryptic thing in the book of Revelation, has been made, and numerous people and even groups have been claimed to be the two witnesses. Most commonly, the two witnesses are said to be Enoch and Elijah, because in the Bible they're assumed to heaven, and it's believed that they'll come back down to heaven as the two witnesses at the end of time. In the medieval times, it was believed that the two witnesses were in fact the Dominican and Franciscan order, and that the end times were upon us, and that these reformist orders were the two witnesses that would proclaim the true faith in the world of the Antichrist. And so, right now, there are two brothers that run a very famous apostolate, the Most Holy Family Monastery. And so there's this idea that the Diamond Brothers are the two witnesses to the apocalypse. To my understanding, they've never said that they're the two witnesses themselves. But their followers sometimes think that they're the two witnesses. And I don't think that they've ever contradicted their followers either. And so that ends tier 12, and that puts us into the last tier, tier 13. There's some cursed stuff going on here in tier 13. I kind of put the Keys of St. Peter in a famous painting there as the picture because, yeah, you read through all this. Now let's actually be Catholic. You know all this crazy stuff, and that's just kind of an Easter egg I put on the end. After the succeeding pictures got more and more dire, more and more crazy, I finally put the Keys of St. Peter. And good job, because you read through all of it. And thank you so much, everybody that's stuck around to this point, been listening to these videos. And I'm right about to start it here. Let's start it. Michael Lofton is the infallible interpreter of the Magisterium. And of course, as we all know, what good is an infallible magisterium without its infallible interpreter? Loft Dog is top dog. Nobody believes this, but Michael Lofton has started a lot of controversy, let's just say, in the Catholic community at large, and a lot of people don't like him. And so he takes like this Pope-splaining to a whole nother level in a lot of people's eyes. And so the meme has come up that he sees himself as the infallible interpreter of the Magisterium. Next up we have Our Lady of Naju. Our Lady of Naju is a condemned apparition that's set in South Korea with the seer being Julio Kim. It's been condemned and Julio Kim has been excommunicated. She's supposed to have received the stigmata and she's at odds with the church, and it's kind of the Medjugorje of Asia. But what's associated with Our Lady of Naju is pictures of statues of Mary or pictures of Mary covered in blood. And a lot of people, me included, that see this, it's very upsetting, and I really don't like it. Next up we have Father Shikata killed Terry Schiavo. Now, this is probably scandalous. The late Father Shikata obviously didn't kill Terry Schiavo, so I exaggerated this for humor. But Father Shikata argued that she should be taken off life support and no longer fed, which is probably by far his most controversial opinion throughout his entire papacy. Far more controversial than Sedevacantism or the whole Una Cum thing. For those that don't know or were Zoomers that were not aware at the time, Terry Schiavo was a very tragic case of a woman who received very traumatic brain injuries following a heart attack. And so her husband and was her legal guardian, and her husband wanted these extraordinary means that helped her to stay alive to end, while her parents and her family opposed that and supported keeping extraordinary means to keep her alive. And so she was deemed to be in a persistent vegetative state, but a lot of people that supported Terry Schiavo's family believed that she was severely brain damaged, but she had been not fully put into coma or the persistent vegetative state, and this was just a label. And that she was really, say, like the state of an infant, like a very young child, and that she had some awareness. So anyway, there was a long legal battle, and then in the 2000s, eventually the husband gained the upper hand, and he removed the feeding tube, and it took days, weeks for her to die, and it was extremely painful. And it was this extremely controversial thing at the time, and that a lot of pro-life people took the side of Terry Schiavo's family. Next up, we have another theory of the Diamond Brothers, probably my favorite. Paul VI's signature is the mark of the beast, and this, just like John Paul II will be resurrected as the Antichrist, is a highly dubious claim. And they make this claim because the signature of Paul VI, Pope Paul VI, when flipped upside down, looks like the Arabic numerals for 666. And so the mark of the beast was interpreted by the Diamond Brothers to be the signature of Paul VI, and him signing off on the documents of Vatican II and the changes to the liturgy, that is in fact the mark of the beast 666 in the book of Revelation. Next up we have everyone goes to heaven but trads go to hell. And this is in quotation marks. And this is one of those things that's kind of a meme, but it's really hard to point it out, and so I had to just write it out. And this is the idea that a lot of liberal Catholics try to gaslight trads and say that they're the worst people, right? And so this is the idea of the super liberal Catholic that believes that only the mean people, the regressives, if you will, are the people that go to hell. And because trads are more likely to go to hell, they kind of gaslight trads and say, why are you critical of Pope Francis? Don't you know that that's going to get you into hell? And they use kind of like as a bludgeon to trads fidelity to the Pope to try and push liberalism on them. Okay, next up we have Taylor Marshall's QAnon appearance. And so there's been a lot of fan art, for whatever reason, of Taylor Marshall on QAnon. I don't understand it, but apparently it's a big deal. Pretty cool. I'm glad that he was able to appear on an anime. That just shows he's mega-based. Next up, we have pre-2011 English translation loyalists. So in case you didn't know, the English translation of the Novus Ordo Mass was redone in 2011 under Benedict XVI's papacy to be closer to the Latin. And a lot of liberals, who tended to be a lot older, I will say, were really up in arms about this and thought it was terrible. So I put this here as like, these are the real traditionalists, the people that will not stand for this 2011 English translation of the Novus Ordo Mass. Next up, we have the Big Daddy, the big conclavist, Big Daddy. You know what I'm talking about. The Palmer de Troya movement, the Palmarian Christian Church, the Palmarian Catholic Church. This is the poxmark of Sedevacantism and the poxmark of traditional Catholicism, and is a tragedy. So this is a schismatic cult in Spain that is conclavist. It was founded by a man, I'm going to mispronounce his name, Clement Dominguez y Gomez, who was a visionary who said that he saw various apparitions, most importantly Our Lady, following the Marian apparitions of Our Lady of Palmer. The Marian apparitions of Our Lady of Palmer are kind of interesting because Some people say that they happened, but don't follow Palmer to Troia. And so there were these 4 girls that allegedly first saw the Virgin Mary. But anyway, the whole thing gets taken over by this blind guy, Clement Dominguez y Gomez. And he says that he's seeing Mary and that she's giving him mystical visions. So anyway, it's all lay people, and there's no priests. And so they approach Archbishop Took, who's in exile, and who's really isolated, and they're part of the Traditionalist movement, and they ask for Took to consecrate them bishops. And Took does so. He consecrates them from laymen to deacons, to priests, the bishops, over the course of 2 days or something. And eventually, they held to this idea of the 2 Paul VIs, and they believed that Paul VI was a prisoner in the Vatican. But when Paul VI dies, Dominguez says he has this, Clement Dominguez y Gomez, he says that he has this vision of Saints Peter and Paul, which we already talked about before in Sedevacantism, the idea that Saints Peter and Paul would come down from heaven and ordain a pope. He saw a vision of Saints Peter and Paul coming down from heaven and ordaining him the pope after the death of Paul VI. And therefore he would become Gregory the 17th, and found the Palmer de Troyan, Palmerian Christian Church, which is, a cult. He's a cult leader. There's numerous stuff that goes on with this, where he does a lot of sexual impropriety, has sex with a lot of different people, his followers. The man's super exorbitant donations be given to his church, bans their followers from talking to their family outside of the church, bans their followers from access to media such as movies, television, and newspapers, demands that they live in poverty, demands that they move out to the middle of nowhere in the desert, where he builds their church, which is basically a compound, the Basilica of Lay Palmer de Troia, radically changes Catholic doctrine, radically changes, they were supposed to be traditionalists, the Mass. I've heard that they only have the consecration in the Mass now. Apparently they tried to rewrite their own Bible. So anyway, he eventually passed away in 2005, and there has been successors. First, his right-hand man, Manuel Alfonso Carrel, was Pope until 2011, and he took his name, Peter II. And so that's interesting. And he has Palmerian councils. They canonize Franco. They canonize Columbus and all these right-wing, glorious Spanish figures throughout history. And I believe they say that Joseph was assumed into heaven, and that Mary is also present in the Eucharist, and all kinds of absurd things. So eventually Peter II dies, and he's succeeded by Gregory XVIII. And Gregory XVIII runs off with a nun and apostatizes from the church. And since then they've elected Peter III, and it's fallen into decline. There was actually a comedy in Spain made about them, about how Clement and Manuel were a gay couple, and Palmer de Troya was a fraud. Just really fascinating, really interesting stuff, and very tragic and sad. Vatican II never actually happened. Now, in a lot of these conspiracy icebergs, you always have this never actually happened, and it's at the bottom, so I made Vatican II never actually happen. But this isn't a pure meme, because sometimes you'll have traditionalists that say Vatican II isn't a real council, and therefore there's only 20 councils of the church, because it was a pastoral council. And so it never actually happened, it never legally happened. Next up we have Bishop Schuckardt, Loyalist. Bishop Schuckardt was the original leader of the CMRI. He was kicked out. It was alleged that he had sexual improprieties. And it's said, I don't know if there's any truth to this, but it's said that he was eventually caught on drug trafficking charges and spent time in prison. But until his death, there were loyalists to him. Next up we have Richard Ibrani. Richard Ibrani is a very, very interesting fringe figure. He runs St. John the Baptist website and Mary's Little Remnant. Ibrani is a rather extreme Sedevacantist in that he doesn't just believe that Pius XII was the last pope. He believes that Pope John the 19th, I believe, was the last pope, and that Sedevacantism has been sustained for the last 900 years, and that, the infamous Benedict the Ninth, who sold the papacy, he was the beginning of the anti-popes. And so he's opposed to the Rosary, he's opposed to the Vulgate, and he thinks several of the doctors of the Church are anti-doctors. He, of course, started out his spiritual journey, though, in the Most Holy Family Monastery. Next up, we have Fatima was a UFO and the Church covered it up. This is a claim held by John Keel and Jacques Vallée. And there's a lot of UFOologists that basically think that Fatima was a UFO and the Miracle of the Sun was a UFO. And so they hold that Fatima had nothing to do with Catholicism, or that it was only very loose and it would have been heretical in Catholicism. And then the papacy or the Curia basically covered up that it wasn't a UFO and changed everything to be orthodox. Next up, we have dogmatic geocentrism. Geocentrism is, of course, the idea that the Earth is the center of the universe, or at least the center of the solar system, and that the Sun and all the other planets are rotating around the Earth. Within young Earth creationism, there is a small faction of modern geocentrists, the most famous of which is Robert Sungenis. And so some geocentrists will point to the Bible, the Church Fathers, and the Galileo affair, and they'll say that the Catholic Church has infallibly declared that geocentrism is true, and that it's dogmatic that you have to believe in geocentrism, and if you doubt it, you're going to go to hell. Next up, we have Catholics worship Dagon. Now, Dagon is a Philistine god. He is one of the antagonists against the Hebrew people in the Bible, and one of the wicked gods of the people of Canaan, the Canaanites. And there's this weird, odd thing that a lot of conspiracy people or radical Baptists point to, and they say that Catholics worship Dagon because a mitre looks like a fish head or something. Next up, we have Pope St. Michael I, pray for us, in quotation marks. That was just made into a meme surrounding Pope Michael, and it's put into quotation marks because I didn't want anybody to think that I believe in that. But if Pope Michael was the first pope to succeed Pius XII, one would think he would have been a great saint. Therefore, if you follow Michael II, Pope Michael probably is a saint. Next up, we have threatening to become Anglican. A lot of traditional Catholics will threaten to become Orthodox because in their minds the Orthodox Church has maintained its liturgy and it's socially conservative, and so it is what they want the Catholic Church to be, and so they'll say, I'm going to leave Catholicism and become Orthodox if Francis does this. Well, there's the offside. Threatening to become Anglican, you get to have a Western Rite high liturgy, and you don't have to deal with eating crow about saying that the Pope can't do something or having to believe in papal infallibility. And so you could threaten to become Anglican. And if you're Anglican, you don't have to go to confession. And that was pointed out by Father Shikata in his tracts, as he said, well, if Sedevacantism is wrong, that means that the church is defected. So become Anglican. They don't have confessions and they have nice music. So the Church of Jesus Christ of the Whole Universe. This is a schismatic church which is led by Tomislav Vlaslik, who was the Franciscan priest that was the former spiritual director to the Medjugorje Seers, who was accused of sexual misconduct, laicized, and excommunicated by the Vatican. And since then, he says that he sees apparitions of the Virgin Mary, our Lord, angels, and numerous saints, and they have led him to create the cult known as the Church of Jesus Christ of the Whole Universe, which has a lot of New Age stuff, a lot of Medjugorje type oddness, kind of like Mormon-y stuff in it, and I believe I've heard UFO religion stuff. So I think it's interesting with people that are pro-Medjugorje here, because the spiritual advisor to the seers at Medjugorje became a seer himself and founded his own cult. So the Bible is idolatry. My friend Argent told me that he had met a guy that believed that the Bible was idolatry and that it was the center of Protestantism and numerous heresies, and that the church is far more important than the Bible, obviously. So to prevent heresies from breaking out, the Catholic Church should take all the Bibles and destroy them so that heresies can never break out again. And therefore, the Catholic Church would continue without having a scripture somehow. And it would not be plagued by heresies like Protestantism. Next up, we have rel, or /rel/ or whatever you want to say it. So rel was a 8chan board and a Facebook page where it's supposed to be called religiously intolerant, but there wasn't very many non-Christians. There was a handful of Protestants, probably most of the time pretty conservative, like Missouri Synod type Lutherans, but the majority of it was Eastern Orthodox who had converted, and Catholics, often pretty traditionalist. And so rel was a giant flame war ongoing between the Orthodox and the Catholics, with a lot of scandals. And I was on there, and it was a pretty interesting period. I think it's gone now. I tried to look at it the other day, and I don't think any more new posts have been made. Just something that's really obscure, and I wanted to put it on the Iceberg as an Easter egg. Next up, we have OurLadyIsGod.com. Our Lady of God is a very cursed, very dark, very evil part of the internet, which should be destroyed for all time. And I don't think you can even access the website anymore every time I try to access it. And so this is at the very bottom of the iceberg for good reasons. It is run by a guy named Dominic Sanchez Flower. He lives in Cebu City in the Philippines, and he has been given some knowledge. I don't know through private revelation or what, but he believes that Mary is God and that Jesus is Satan. It's almost unreadable if you look into it. It's very bizarre. So I've had people tell me that he doesn't believe that. In fact, he also believes that Mary, the Mother of God in the Bible, is evil, but actually Our Lady, in some kind of Gnostic sense, is not the same as the Virgin Mary of the Bible, and she is this greater God like Sophia in Sethian Gnosticism or something like that, like the true God, and that the Mother of God is, and Jesus and, you know, the Holy Trinity, that's a demiurge. I don't know, because every time I even look at it, it hurts my eyes, and it's giant wall text of craziness, and it's cursed as hell, and it's terrible, just terrible, horrible stuff. It's freaky and it's weird. Now we have Bishop Arnold Matthew. Arnold Matthew was an extremely bizarre character. He was an old Catholic bishop who had earlier been a Catholic and an Anglican, and he is really the beginning of old Catholics giving anybody an Episcopal consecration. And so there's numerous bishops that trace their heritage back to Arnold Matthew, and because they would give basically anybody these old Catholic orders through Arnold Matthew's orders, it's basically like a form of occultism. It's like an occult ritual. And so people that aren't even Christians will end up being consecrated as a form of white magic, and that there's a bunch of like Gnostics running around and crazy people running around and like Satanists and stuff running around with these holy orders, because they became so widespread and so easy to get. And so basically now there's Satanists running around that may be consecrated as bishops and are able to possibly celebrate the host. So just a very strange character that ended up having numerous bishops descend from him with very dubious holy orders and very dubious ideas about Christianity. And finally, we have the final one. Actually reading through the documents of Vatican II and trying to understand them instead of just reading random posts on the internet. And that's basically, just putting that on there is why I made the entire iceberg chart to begin with. Is I feel like nobody actually reads the documents of Vatican II. They just believe what they're told to about the documents, and they never actually go out to read them for themselves and try and understand them within their own context and understand them within the hermeneutic of continuity. And that doesn't just go for Sedevacantists and more radical trads that are saying that Vatican II is a disruption or a modernist council. That also goes to the whole spirit of Vatican II crowd and liberals saying that it is this huge disruption, but that's a good thing. So anyway, that completes the traditional Catholic iceberg. I know that I've left out things here. Hopefully in the future I'll have a list of all the things I left out. And I'm talking months ahead because this has been a whole lot of work to make this whole thing. But with a list of the things I left out, I'll make an additional video of those things, and I'll make an updated version of this chart where I get rid of all my typos and such. But if you made it through all this entire iceberg, I want to say thank you so much. And I want to ask you to pray for me and pray for the church.